I always have to like press the button, even though I have it timed for this time. It'll be like, all right, it's up to you now if you're ready. And I'm like, well, I fucking set it for that time.
Are you live?
Push the button and turn.
Chat, are we real?
Yes,
No,
but I did.
nothing
I
is
did
real.
indeed find.
Chat spam real. Thank you.
Chat spam hammers.
I think we'll save the
hammers.
Talking about this image here for the end though, because it pertains to Yoda.
What Plageuis looking
Yeah.
in the fridge?
This one right here. Yes, Plageuis lurking in the fridge.
Oh yeah, that quote. My God, the quotes that these people have been putting out in the last few days have just been something else. I told you this would happen. I was like, in between the finale and our stream, there's going to be. Literally, I was like, the second the finale was finished, I was like, it's going to get 10 times worse because, like, in the next few days, they'll drop a bunch of really bullshit quotes in various like articles, like Filoni did after Ahsoka. That'll make everything worse.
Yep, and they did.
It's
almost like the people who keep telling us to wait for context. It's like we can predict these things very accurately. I predicted in my fucking episode 5 video that the only way the Jedi don't hear the word Sith at any point, and like that word dies with soul, is if all the characters act incredibly stupidly. And lo and behold, as we're gonna get into, I mean, there's stupid character decisions on top of like just basic plot contrivances, but like those things really mesh together well, don't they, to construct a well-rounded narrative.
What are you talking about? Basil was absolutely everything Basil did was absolutely.
Basil is the most consistent character.
I don't know. I want someone to name any thing about Basil, like in terms of his. Actually, wasn't there like a thread? Andrew, didn't you send a thread to the chat that was like someone unironically defending his decision making? And it was just them making shit up and coping really hard. And like the basic crux of the defense was literally he's stupid. He believed that Soul was in league with May, and so he was sabotaging Soul. And it's like, what? What are you talking about?
That's why he sabotaged the ship right when Soul pulled a gun on May. He started targeting her ship because they're in league. Also, side note, I guess we'll get there when we get there, but like, what the hell was Soul doing? Pulling a gun on May's ship?
Well, okay, so I guess it should be said. We're doing 3 episodes today in terms of coverage, but like there's really not much to talk about with episode 6 because it was such a nothing burger. So like we can kind of just do what we did last time with episode 3 and like get into broad strokes. Like, yeah, the decisions that Soul makes in this episode are fucking nonsense, and only happen for the sole purpose of like him being framed for the massacre on Kofar.
The sole purpose.
I'm gonna kick you from the stream. But yeah, so like we talked last time about how May has disguised herself as Osha, and they've left the planet together, or at least they've gotten back to the ship together. It's really stupid that he doesn't know that she's May because of all the obvious reasons that he should. Although I do wonder if someone's going to defend, like, because we mentioned the fact that like Yoda said in the Clone Wars that all like even people who look the same are different in the Force, but like. Since May and Osha are apparently the same person, is that the reason Soul can't sense the difference?
Right, but they still have different memories and
emotional states. It doesn't make sense even then, but I'm just like, is that what they're going for?
I think so. Oh, I mean, like, to be fair, I want to get into this maybe in the next, in episode 7 coverage, but like, what do they even mean when they say that they're the same person? Like, I'm sorry, you cannot just throw that out as a line and be like, that explains everything. Like, no. I want you to explain that concept to me. What on earth are you talking about that they're the same person?
Well,
in what sense?
May disguised herself so she could get away from Chimere, but like, it seemed like her goal was just to kill Soul, right? Because that's like what she actually tries to do in this episode. Yeah. If it was just to get away from Chimere, I mean, fine. I'll accept that. Whatever. That's because she just makes decisions willy-nilly, inconsistently. Like, she might as well. That might as well be why she did that. Can you tell that I'm not really happy with this show? I don't really find myself fond of this program.
No, I don't like the show. I don't respect the show. I don't respect the people who like this show. I'm all out of kind words and sympathy. I've given so much leeway to like the various different fan groups. Well, actually, we'll get into this, I guess, after we've covered the last episode. But we've given a lot of leeway like all you'll have to do is look back to our first few episode coverages of Ahsoka to see this. Like we've given so much leash and so much leeway to all these fan groups who are like, well, give it a chance, and like maybe this will explain it, and like, oh, maybe you just need to look for the positives and all this shit. But we have now reached a point where to defend these shows, some really terrible things have had to have happened, and I'm no longer putting up with it.
Yeah, it's no longer a matter of like we disagree over the quality of a show. But we'll get into it.
Yeah. Well, should we go through episode? Because we can just do episode 6 in broad strokes. So shall we just do that point by point and then just rattle that one through?
I kind of want to go like sections almost in terms of like, so these are the decisions that Soul makes throughout the episode, and like all the ways in which the writers are trying to sidestep the fact that yes, he did just hear Chimera call himself a Sith and then like live to tell the tale. But here's how the Jedi never find out about that little encounter. Soul just decides not to tell them. That's the explanation.
Yep.
He he gets back to the ship and flies up into the sky, and he tries to call the Jedi, and there's like some fucky signal with the transceiver, I guess, and so like it's kind of unclear like what all is being picked up on their end in terms of what Soul is saying. We do find out later that that's a contrivance, of course, but like we find out later that they did get like pretty much all of what he said. Like he instead of saying the word Sith, he just says there's been my whole team is dead, and then he like the transmission ends, and then he has quote unquote Osha take the wheel and steer them up into space while he tries to fix the transceiver. So that's already just right out the gate. It's like, cool, we have contrivances, and we have Soul not telling them vital information that they desperately need to know that cannot die with him for the sake of their order. So not a strong start.
No, I wouldn't say so.
So that happens. And then basically when he does fix, like he resets the transceiver and he comes back into the cockpit, he and May have a heart-to-heart, and he still thinks she's Osha. Then the hologram comes back up, and there's a clear signal now. So he rushes over to the console to let them know, this urgent information that he needs to tell them. And then bam, the power just goes out right at that exact moment.
Oh, thanks, Basil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the implication is that Basil, the stupid little guide badger, cut it intentionally. And it's like, okay, so why? Are we going to find out why he did that? Are we gonna learn his motivations and what he's trying to accomplish?
No, is the short answer.
No.
Because like the most generous he can be there is like, oh, maybe he's trying to like prevent May from like escaping by stranding the ship there. And I'm like, well, why not just go and talk to Soul? I mean, even if Soul doesn't speak your language, you can like make gestures and like generally alert him that something is wrong.
Just another like really hilarious thing that like I didn't even really pick up on until it became relevant in these episodes. They brought a guide along on this mission that only one Jedi on their team could like communicate with and understand. So with him dead, they're just fucked now. Like Soul and Basil apparently have no way of communicating with each other. That is so unfortunate.
Oh, it's very very convenient from a writing perspective, I guess you could say.
Oh, well, basically all of this is convenient from a writing perspective. It's like the writers are like, oh, just you wait, because it's all going to make sense. The Jedi aren't going to find out about the Sith. You're jumping to conclusions, and then the way in which they sidestep that is just bad writing. It's just contrivances and stupid character decisions, and it's like this isn't better. This is still bad.
Absolutely, it's horrendous. Do we want to talk about how time remains absolutely broken?
Yeah,
because literally the next scene.
Yeah, so just so everyone is clear on like where everyone was at by the end of the episode, right? So like May and Soul headed back to their ship, which is about an hour or so away on foot, given the time frame from episode 4, which is already fucky and inconsistent. Meanwhile, Osha was knocked out by May and then found by Chimera, who had to deal with the bugs thing. And if you'll remember, their ship was at the very least like 3 hours away on foot, if not an entire day. Again, the time in episode 4 is bullshit, so it's kind of hard to determine it. But either way, their ship is much further away from Kilnaka's home than the Jedi ship. And yet, in the time it takes Soul and May to get back to their ship and fly it up into space, Osha and Chimera have apparently gotten back to their own ship and flown all the way to some other planet now. That's actually the episode starts off on that planet, with Osha waking up. So like they were already there by the time Sol and May took off.
Well, not just that. She's had time to like sleep and recover.
Yeah,
and wake up.
Yeah,
and like been patched up. He put like a bandage on her wound.
Kaima's going for a swim. Like all sorts of shit's happening. Like the best faith I think you could do for the show here is like maybe we're watching events out of order. Like maybe with this is a non-synchronous timelines that we're watching. But the problem is that doesn't work either, just through the sheer amount of time that is spent in one place versus the others.
Well, like let's even try to do this, right? So let's say that everything happening with Sol and May is happening. Let's just say 12-ish hours before everything we're seeing with Osha and Chimera, right? And like that, the episode does end with her putting on the mask, and then the finale picks up with her having the vision. I'm assuming like immediately after that scene. She has the vision that leads her to decide to go to Bryndock, and then they decide to go to Bryndock. And in that time, all that's happened is Sol and May had some ship troubles that lasted for a little bit, and then they flew to Bryndock. So, like, they shouldn't be arriving at the same time.
Well, I mean, unless Beldemnek is literally, like, orbiting Bryndock. But I'm sorry. I'm not having that. Like, if that's true, go fuck yourself. That's an incredible contrivance. But two, like, I just don't believe you. I just don't believe you.
I think the one thing, like, in terms of how space is handled in the show that I'd say is consistent, quote-unquote, is that apparently Kofar and Coruscant are really close to each other because the travel time to get to and from has just been consistently really fast.
Oh yeah, like in the next few episodes, like Vanestra jumps between like Kofar and Coruscant like 2 times in a row in like the span of like one scene. It's mental.
Well, in the time it takes for Sol to send the initial transmission that then is delivered to Vanestra by the person who received the message. Like obviously again, there's some ship troubles and they have to like fix May has to get the power working again. But in just that little amount of time that it took her to fix the ship up, which she said would be like a few minutes, Vanestra has received the message, gotten a team together, and flown all the way from Kofar, from Coruscant to Kofar, like in that amount of time. Because they arrive to Kofar as Sol goes to leave for Bryndock. And then, by the finale, she's already back on Coruscant, and then is on her way to Bryndock after all that's going down.
Yeah, and then gets to Bryndock in like the space of like 20 seconds, which again proves that Bryndock can't be so far away as to make the timeline in this episode work. Because like the only way you could otherwise countenance that would be like, well, maybe the journey from Kafar to Bryndock is really long, like long enough for them to go to Osha and Chimera to go to Beldimnek and have all their stuff and then come back. And I'm like, no, it's not possible anymore given how quickly they get to Bryndock.
It's also funny how in the finale, like when they arrive on Bryndock, the Jedi team, we see them like flying overhead, and then like there's a bunch of shit that happens in the time that like, and then the next time we see them, they're getting off the ship. So it's like, oh, time is being fucked with again. Like the Jedi just disappeared from existence so that all these events could play out without them interfering.
By the way, it's just
this kind of shit for the entire show.
I love the second amazing contrivance of like the second, in terms of like, oh, that's unfortunate, unless you're the writer, in which case it's hugely convenient, which is literally the second Sol leaves, like the split second later is when Vanestra gets there. And I'm like, oh, just stop. Just be quiet, show.
Yeah. The only other thing that happens, right, is so like, May goes to go see why the power shut off. There's like a scene that's supposed to be cute, I guess, and like funny and endearing, where the pit droid that Basil rescued like squirts shit on her face, like oil, I think.
Bumblebee, stop lubricating the man.
And like Basil like attacks her like by grabbing her leg and like kicking her, I think. And it's like, what are we watching right now? I'm already waiting for someone in the comments to say Star Wars has always been silly, but like that's not what I'm getting at. I don't care that this scene is silly. I'm just like, why are we what is happening? Why is Basil doing what he's doing? Why did he sabotage the power?
Also, presentation-wise, why is now the moment for a silly scene? Like, what are we trying to accomplish as a writer when you do this?
We've spent this entire time with May as the villain, but we're trying to set up how she will eventually be on Team Jedi, and Osha is going to be the true titular acolyte. So we have to show that she can interact with cutesy little animals and droids and like be a little Disney princess.
Wow, I mean, how amazing would that be if that only happens in the space of like 20 minutes and we don't set up this character change at all? That would be incredible. Can you imagine?
Setup.
Some excellent writing.
Character change. What are you talking? We don't do that. Setting
That's
setting
too
things
hard.
up is not. Yeah, dumbass.
Listen, we just run it where we're from, baby.
Yeah, so but like basically she does get the power running up again, like up and running again, but like in the time that it's taking for it to like reset or whatever, she has a conversation with Soul where like basically she's grilling him, like still pretending to be Osha, about like, you know, what have you not told me about what happened on Bryndock? And you know, obviously the show is trying to be like, see, there's more to the story, you should be interested and invested. And for the life of me, because I've rewatched this scene having now seen the entire show, I still have no idea what it was that she said in this conversation that tipped him off to the fact that she's actually May and not Osha.
The only thing I could say there's maybe the bit where she's like, "Oh, I had to give up a lot to become a Jedi," which I don't think is Osha's perspective, at least at this point.
Maybe. Well,
maybe.
How does he know? How does he know what she feels about how like, what happened?
Knows.
It's just weird. I don't know.
You're looking for logic, and I'm just like, Sheev, that's adorable, but
the thing is that when it comes to Osha, Soul is apparently omniscient because he knows things about her that like he just would have no way of knowing. I'm gonna delve more into that in the finale. Like once we learn what exactly he's planning to do and why he does this next thing, which is basically he knocks May out with a stun gun, which Basil witnesses, by the way. So any defense that like, oh, well, he thinks that they're in league with each other and so he's sabotaging Soul, like that goes out the window because he just watched him, you know, detain and like, you know, incapacitate her. So there's that.
And call her May out loud. So it's not even Basil could think it was Osha.
Well, I guess the assumption was that he knew that was May because he could smell it or whatever. And he was like, why does Soul not realize that, you know, like it's either Soul is incredibly stupid, which is the actual canon answer, or he's actually in league with May and they're working together and he's a badman. And that's like, that must be what Basil's perspective is, according to this. Well, let's call it what it is, a theory. This is a fucking theory that a fan had to come up with to explain why he did any of what he did in these episodes.
I feel like theory is too generous a word. Like, theory implies some rigorous thinking, at least, has gone into this. This is more like
fan fiction.
Yeah, this hope and a prayer that is an attempt to cope.
But yeah, and so
I don't want to skip over this because it's just really funny. But like during the adorable, you know, mucking around with Pip and Basil scene, she factory resets Pip and his eyes turn red because he's evil now. It's like it's that Simpsons meme of like, oh, I see what you did wrong. You set this thing to evil.
I literally don't know what to make, because like she says, obviously I'm resetting you to factory settings, but like now like, because again we're trying to do this thing where like the roles are reversed now, and now she's like Osha's like the Sith apprentice wearing all black, and May's got the civilian outfit on, and she's got the little Pip in her pocket, and like they've really switched roles, and it's like, yeah, okay. Now Pip is like you know, cool with her, in league with her.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't understand. Like, if I mean, this can't work for all the reasons we already laid out. But like, if you are going to write this whole like, oh, May's pretending to be Osha and Soul hasn't realized yet. Oh, suspenseful. Surely, you have Soul realize who she is based on like some very obviously set, some priorly set up thing from before. Like, oh, well, we know Osha treated Pip really well and basically treated him like he was alive, and maybe May wouldn't do that, and that would be tip her.
Yeah, because why would she? Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe she pulls up her sleeve to repair an injury, and he notices that she doesn't have the tattoo that he knows Osha has. Like all of these things, or maybe her hair falls out of her face for just a split second, and he sees the tattoo that she has and that Osha does. Like, there's any number of things that have been set up that could have been the quote unquote good way to tip off Soul. Instead, he just sort of realizes because like it's time for him to realize to make the plot happen.
Yeah. And it's because he realizes this, so like he knocks her out, and then the Jedi are like, Master Soul, stay on the line, we're coming in, we want to talk, and then he just shuts off the transceiver and like just leaves, just fucks off. Why?
Because the Virgins thing.
Because the thing is, we get an explanation, in episode 8 for why he did that, but like it doesn't make any sense, and we'll go over it when we get there. But like we have so much else to go through first.
Oh yeah, I was about to say. Speaking of character decisions not making any sense, let's talk about how they try and play off the Chimera Osha relationship during this episode.
No,
I'm so tired.
Because like literally like looking at those interviews talking about like how basically they had originally written there to be a kiss between them at the end. Like all these articles that I've read have all alluded to the same thing, where like the people behind this are like, yeah, you know, there are ships like Raylo. Like they keep bringing up Raylo, so it's like, I know that you're inspired by Raylo. Why are we? Why the fuck are we taking inspiration from Raylo?
So I can think of at least one person who will not like what we're about to say, but Wolfren and Raylo are bad. They're just bad.
Yes.
I'm really tired of. I mean, I said this in our private chat the other day. Like the reason this is starting to really wind me up is that it gives me really strong like Suicide Squad, Joker, Harley romanticizing vibes, where like people take a relationship that is obviously
Toxic.
really abusive or toxic, or something really like dangerous and deadly and unpleasant and abusive, and try and make it into like this cool, sexy, romantic thing. It's like, oh, these two characters, like they're both Darksiders and they feel such passion for each other, which I mean doesn't make any goddamn sense given what we know about her character, but oh well. And you're like, yeah, but like he's a mass murdering lunatic and tried to kill her in the last episode
that she cared about.
Yeah, and tried to kill her. And we're just not going to address that. And they're like, oh, but like they're both really attractive actors. And I'm like, you need to stop. You need to stop doing this. Please don't do that in your real lives, for God's sake. But also just stop valuing it in media.
Have like a scene where he goes for a swim and he strips naked, and like she goes up to pick up his lightsaber to kill him, obviously. And then she just kind of sees him there naked, and then he like gets out of the water. There's like a split moment that everyone on Twitter gushed about, where like she looks down at his cock, and it's like, yeah.
Well, yeah, they also try to really play up the phallic motif behind her picking up his lightsaber.
It feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels good to have it in your hand again, doesn't it? And you're like, what are we doing?
It's just weird, and like, yeah, there was. Instead, in lieu of a kiss at the end, there was intimacy. They held hands.
Gross.
Because that's something two Sith would do, is just hold hands.
I mean, that's what Palpatine and Plagueis did all the time in the novel. You fake
and they skipped and sang many, I don't know what they would sing.
Plagueis made him a mixtape.
Yeah.
Like, my heart will go on.
It's the same exact kind of thing as Raylo. In that it's poorly set up and also extremely dangerous to promote as like a thing that like, because obviously, especially with Raylo, like there were a lot of like teenage girls, who were watching those movies who were like really, really attracted to Adam Driver. Well, yeah, both teenagers, kids, impressionable, but like, how teenagers can be, right? And they see two hot people making out and they're like, oh, yeah, like this is fine, this is good, and I should aspire to have a relationship like these characters that I've grown attached to. And if that relationship is born of toxicity and manipulation and straight up mind rape, as is the case with Rey and Kylo, maybe don't condone that.
Do you remember when like Twilight got memed out the window because people were like, "Oh, this is actually really creepy behavior from Edward, just like stalking her at night and like staring in through her window."
100-something-year-old man going sneaking into a high school.
I'm like, at least people back then actually clowned on Twilight for this. Like, have we just, as a society, regressed where like the entire fan base is like, no, it's actually really romantic that they do this. Like, stop, please.
I wonder what you make of like the romance between Belle and the Beast in Beauty and the Beast, because like that's obviously one that's born of Stockholm syndrome initially.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, the salient difference, I guess, would be like his gruffness, like his quote unquote evil is a farce, right? Like there's nothing about the Beast that is actually evil.
Okay, yes, but he did still take her father captive, and then in his place, in exchange for his freedom,
true,
he was like, "You need to be my captive," and she was like, "Okay," like that.
True, but I would say that rather than her coming around to his perspective, it's much more like he gets brought around to hers. Like, it's still not a great start, but like by the end, you're like, no, I was in the wrong and I shouldn't have treated your dad that way, and like you've made me a better person who wouldn't ever do that again, because that's clearly a terrible thing to do.
Mm-hmm. I think people would argue that's the case with Rey and Ben Solo, because obviously he has a redemption in Rise of Skywalker, and then
but there's nothing to redeem. I mean, here's the thing: like, could you have written a version of the sequels where like Kylo starts off as evil as he is, and even does the things he does in Force Awakens, and still have Rey forgive him? It's like, potentially, you'd have to do a lot of work to make that viable, but it is theoretically possible. The problem is that we just didn't get that work. So from Rey's perspective, it's like, you killed your father, who was my pseudo father figure for some reason. After an hour of knowing him, you helped blow up trillions of people. Like, you laid waste to villages. Like, you kidnapped me. You're literally a monster in a mask. And like, the first time I saw you take off your mask, you put it in a big barrel full of other people's ashes that you killed.
So
but
edgy.
we touched hands one time, and like, you were wronged by Luke, so I love you now. I'm like, no, you need to do a lot more than that.
Yeah, obviously it's much different with Beauty and the Beast, because they do set up the love story and they actually flesh it out, and it is a matter of the Beast coming around to her perspective and becoming a better person.
Like, you actually want to see something that does like a toxic relationship that gets slowly fixed over time and made better is Buffy. Buffy does that really well.
With who?
Between Buffy and Angel is one case, but like much more so with Buffy and Spike later on. Like, this is weird considering what we'll go into with Torben, but like, I am, vociferously on the record, it's been quite anti-rape, as all humans should be.
Hot take.
Spike is one of my favorite characters in anything ever, and in the penultimate season of that show, he tries to rape Buffy, who he's been in a quote-unquote relationship with that's very abusive and toxic on both sides. And that sparks like a massive character change in him, where like he realizes like how terrible the thing he's done is and goes away, and they spend a lot of time fixing that character to make it to make the romance between them past that point believable. And there's a lot of work that goes into that, and like a lot of forgiveness has to happen, and it's done really well. And so like by the end, I'm like, yeah, Spike's a really good character. Like, just as in terms of his writing quality, he's fantastic.
Well, in 13 Reasons Why, Bryce had a family and like was like, cared about his mom, so like you should be sad that he died.
Oh my goodness.
True.
Anyway,
no notes.
Moving on from the weird sexual aspect of this relationship, I do find it mildly amusing how poorly they set up, because obviously like the interaction between Chimera and Osha is supposed to be setting up like this quote unquote twist where Osha goes evil and May becomes sort of good, and she joins, Osha joins Chimera in May's place, and so they have Chimera doing like the world's most obvious.
I'm sorry, Bagel.
They have Chimera doing the world's like most obvious like 5-year-old reverse psychology to try and like get Osha to start questioning her allegiance to her friends who he just murdered. I don't
want to skip past so she has his lightsaber active, not active, but like she's holding it out, and like, obviously, I will kill you, don't take a step closer. And he's like, you're wondering if it's morally justifiable to kill me. In the heat of battle, it's one thing, but here, like hours later, it's vengeance, and it's like, yeah, but she's your prisoner. Like
you're also a murderer.
He really rolls the dice in this scene and in later scenes where she actively could kill him just by turning on the lightsaber. And it's like, you're relying on her being so strict in the Jedi way of like, don't kill the unarmed, that she won't defend herself if she believes herself to be in imminent danger, which she should, because she knows what he's capable of even without a lightsaber. She's seen it firsthand.
He massively outranks her in terms of power level and skill. So whether or not she has a lightsaber, she's still at a huge disadvantage in any potential conflict.
And she's a prisoner. I mean, she literally says, "Am I your prisoner?" He's like, "Prisoner, you're the one with the weapon." But it's like, that's not an answer to that. That's not an actual response to that.
That's not how that works.
I guess the other question is like, why did he take her at all? Considering like in the very last episode, he tried to murder her.
That's the thing. I literally said that in my video where I'm like, well, They made it seem like he wanted her alive because he threw her out of the fight and knocked her out instead of killing her when he easily could have. But then, like a few minutes later, he tries to kill her, so I don't even know anymore. But by the end, he's come around to, I guess, wanting her alive again, and he puts a little blankie over her. So, okay.
And she doesn't question this at all. I love how she's like, yeah, why did you bring me here? And he just goes like, yeah, why did I bring you here? It's like, no, seriously though, but why did you? Because
answer the fucking question.
You tried to kill me last episode, and you killed all my friends.
Friends,
oh God!
They can only go so far because they're Jedi.
Friends, true.
Like that's
I love by the way how that.
Why do you love people who can only love you so much back?
This is like he sounds like a Redditor who found out Instagram exists, and he starts doing like a grift where he puts like these quotes on like
those like fan fiction writers from the early 2010s who would talk about like how their moms sold them to One Direction. Like he sounds like one of those Wattpad fan fiction.
There's also the thing of like, even if you want to be one of the people who's gonna, because these people obviously exist, who will defend this and be like, oh well, he's appealing to her what she's always wanted and seducing her in the dark side, which we're already saying is really poorly done. But retroactively, that makes her character like so much worse because what you're telling me all the way through those scenes with like all those nice scenes with like Jackie where they're smiling together, or where she's like talking to Soul about about how much she cares, or like talking to Yord and she's so happy to see him. All that time she was just thinking like, I only like you as much as you like me.
Yeah, you can't commit fully to like being my friend because you have like duties as a Jedi.
Oh, okay.
My mom
I still
sold
wonder
me to Kylo Ren.
By the way, I'm still wondering where Yord's apprentice is at.
Dude, has she even been told?
No.
Yeah.
Does she know?
Does she know?
Where is she? She appeared one time across the whole show.
Where is Catgirl? Is she safe? Is she all right?
I already forgot her name again. I feel like every time we bring her
Talia?
up,
Like Talisa or something?
No, Talisa. Isn't that the name of Robb Stark's wife in Game of Thrones?
I mean, potentially. Like, more than one character can have that name, Sheev. It's not a monopoly.
There in
It's
fact
IP'd
is a character
its own.
in Game of Thrones named Osha. So.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, so moving on from that.
She's like, I have no
my notes.
I also just there's also the great funny the kind of funny thing of like when Kaima is trying to explain like because Osha's like, oh, what did you mean my power? What do you mean I'm strong in the Force? Like if you don't keep up your training, then like your power wanes. And he's like, well, if you use the dark side, then your power never wanes. That's just not how that works, Kaima. I'm sorry. Like the dark side is the quick and easy path, but that doesn't mean that you just like don't have to have training.
You just have to be pissed off all the time. That's all it is.
Well, but like not even right. It's like if Anakin had never been trained in like quote unquote the Jedi arts and how to use the Force, then he could have been as angry as he liked. He still wouldn't have been able to do jack shit.
True. Except when
Tassie Lau, by the way.
Tassie Lau.
Okay. Well, I mean, like Sith training is a thing. It's not like the Sith don't train people.
Yeah, if anything, their version of training is just like way more extreme and like and physically demanding than what the Jedi go through. Like if you read the Plageuis novel, especially like the early stages of Palpatine's training under Plageuis is just basically him being put through hell, physically, mentally, like spiritually, just all things.
Mm-hmm. No, you just gotta be really angry. That's all you need.
That's all it is. If you spend 6 years without training, like you'll still have power. So you'll still be able to do all the things you did 6 years ago.
Yeah, you'll be able to fight with fully effective martial training that you won't have become rusty on at all. Just need to be angry. That's all you need.
True. I did like he was like, I made a mistake with May. I thought she wanted what I wanted, and she's like, "What do you want?" He's like, "The power of 2." He's like, "Shut up! Shut the fuck up!"
It's a reference to the song.
I hate that. I was afraid when they started doing that chant in episode 3 that they were going to connect the power of 2 to the Sith rule of 2 in some way and try to make that like a clever little thing.
Haven't they already done that in canon, right? Where they're like, oh, the Sith rule of 2 is just an attempt to recreate the dyad.
The dyad, yeah, they did retroactively make that a thing in one of the reference books.
Why?
Because
and to that I say fuck off. I don't believe you and I don't accept that.
I'll accept it. Let's run with this.
Oh yeah, Basil sees Soul stun May and then and shut down the transponder. I guess maybe that's what he doesn't like Soul in the next episode. Like he saw Soul ignore the transponder message.
It's so funny too because like from his perspective, like because we know objectively that like Soul is just actually stupid. Like he's just making stupid decisions. He is not a smart individual. But like from Basil's perspective, he must just be looking at this stuff and going, "Oh my god, he's evil. He's in on it. Oh no."
If I was him, I'd just kill him.
Basil is so confused.
Why has he not restrained Basil, by the way?
Does he even know that Basil's there?
I don't know if he knows that yet. I know that in the finale, he actively like looks back and sees Basil sabotaging him when he's chasing May through the asteroid belt thing. So at that point, it's like, oh, fucking tie him down, like because he doesn't do that. He just leaves him there.
Soul just decapitates Basil.
Yeah, just kill him.
This little fucker is just sabotaging you.
Shall we talk about Soul's logic behind going to Brendok?
Let's wait because we have to get to the finale first.
Do we? Because he leaves for Brendok in this episode.
He leaves for hyperspace. We don't know where he's going. Like in terms of just this episode, I think it's better to lay it out once we have all the context and all the references from episode 7.
I could have sworn he says that they're going to go back to Brendok in this episode.
No, I think he just he
literally just goes, "Oh, May," and then like the Jedi are trying to contact him, and then he switches it off, and then he just jumps. I don't think he says anything.
Do we not have the conversation between him and May when she's strapped down, or is that another episode?
Well, they have a conversation, but he talks about like I don't think he ever says specifically like we're going to Brendok or why. He just says that like there's so much that I've wanted to say to you in these last 16 years, and now like we're gonna have this conversation now.
Does he not have the whole conversation about like we need to go to Brendok to prove avergence?
No,
so that,
that's
like,
that's at the beginning of episode 8. That's why I'm trying to say like, well, let's just wait on that.
Okay, I mean, I'm happy to wait. I'm sure he does say something along those lines in that episode, but I'm happy to wait. The conversation doesn't need to be had now anyway.
Yeah.
Then we have Vanestra finding the bodies, and this is all just done to basically give her an excuse to then blame Sol later, because like, oh, someone with a lightsaber killed these people.
It's one thing that's weird is like it really seemed like they were setting up that she herself was going to believe that Sol was actually behind the Jedi massacre, because they had all these little hints that set up that she was already kind of suspicious of him as early as the first episode. But by the end, she knows full well that he didn't, but still frames him anyway. So I think it's weird that they did all that setup for what ultimately just wouldn't have a payoff.
Well, I guess the payoff is like she's cynically manipulating events and to construct a false narrative to politically cover her ass, which would have been really interesting if we actually there is something I want to mention because we kind of skipped over that. We have the first inkling now about like a specific political conflict that she's dealing with, which is like Senator Rayencourt is leading an attempt to have a review made into the Jedi.
Yep.
Now the thing is, like, they've obviously just dropped that to like, oh, see, this is why she's behaving in like untoward ways and keeping the council out the loop. And I'm like, okay, but that doesn't actually help me at all as an audience member, because I don't know anything about this review. I don't know what's at stake for the Jedi if they fail it or if it goes ahead.
I don't know what she's trying to hide, essentially.
Well, yeah, because even the guy she's talking to about it in this, the friendly senator in this episode, he's like, well, this, even if this review happens, a big whoop, because the Jedi have always been transparent, so what's to hide?
Yeah. And like I'm happy for you to tell me that like she's so corrupt that she's like she did something so heinous. I mean, we know that she did, because like whatever happened with Chimere, who was her student, like that was probably really fucked up. Maybe she doesn't want them looking too deep into them because they might uncover that story. The point is, I'm happy for her to have skeletons in her closet, but like tell me what they are, maybe.
Yeah, we need some kind of inkling as to what is it actually at stake from this review. We can't just have Vanessa looking worried into camera and have no explanation. Like, we don't need a full, laid out, detailed backstory. We just need to know vaguely why she doesn't want this.
No, I need to know about that time she fucked Snoke.
Real is Snoke.
I still just think it's really funny how she's just like, we can't tell the Jedi Council about things because then they'll be inclined to tell the Senate, and it's like, why?
I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, that was set up, and I guess that's the end of the episode. Nothing else really happens in this one, right? Other than the song in the credits.
That was the next episode.
Oh no, you're right. That is the end of the next one, isn't it? Oh my god, they're all blending together.
They do have a thing where, like at the very end, Osha decides to put on the Smilo Ren mask, and it's very cringe.
Yeah, but that's kind of a continuation of that. She has a weird fascination with Chimere that doesn't make any sense, and she's quote unquote inhabiting his skin now, and I'm just like, oh, okay, right.
Yeah, they're doing this thing where it's like she is reluctant to trust him at first, but like she'll come around eventually, and it's like, but why? Why will she come around? Why would she ever trust this guy?
That's the thing, right? There's been no setup for this, because up until now, she's only ever been like friendly, nice, caring person who clearly like loves people around her. There's been no inkling that like she's got darker feelings that she's pushing down. Other than like Sol's like, you're angry at your sister, which is like totally legitimate.
I mean, yeah, she had like certain attachment issues that she could never quite quell, like while training as a Jedi, and they reference that a few times in the show.
But that's just not the same thing, right? Like, there's a difference between being like, oh, Osha is the kind of person who cares about other people so much that she has trouble remaining detached in the way that a Jedi perhaps should, versus she has, this deeply buried dark fascination with doing evil and with evil things and with the darkness. I'm like, no, you need to set that up. You can't just have this come out of nowhere in what is quite, almost the penultimate episode.
It's basically the penultimate because then the next one is all flashback.
A flashback, yeah.
Excuse me. Also, I think one small thing that's worth noting. He mentions Chimera mentions about his mask. Like he explains what cortosis is first of all, which maybe do that beforehand so it's like set up, whatever. And then he says also it's like a sensory deprivation mask, kind of like what the Jedi younglings use in their training. So like maybe that's the explanation for why you can't read his mind while he wears it. Like that's why it's the Magneto helmet. It's not due to cortosis. It's just that apparently impedes your ability to read his mind. I guess might be what they're going for.
Wait, does that mean Kanan Jarrus is immune to having his feelings read because he's blind?
I mean, he still has other senses open, I guess. Like, I guess the idea is if you can't see or hear anything, then you're just impervious. But I don't know.
The entire point of these deprivation helmets is to like force you to rely on the Force and open yourself up to the Force. And so it's like, oh yes, the thing that hides you from being read in the Force by other people is making yourself super open to it.
I don't fucking know. I mean, sure, maybe Kanan can't have his mind read. That's good for him. Good for Kanan. At least one thing about him being blind was like a net positive.
I just want some kind of logical through line in basically anything in the show.
I just want to understand, like, yeah, because like they established so many powers that the Jedi have, like being able to read anyone's mind, and like the witch in episode 7, as we're going to get into in a bit, is able to do that and like literally walk around in someone's mindscape and like learn everything she wants to know about them. And it's like these are just powers that we're introducing, and then we have like the mind wipe that we're going to get into. We have psychometry, which is something that like Jedi were like only a few specific Jedi were able to do previously, but now it's just something everyone can do. We saw that in Ahsoka as well. And I want to understand like how these powers work, what their limits are, like especially with the psychometry, right? Because like you have Vernestra in this scene where she's looking at the massacred Jedi. She hears like echoes of what's happening. But like, is she seeing events or like, and like what events? Like, why is the Force allowing her to hear this and that and whatever? And like later when they arrive on Brendok, they're like Vernestra uses psychometry to hear about like hear the echoes of what happened on Brendok 16 years ago, but not what happened immediately like 5 minutes ago. So I want some rules, man. I want to know why it works this way.
Well, I mean, the rule is just whatever the writers need, right? Like that is literally the only rule that guides this. It's like what do the writers need to have happen to facilitate the next plot point they want?
The visions that Osha gets in like throughout the show from the Force, they all happen just very conveniently to push the plot along. It's like, yeah, Osha needs to know this information now.
I'd say foreshadowing is a literary device in which, but they don't really know how to do that either.
Yeah, it's not so much foreshadowing as them just literally being like, this is a thing now, deal with it. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah.
And then this happened, and then this happens, and then this happens. What is cause and effect? Who needs that?
I think I was working the day they held the funeral for storytelling, so I wasn't able to pay my respects.
I was invited, but I refused to attend on principle because the organizers were Disney.
They murdered the bastard, and now they're fucking holding his funeral.
You're at work being like, that was today! Oh, goodness.
Yeah, and I think that's everything from episode 6. Like I said, we're going to just kind of power through it because not a lot happened.
Do you want to do your super chats then before you move on to the first real episode of analysis?
Because we've accrued quite a few since we got this going. Yeah.
I was just going to say, like, someone in the chat was like, cause and effect is a literary device. I'm like, it's not even that it's a literary device. Like, cause and effect is a basic foundation of, like, universes functioning.
Like the laws
of physics. Yeah, the real universe, never mind fiction.
Sam Montgomery, thank you for the super chat. Acolyte, correct. Indeed. Agreed. Gonzalez Sky Talker for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Osha and May are reincarnations of the two worms. Do not besmirch the names of the worms.
The worms will remember.
What if they do that? Like, do a thing where like the worms are one consciousness split across two worms.
What does that even mean? Someone explain this concept to me.
Well, you see, their symbionts are exactly identical, which makes them the same person, I guess.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Well, we'll get into that metaphysics, I guess, at the end of this episode.
Wisdom Minari. Oh, that was a voice crack. Wisdom Minari for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Chancellor, please, I need you to run for president. But on topic, yes, first of all, yes. Now that Biden's out, you best fucking believe I'm running. Twitter has been a fucking mess the last few days. Why did Soul not sense that dumb beaver ferret thing or hear him or smell him? I don't know, Wisdom. Maybe he was distracted.
I was like, maybe canonically Soul just doesn't have a sense of smell because he apparently couldn't smell the burning hair either.
Yeah, he doesn't he doesn't know how to sense things in the Force either. That's been confirmed several times across this show.
Do you think they could have done that with Plageuis? Like, just swap out Soul for like Plageuis, and like Plageuis doesn't notice that Osha and May have replaced each other because he literally doesn't have a nose.
Kill me. Okay. It's just AV for I don't know what that number is, but $2. Why is the writing in modern Star Wars so bad? Well, that's what we're here to talk about today. Give us a minute.
Would you like the short answer or the long answer? The last time I gave the short answer, people in Chief's chat got very upset with me, which is just capitalism.
The long answer is all of these streams that we're doing.
Yep.
JK Network for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why do people like Chimere? Why do people like Chimere X Osha when it's literally the same as Reylo but more rushed and contrived? Is it more rushed and contrived? They're both rushed and contrived. I don't know how you quantify that. Neither good, but at least at least Kylo had conflict. Chimere happily killed Osha's friends, but she doesn't care.
Well, she's the conflicted one now, apparently, because she really wants to be a murderous, sexually exploratory psychopath. Apparently,
like I guess
setup for that, but
the one defense I'd give Reylo compared to Oshamir, is that the fucking name? Is that the ship name?
Strange Josh, because technically his name isn't Chimere, right? It's the reverse Grogu thing of like we thought he was Chimere, but he's actually just the stranger. So Strange Josh, Osha.
I was gonna say at the very least, Rey was willing to believe that there was good in Kylo and that he could be redeemed. With Chimere, it's just like I don't know. He's like a fucking murder happy psychopath. And he's really
it's the reverse situation. So he's there being like, oh, I believe there's real evil in you that we can draw out rather than good and still in you.
Kill me. He could make me worse.
Yeah, I guess the difference there is like Kylo actually did have hints that he had at least once been a good person, whereas with Osha, it's like, oh, I think that you're actually a dark person deep down. I'm like, I have seen literally no hints of that at all.
Where are you getting this from? Did you read the script?
Also, I'm going to stick with it being called Strange Josh because that's then we can say she's getting some strange and it's funny.
Strange and Josh. Another one from Wisdom Minari for $10. Thank you for the super chat. He killed her friends and kidnapped her. There were people saying she has agency. She has a choice. He said she can go. Like, bro, he's a Sith. He's manipulative and seductive by nature. It's all vile. Do we want to talk about that too? Because he tells her, you can swim over to the ship and take off whenever you want. But it's like, he wouldn't actually let her, surely.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't believe he would actually let her. And there's a certain other person who's apparently in this cave who I'm sure wouldn't let her go either. Well, we'll get there.
But that's what I wonder is like with Chimere, he ostensibly doesn't want anyone finding out who he is and that the Sith are a thing, but he also doesn't really care that much if people get away with that knowledge. So like maybe he would just let Osha leave with the knowledge that he's a Sith and like the planet that he lives on, because she would obviously be able to tell based on like Navi coordinates, like where she's taking off from.
Retroactively, something I found quite amusing was, do you remember back in episode 1 when the prison ship crashes?
Yeah.
Excuse me. And like one of our things was like, oh, well, apparently she can't pilot. Not sure why, given she was trained as a Jedi, but okay, she can't pilot because otherwise this scene doesn't make any sense. Well, makes even less sense.
It makes I was going to say, as if it would make sense if she could fly the ship and try to steer it down safely.
But then in this episode, like before they even have their talk, right, she like comes out of the cave and she sees Chimere walking along the beach. Like she sees the ship and then she looks to her right and sees Chimere walking along the beach away from her. And I'm like, so the ship is there then, and it's within swimming reach, and Chimere's going the other way. I guess the only reason you're not going for it is because, canonically, as of episode 1, you can't fly a ship. But it turns out she can. So why didn't she just go for the ship then? Why did she stick around to perv on him bathing?
Because she wanted to kill him, which she didn't manage to get around doing, apparently.
We also skipped over how shit his lightsaber looks in the daytime. It looks so cheap and crap.
It does, especially in the finale when he's fighting Soul. Like the core is pink and it's really weird. Anyway, from James Donahue for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, Sheevan gang. I suppose you guys are gang. You should feel honored. I just finished the Thrawn book trilogy and am floored at how well written every character is. Thanks to your channel for exposing me to good, well written content. Refreshing. I assume you mean the '90s Thrawn trilogy. I haven't read the modern ones that fit in the new canon, or at least not all of them. I've read like 1.5 of them, and I wasn't all that impressed. But yes, the Thrawn books are very good.
Except for Luke. Luke is a mistake.
He's a masterpiece. You're wrong. See, you pronounce it Luke. I pronounce it Luke.
Luke.
I pronounce it
We'll
Luke.
go to the Dagobah system.
Lube Skywalker.
One from Bagel for $2. Thank you for the super chat. I have thoughts on Reylo, but TLDR, J.J. Abrams bad.
Real.
But, I mean, he made the critically acclaimed series Lost, so I mean, he can't be all bad.
Real. Chat spam real.
Jolly and I have no opinions whatsoever on Lost. Anyway,
none.
Wisdom Minari for $5. Thank you once again for the super chat. I never cared about enemies to lovers tropes, innocent or otherwise. Sheev, Chimere is a tactical genius, remember? We can't know his far-reaching plans. He's referencing a great comment that I got on my episode 5 video, where basically I was like, so why? If the explanation for why Stoll and Jecki are not in the fight when Osha wakes up is that they were knocked out by Chimere, why didn't he just kill them? And one person commented, the reason why is because he's more tactically, like, he's smarter than me clearly, and way more of way better tactically minded. That's the explanation for why he didn't kill the unconscious Jedi that he just took down.
I've just realized that is just someone unironically pulling the "It's so dumb, it's brilliant" from Glass Onion.
No, it's just dumb.
I the thing is, it almost saddens me because what's happened there is someone's watched the show and gone, I don't understand what's going on, and then instead of concluding maybe the show hasn't done a good job and maybe it isn't very well written, and maybe the writers don't know what's going on, they've just gone, oh well, clearly I'm just too stupid to get it, and I'm like, that makes me feel bad.
Well, the thing is, I used to watch movies that way, and I've had to kind of train myself out of that mindset. Like, no, I'm a smart cookie. I have a head on my shoulders that has thinking brain juices. So, like, if something doesn't make sense, and I've gone through all of it as best I can with all the information available and tried to reason why a thing happened, and just ultimately I conclude, like, this doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, unless I'm missing something, which I probably am not, because I've given this as much thought as I possibly can, just doesn't make sense. That's okay.
Or maybe Leslie Headland is just smarter than you.
Yeah, definitely.
Which the thing is, that would still be like a mistake in the writing, right? Like if the argument there is Leslie Headland has produced a piece of television that is so brilliant that 99% of her audience didn't get it, I'm like, then she's messed up then because her audience don't understand her.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you have to have a pretty high IQ to understand the complexities of the Acolyte. One final one from the Silver Jacket Man for $5. Speaking of Basil, the funniest thing is the Jedi have to whack him now to complete the cover-up, right? The little beaver knows too much. You can play some whack-a-mole.
Yeah, that
like,
little shit
like,
rat.
He's just sitting in the waiting
fucking rat.
Like, he's just sitting in the waiting room, like, the second waiting room beside the one that May's in, and Vanessa walks into his room and he squeaks happily to see her, and then she just pulls out a lightsaber and he realizes what's going to happen and he just starts scrabbling at the walls.
That'll be crazy because he's a civilian.
Well, I wonder if it is that he knows too much, because we're clearly establishing canonically that he's stupid. So maybe he just doesn't actually understand any of what happened, and they can just let him go.
Mm-hmm.
He's Darth Tenebris.
This is such a good show.
Unironically, if season 2 makes Basil Darth Tenebris, I will actually give it points because that would be so funny.
In the time that I was reading those, we got another one from Clone for £10. Thank you for the super chat, Clone.
Yo.
55 years ago, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin found Sentinel Prime on the moon. True.
Real.
Alright then. So, episode 7.
Yeah.
Masterpiece, right?
Where the
best one?
Fucking begin with this one.
I guess we start at the beginning.
would you like to recap for us, Jolly, or like just go through it?
Yeah, I'll just do the bullet points then, and you can stop me when you, which will be immediately, right? Whenever you have a problem. So, 16 years ago, we see a little. we see we're getting another flashback episode, and I'll save the commentary on the presentation of that until after we've done this one. But we're having our second full flashback episode out of an 8 episode total runtime.
Actually, I want to get into it now. Actually, just fuck it.
All right.
You remember in The Haunting of Bly Manor when they did something similar, where like the entire penultimate episode was just dedicated to like explaining everything that the audience was still yet to know, and like it didn't feel like out of place or like it, like it didn't fuck with the pacing, because it was like, this. Like, we have had the mystery dangled in front of us, and now we're getting the answers that we need in order to understand the stakes of the finale. It works. It was structured well.
Well, Drinker didn't think it did. So,
yeah, well, Drinker also...
Drinker
also thought episode 5 of the show was an improvement to the previous 4, so...
we can safely discard his opinion.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Although when you say safely discard, like, his opinion, because it makes me think of, like, we're wearing, like, hazmat suits, and we're, like,
it's a biohazard.
We're holding it with, like, tongs, like, 6 feet apart, and then,
it's it's glowing green.
And we're, like, we throw it into, like, a hazardous waste dump.
You have us in a room with, like, some of his fans, and, like, we're trying to explain how bad the takes are, and there's, like, 3.5 Ron gun. Not too bad, not too good.
Critical Drinker is a notable bastion of good media criticism. True.
He is a notable bastard of... Oh, you said Bastion. Oh, okay.
Anyway, sorry to cut you off there. I just wanted to rant about that because the presentation of the show is terrible.
No, I agree. Like, a total... with 8 episodes, most of which are, like, between 29 and 40 minutes, varying. It's not a lot of time. And 2 whole episodes, 2 of the longer episodes as well, are just completely devoted to a series of flashbacks that, one is like, oh, these are the bias flashbacks, which could have just been a 10-minute explanation at most. And then the other one is like, let's go back and rehash the whole thing again to give the real perspective. And it's literally like, it just makes everything worse from a writing perspective.
It even repeats like large sections of scenes we've already watched. And it's like, okay, yep.
Yeah, to no purpose as well. There's no new context added to those. It's just like, look, it's the scene again.
Yeah.
So, to get into that, 16 years ago, Indara, Kelnaka, Torben, and Sol are on Brendok, where they've been here for 7 weeks, by the way. So keep that in mind.
Keep that in your back pocket.
Keep that in the back of your brain folds. That sounds horrible. But they've been here for 7 weeks, and they're here searching for a Vergent, because you see, Brendok recently was rendered uninhabitable by what they call a hyperspace disaster, rather than just the great hyperspace disaster.
The one that would be historically known by like everyone. You could just like you could just say literally the great disaster, and anyone in the galaxy would probably be like, yeah, that one, the one that everyone knows about.
The joke I made to Sheev was a bit like if Sheev and I went on a trip to Germany, and we went to one of the ruins of one of the concentration camps, and I was like, oh yes, one of those camps from a war. And you're like, what do you mean a war? What are you talking about?
I mean, it's not just real, right? So
one of those wars. I forget which one.
So just weirdly phrased, but very minor point. It's just kind of funny how weirdly phrased it is.
They're searching for this Vergence with like metal detectors.
Yeah. So the thing about this Vergence, right, is it is so powerful that it has brought an entirely devastated planet, lifeless planet, back to like a full ecosystem in a span of like a couple of decades, like alarmingly quickly, to the point where like only a Vergence could have caused this. So we're here to search for it. And like you'd think that Vergence being so powerful, and being that these are Jedi who can use the Force and they can sense it, might be easy to find, but no, they're having to use metal detectors and repurposed car batteries and manually scan with like these person-sized detectors the entire planet, like random rocks and trees and twigs, to try and find this Vergence.
So what I'm wondering is either they were just going to search the entire planet, in which case it's a coincidence that they happen to land near the only fucking settlement on this planet, like to the point where it only took them 7 weeks to find it. Or alternatively, there was like a general area that they were like, we're going to search there because that's like the strongest, like most potent area of the planet with the Force, because it's nearby the Witch Coven place. Naturally, it would be. In which case, why did it take them 7 weeks to find the fortress?
Well, also the fortress is not hard to spot. It's a giant, like it looks like a giant like orc stronghold in the mountains. It's
And
like
a big
carved out of rock.
It's a mining fortress that was like abandoned
Yeah.
after the hyperspace disaster.
But I mean, the thing is, when you say like a mining fortress, it makes it sound like it's buried underground and hard to spot. No, like the top of the mountain is carved and hanging by wires. It is impossible to miss.
It's sticking out like a sore thumb at the top of a fucking mountain.
But
like
yeah, they don't
surely
spot it.
going in like from an aerial position, like on a ship, you're gonna look down at the planet and be like, "The fuck is that?" Also, can they not scan it with like their sensors?
Apparently, like
Water
live scanners don't work
scanning.
anymore.
Kill me.
Well, shit, it's even funnier than that because in order to give the audience the exposition of why they're here, like, oh, we're looking for a virgin, they have Torben be like, "What are we doing here? I have no idea what we're doing." I'm like, seriously, we've been here for 7 weeks,
It's been
and
almost
Torben
2 months. They
Yeah,
never. He never asked. They never decided to brief him on the parameters. What did he think they were using the metal detectors to try to find?
Like,
Also,
like here's a metal detector. Just scream if it goes beep. He's like,
what,
okay.
He's what, like 19? He never learned what a virgins is.
Apparently not.
He was sick that day in youngling class when they taught them about that.
Yeah, I just because I wanted to make that joke, the metal detectors and like how small they seem to think this virgins is, and the fact they're taking moss samples. I'm like, maybe they think the chosen one is an ant. They're searching for the chosen ant who's brought life to this planet.
What's interesting is that when they're explaining it to Torben, like what a virgins is, Indara says that it's like a big concentration of force energy centered around a location. She specifically says location, which implies that it being centered around a person is anomalous. Like it's not supposed to be like that.
Which is why unheard of, yeah.
Which is why, like, when Qui-Gon says, "I've encountered a virgins in the Force," why was Windu's immediate question located around a person?
Well, I guess to be charitable to Phantom Menace, you could say, well, Qui-Gon's particular religious zealotry and what he's interested in, and the fact he's bringing this up to them. And also like the timing of it, right? Because he's like, I was on Tatooine, and you found a virgin on Tatooine. Might lead Mace to be like, wait, hang on, do you mean around a person? But I'm doing a lot of heavy lifting for the film there. It is a bit weird.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even consider that an issue with the film because like we don't get really much of a definition of what a virgins in the Force is. It could be something that's located around people, places, things, all the nouns. But like, it's just weird to me that Indara specifically is like, it's always going to be located around a location. Like, that's just a given.
Yeah. The next thing we get is like, as part of this, exposition dump, is Torben expresses his frustration with the mission. And I want to really clarify exactly how they do this, right? He's not like super like terrified or upset. He's mildly homesick and a bit frustrated because he doesn't understand what's important about what they're doing.
Because he hasn't apparently been told what they're even fucking doing. And it's been 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's entirely reasonable. And then, but like, there's a line here where Indara's like, "Oh, don't focus around your anxieties." And given what happens later, I've seen people be like, "Oh, you see, like he was always on the verge of like a panic attack, and he was like desperate to get away." And I'm like, "No, it's just not what was. No, like he was bored. He was bored, and he wanted to go home."
His mild anxieties were amped up after that scene, and that's what caused him to just be all fucking like flippant and impulsive with trying to get this mission done quickly so he can go home. Apparently,
well, I just like the idea that like people are arguing that he was always like constantly on the verge of like a panic attack, and the first scene we have of him here is like, "I'm so bored of eating the same meal day after day."
Yeah, like I'm tired of this, and I don't even know what we're doing or if it's even like meaningful or purposeful. And it's like, yeah, I mean, naturally, he's a teenager. He's spent 2 months on this fucking uninhabited world, like roughing it with like the same meal every day. At like a campsite surrounded by the same people. They probably don't smell very good. I don't know if there's a shower on that ship.
I mean, one of them is a Wookiee.
But yeah, like he has very good reason to be like, I don't want to be here. Like, can we fucking leave? What are we doing?
Right. And then the next
that apparently translates to oh my god, if I spend another second on this planet, I will explode. Can we please leave? Oh please, oh please, oh please.
Yeah, and then the other, like, to round out the scene, what we have is like Indara's talking to Sol. Like we cut to the next day and they're back on their mission, and Indara's like, "Oh, I don't tell Torben everything because I encourage him to seek answers for himself, and you just want to tell him nice things to make him feel better, and that's not a good thing, Sol. That's why I have a Padawan and you don't. which they play off as a joke, but it sounds like a really dick move to say that to him.
Yeah.
Hey, you know why the
bitch.
Jedi won't give you a Padawan?
It's like
because you suck.
And like an awkwardly structured conversation, and I call it a conversation despite the fact that Soul doesn't say a word. She literally just says that, and he goes, and she's like, "You disagree?"
I guess.
And he just kind of goes, "Yeah," and then they move on.
He's a very eloquent man, a Soul.
Yeah, very articulate.
But yeah, as he wanders off, he goes off to do his own, patch of moss exploring, I guess. And he happens upon Osha and May, who have snuck out of the fortress to
Osha May.
And there's and you accuse me of making bad jokes. I think we should kick you from the stream. Kill him with hammers. Do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the point I'm leading up to here, right, is like we've already kind of stressed how the fact that they don't know the witches are here at all, and that they're just kind of blindly searching with literal person-sized metal detectors for the divergence in an entire planet. The idea they're going to wander across it already is kind of insane, even after just a smaller time of 7 weeks.
If it's a matter of like you have to search the entire planet because you can't possibly narrow down the location, then like send more than 4 Jedi and don't have them all like concentrated on one area,
and maybe tell them what they're doing.
Yeah, maybe let them know what they're actually looking for.
But yeah, so the fact that he happens upon Osha, because we also know from the previous flashback episode that like whilst they do occasionally sneak out of the fortress, it's a rare event. Like they've been told very explicitly not to leave the fortress, and Osha calls out May for doing this and implies this is like something that they're going to get in trouble for, and not something they typically do, at least not often. So really lucky for Soul that he just happened to be here at this exact time and place to run across them. Good lord.
Contrivance? What is that?
And then just to add to that, they also like recite the little poem about how always one but born as two in his earshot, and then he follows them all the way back to the mining camp, and no one ever notices, which is kind of funny.
Coral apparently didn't pick up on the fact that they were being trailed, which fair. Yeah. I don't know how good she is at like sensing those kinds of things.
Well, the problem with that is like that would be fine, except that we know from the context of episode 3, the first flashback episode, that the witches had been keeping an eye on the Jedi for ages.
Yeah. Well, that's actually something I wanted to bring up when we were talking about how the Jedi apparently haven't spotted the big mountain fortress. Is like, so they don't have scanners that can tell them that there's a settlement there and they're like people live there. But the witches are able to be like, hey, we picked up like a ship flying in, and we know that the Jedi are here, and it's only a matter of time till they find us. Like the witches have the technology to do that, but the Jedi don't.
Which, by the way, you think they would be keeping a much closer eye on Osha and May whilst the Jedi are here, given that they know the Jedi are here, and yet Osha and May not only snuck out. Coral doesn't even seem that angry. Like she's a bit cross, but like not like not what like happens at the end of this episode.
Yeah.
Which is a bit strange. Soul then climbs up an entire mountain, like Lord of the Rings style, like just climbs the whole damn thing to spy on the witches. And I want to lay this all out because it will be important later when we're evaluating his decision making. What he sees is like 2 girls who are the only children in this entire mountain, held by a coven of dark side using force cultists, witches who worship a giant black hellhole in the ground and who do dark rituals and cackle madly and are clearly not very clearly dark side users. That's all he sees at this point. Right, but that's what he sees, and then he leaves.
He also sees like the specific moment in the scene from episode 3 where they're training with Mother Anasea, and she like pushes them really violently, and they fall on their backs. Like they get really close to bashing their fucking heads in on the stairs. By the way,
yeah, and one of them is like Osha is cowering behind May as Anasea attacks, quote unquote, and that's all he sees.
Yeah, like you see Soul's reaction, and clearly he's interpreted this as these children are being abused.
Which I mean, arguably, not even arguably, I'd say they are, but we'll get to that. But yeah, so that's he leaves. He goes back to Indara and he goes like, I have found these witches and I have found these children and I am worried about them. We should go and check on them. And Indara's like, well, I don't really want to intervene or interfere. And he's like, look, please, I'm really concerned about these girls' safety. Like you can sense there's something is wrong here as well. We should go check. And so they do. They all head off to the mining fortress. And initially, Indara is like, "Okay, I should go in alone because if we all go in at once, that looks like a show of force, and we don't want to put their hackles up and maybe cause a conflict." And he's like, "Yeah, but there are 50 of them, so if that goes sideways for you, you'll be in real danger. So we should all go." which is
by
totally
the
correct,
way,
by the way.
I didn't want to skip over, but like he was like, it's a coven of witches, and then Torben was like, Night Sisters, and then Indara was like, Night Sisters don't raise children. It's
Let
like,
alone
what?
train them. Yeah,
Let alone
like, I'm
train them.
sorry.
And you're like, huh?
They explicitly do. I mean,
News
like,
to me.
not even in the
Yeah.
old canon. Tales of the Empire came out this year, the same year, and like this, like only a month before. And Morgan.
Yeah, it's all right. See, that's a new practice they implemented about 70 years ago. So,
Oh my good lord.
sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, no worries. And then they all barrel in, and so we sort of see the beginnings of the scene that we saw from the the witch's perspective in episode 3, which they all march in, actually pretty peaceably, right? And Indora's very polite. Like the Jedi are actually like very very polite here, and Indora's like, oh, we would like. All they get is Indara introduces them and goes like, we were on this planet and we didn't know you were here. And Anasaya mocks them as like, oh, you're the all-knowing Jedi. And then at that moment, so before they've even asked about the children, Anasaya attacks Torben's mind with the Force. And
where to begin?
So I guess before we get to the really like grimy stuff, let's just talk about what's actually happening. Because like I said, like all that's happened so far from the Witches' perspective is the Jedi have come and introduced themselves. The Witches have no inkling that the Jedi are searching for the children or want the children specifically. That is all assumption on the Witches' part. The Jedi have only just introduced themselves, and already Anasaya violently attacks one of their minds with the dark side.
Yep.
That's a hell of a jump.
That's just something she can do apparently too. Like again, I got into this, but just like she can just invade someone's mindscape and like unearth all the information in their memories and everything like that, and like everything, like know everything about them within seconds. And she can do this while maintaining a conversation with Indara, because like we've seen the scene from episode 3 already, so we know that the entire time that this is happening, she's just talking back and forth all casually. So it's like easy for her. She's just that powerful.
I guess I want to address the presentation before I address the final moral evaluation of what's going on here, because the moral one's going to make me angry, and so I want to get this next bit out calmly first.
Dumbledore said calmly.
She convinces Torben to surrender his will to her, basically, and the thing she does to prey on that is be like, oh, you want to leave, don't you? And like if you give yourself over to me, I'd let you leave. Your nasty master wouldn't do that. And I was like, really? That's all it took? Torben is homesick, so he fell to the dark side.
I don't know what we're meant to make of that. Like if he's not in his right state of mind because of her manipulations, or if she's literally just like talking to him and he's like, yeah, what you're saying makes sense.
The thing is, like, it kind of has to be the idea that it's his own personal failings, because otherwise the scene of his death in episode 2 becomes really, really bad in terms of its implications. But unfortunately, that is what they seem to be saying. Is like, oh yeah, Torben made a mistake here. Torben was weak. He fell. And I'm like, first of all, nothing about this remotely backs that up in the sense of like, really, homesick. He was homesick, so he gave in to the dark side temporarily. That's nonsense. That's just really crap. He needed a better reason than that. But now let's talk about the moral implications of what Anasaya just did, which is like she invaded someone's mind, a teenager's mind, a 19-year-old's mind, basically barely more than a child himself, and then viciously used the dark side to prey on all his worst internal fears. At least that's how the show wants to present it. Obviously that's nonsense, but that's how the show tries to present it. To break him mentally utterly, so that he's utterly dependent on her and surrenders his will. Like, I've kind of danced around the word, but that's a kind of that is mind rape. Like she has violated him in an incredibly disgusting and profound way, preemptively, because she's assumed the Jedi are hostile before they've ever done anything.
This is one of the worst things like you could do to another person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is like when we had Kylo breaking into people's minds in Force Awakens and they're like screaming in agony. This is just that, but without the visible screaming. This is really foul, really foul.
Yeah. So any attempt the show wants to do to like paint Anasaya as like a good person, or at least like morally gray, I don't know. No, I feel no sympathy for her at the end because of what she's done here.
What
this is just objectively evil.
I agree, but I don't want to go down a kind of moralistic fallacy route of being like, therefore that her character writing is bad. It's the point we're making here is more just like from the Jedi's perspective, what they know about these witches is like they are abusing children and they forcibly mind rape 19-year-olds when they're saying hello.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And again, like the reason I brought up the thing about like what Torben's quote unquote culpability was here is that episode 2 had him commit suicide because of his overwhelming guilt of the idea he's done something wrong. Now, you could have had the show have the character think that and then be like, no, it's a tragedy because obviously Torben didn't actually do anything wrong and this is all just a horrible, he's a victim here and this is all very upsetting. But that's not how the show has been framing this. Like, the show has been framing Torben and the Jedi, in this group as like, no, they really did mess up. He has something to feel guilty for, and his suicide is almost a kind of justice. Like, he kind of deserved it, and that's disgusting.
Yeah,
like this is where we stop over from like this isn't just a bad writing anymore. Like, what you are now presenting as a moral lesson here is utterly reprehensible. To the point that I am just violently sickened by what I'm being told is good or worthwhile by this show. I'm not happy with this.
With this context now, like that scene where he has a literal physical force barrier around himself that keeps anyone and everyone out from even like making physical contact with him, and I'm like, oh man, like that should be treated with weight because he was so traumatized by being so utterly and completely violated on the most intrinsic level that he put up literal barriers around himself to keep that from ever happening again. And he was so guilt-ridden for something that wasn't even his fault that he fucking killed himself.
Yeah, and the show doesn't ever take the time to be like, actually, Torben's death wasn't deserved and he was just a kid and nothing about this was his fault. If anything, the show is like, no, he was part of the series of events that led to Anasia's death, so he has a stain on his conscience. I'm like, no, that should not be out. No.
Bullet Andy says, but that's not what the show is saying about Torben. So what is the show saying about Torben? Because it's pretty fucking explicit what they're trying to say happened.
I'm not going to address that comment from Bullet Andy. I mean, I can't speak for Bullet Andy's experiences, but speaking as a person who is a survivor of sexual assault, I am not happy, and I'm not going to engage in a conversation where people are trying to be like, that's not what the show, that is what the show said. It just is. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And it's what a lot of fans have defended as a theme because it's what the show said.
It's the entire theme of the show is, oh, the Jedi bad, they're corrupt. It's what Leslie Headland says every time she's has an interview and is talking about the Jedi.
Like what I feel like Leslie Headland would say about this conflict is that it was morally gray and neither side came out entirely virtuous. But like, with what we're going to lay out here, nothing the Jedi do is wrong. Well, okay, there's one thing Soul does that could be construed as wrong, that the show itself doesn't even ever actually acknowledge or address, so it's kind of weird. But otherwise, no, they did everything they could to the best of their ability, and they acted like Jedi. And apparently that's bad. Like, apparently they fucked up somehow.
Yeah. Anyway, so that the scene plays out the way it did. Obviously in the previous flashback, the Jedi arranged to have Osha and May tested, and Osha agrees to let that happen, and then the Jedi leave, and then we see the aftermath of this from the Jedi's perspective, where Indara's like, "Oh, good idea to pretend to be interested in testing them because that gives us time to consult the council about the presence of these witches and what to do about it." Whereas like Soul's like, no, I actually do want to test them. I am concerned for these girls, and I think that we should take them with us because I'm not confident that they're safe here.
Mm-hmm. Which he has very good reason to believe after everything that he's already seen, and will continue to see.
Yep. Okay, let me then skip to Torben is like. The next thing we see of Torben is like he is silently, like he can't even speak. He's like sitting down in the ship and like he's shaken, and Indara is like having to like look to see if he's okay before she has that conversation with Soul about like the testing. And then we skip to the next day where Torben is still clearly shaken and staring into the middle distance and not quite comfortable, like obviously. And they test May, and we see May's test this time around, which we didn't see before, where May obviously throws the test as blatantly and obviously as possible, and they pick up on this really quickly that she's like faking the test. So Indara sort of changes tack and is like, well, tell us about this ascension. It must be really special and good if you're
tell us about the tattoo that was magically branded on your forehead last night.
Tell us about that time your parents branded a child. And
good misunderstood witches right here.
Yeah, and like so, this again because we're only interested in what the Jedi know, right, in terms of analyzing their decision making. May says that like, oh, I don't really, the ascension is part of being groomed essentially to take over. I say groomed in a non-judgmental sense, by the way. um, it's part of the initiation to be made the leaders of the coven. And Nara's like, well, how could you lead the coven? Your children. What does that actually entail? And May doesn't know. May's like, I actually don't know how this works. I don't know what the plans are for me. We've just kind of been vaguely assured that like it's going to be okay. And like immediately raises a red flag with the Jedi, which is like, really?
And then she says, Mama says everyone must walk through fear. Everyone must be sacrificed to fulfill their destiny. Which is a misquote of something that Onase actually said, but like that we see in episode 3, which is like you must sacrifice a part of yourself in order to do right by the people that you care about. But like, right. Yeah, but that's what the Jedi heard is we're supposed to be the leader. I don't really know how that's supposed to work. They've just given me assurances that like everything is going exactly the way the way it's supposed to, and everything's going to be okay, and that we must all walk through fear and be sacrificed. And like, obviously, yes, that's going to raise some eyebrows, especially with what the Jedi have already witnessed.
I want to stress this, right? Because again, the Jedi are like, oh, we want to test these kids, and like the witches make a show of it, like, oh yeah, sure, in good faith, we'll let you do that. It's totally free to do that. And then immediately they find out these children are being coached to fail. Yep. To make sure they can't leave. And the first one they ask is like, I don't even understand what they're doing to me, except that it involves me being sacrificed in some sense. And they're like, oh my God. And then the next kid comes in, again, having been told to fake the test, and is like upset because she actually does want to leave and is like scared of telling her family that she wants to leave.
Mm-hmm.
So like the Jedi have all the reasons in the world to think that these children are not okay and not safe, and that the witches are abusive, which by the way they are. We'll get confirmation on this later as well.
Yeah, and we're gonna get into this from like the witches' perspective and like what objectively they do, that like regardless of what the Jedi know or what they believe, like what the witches actually have done and are going to do. We're gonna get into that because that's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah, but before we get there, Indara gets a message back from the council. And where the council are like, no, we will not allow you to train these twins or to take them away from the planet because they're too old and we don't want to interfere. Now, there's two sides of this. One is the non-interference thing is just the Jedi behaving like the Jedi did in the prequels, right? Of like, we've been told an injustice is happening, but it's not politically expedient for us to get involved, so we're going to let it lie, which is pretty grotesque. But actually, a much better representation of the corruption of the Jedi than what the show seems to think it actually is.
I would just wonder like why the Jedi have been like, no, you're not allowed to like interfere with any of this, even though like this is the best lead they've had for 2 months in terms of trying to find this virgins, which is what they've been sent here to do. You'd think the Jedi would be like, yeah, follow up on that, see what that's about.
Well, I guess they just don't think it's connected. But either way, like an obvious abuse is now being like the council just don't want you to get involved.
Yeah.
The other side of this is like, these children are too old. We don't want to train them, which we'll come back to conversations about like,
Mm-hmm.
And then right after this, because during the tests of the children, they took blood tests to do midichlorian counts, obviously. Although I still love it how Disney still refused to say the words midichlorian and just say M count because they still think that the word midichlorian is like a dirty word.
One small nitpick here is you remember how like quickly Qui-Gon was able to get Anakin's blood sample and then have that run for a midichlorian count? Like that happened basically within 10 seconds. I don't know why it took hours for Torben to run both of May and Osha's midichlorians, other than so that by the time Indara has made contact with the Jedi and like actually talked to them about how to proceed next, they wouldn't have had the information that they're about to learn here.
Yeah, there's that just comes down to the writers needed time to pass to allow events to happen elsewhere. Mm-hmm. So we made it happen. Whatever. Maybe they have really faulty equipment on the ship. Who knows? Whatever.
Maybe within 100 years, midichlorian testers became like advanced significantly in terms of how quickly they could get results.
Yeah, maybe it's not a big point. It is just kind of funny how like there's obviously the reason that the delay was written in is very obvious.
It's not a big point, but yeah, it does facilitate the fact that the Jedi are then not made aware of these blood results when Indara talks to them, which is kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, the blood tests show that these children are both very, very powerful in the Force, and that they have the same quote-unquote symbionts, which I was just thinking of Spider-Man and symbiotes, but never mind. I guess the thing that's notable about this is Torben is like, oh, it's not even that they're twins, because twins would still have like different symbionts. They have exactly the same symbionts. They're the exact same person, and they all conclude from this that the twins therefore were artificially created using the power of the Virgins. And well, there's 2 points here. One, that is a dark side thing. Like imposing your will on nature to force it to do something that is against the rules of nature is very much the definition of using the dark side. So these children were created using the dark side, which is a huge red flag, not just in terms of like the Virgins itself, but also just the treatment of these children.
Anakin was created by the Force, which would make him a natural phenomenon.
And he's the one exception to that rule, right? Like he is the prophesized chosen one, and like we have all sorts of criticisms about that, but like that's the salient difference. Whereas like here it's like, no, these children were just created, rounded out by the fact that Anasai decided to volunteer the information that they have no father, which like why did you do that?
We kind of brushed up like on this earlier, but like what does that mean that they're the same person? Because they just demonstrably aren't.
Yeah, they clearly aren't. Like the actresses they got to play them as kids don't look the same, even though they are twins.
Because they're actually like not the same person playing it. Yeah, so it's just funny that like even physically they just don't even they aren't even identical, but apparently they have the same symbionts, whatever the fuck that means.
They don't look the same. They don't have the same memories. They don't have the same personalities or wants or desires or hopes or dreams or ambitions.
And it'd be one thing if they were the same person split between two people who had completely different upbringings, right? That like one of them was raised very rich and powerful, and the other was like a very poor like farmer or something, kind of like Luke and Leia actually. But like they have the same childhood, so if they're the same person, then like what context could either of them have been put in that would make them completely different people?
Well, not just that, like, they were raised to constantly mirror each other. That's one of the reasons Osha's upset and wants to leave. Is like she wants a life separate from May. So they've literally been raised to be the same person as well. And then on top of that, it's like, okay, they don't share thoughts. They don't have any kind of dyad bond abilities other than the weird Force hallucinations, which don't seem to have happened when they were kids, funnily enough.
Maybe because they weren't apart yet.
Maybe. But yeah, they don't share thoughts. They don't share feelings. They don't really know what's going on in each other's heads. They have completely different worldviews and perspectives. I don't understand in what sense these people are the same person.
Well, they have the exact same symbionts with the midichlorians.
Right, but like, what's the...
I don't know. I don't know.
What does that mean? Why is it important that they're the same person? Like, other than just to prove that the witches use the dark side, which is funny because that is literally all it counts for in terms of the stakes later on. Why does this matter at all? That they're the quote unquote same person? Also, surely if anything, it's the other way around because like, it's one consciousness across two bodies. I'm like, from what I've been told, it looks more like one body with two consciences. Because like physically they're the same apparently, but mentally they're totally different.
I don't know.
I don't think you know what the word consciousness means, Sho.
I think they were just like, this would be a really cool thing to say.
What if we said this and it would sound cool?
It would sound very
let's say this
and conceptual. And it's like you didn't bother to think about what that actually meant, did you?
Like they say this, and like a bunch of metaphysicists, like philosophers, just like slap their heads against a desk in unison.
They're like, what? Yeah, that.
I think
know what you just said? No.
I think it's really funny how like it's basically a running gag at this point that Sol can't tell Osha and May apart, because like later in this episode he sees May and goes Osha, so it's like even funnier that apparently they are the same person. So maybe he's just, it doesn't matter which name I say, they're the same person anyway. I'm identifying twin
Miosha,
Shmosa,
Varosha, and Mayho, mayonnaise on an esque. I made that joke last time.
You did, yeah. I was harking back to it. But yeah, Torben takes his blood test. It's like, oh, they were created using the Virgins. There we go. That's the proof we need to prove the Virgins, which is what we were sent here for. Let's go do it so we can leave. And people, and again, this ties back to my points about Torben. People were like, oh, see, this is the mistake, right? Torben's just desperation to leave. It's like he's not thinking morally or well. It's like, he is only doing this because his mind was raped by one of the witches. Well, okay. He would not be behaving this way otherwise.
And even if we wanted to look at it, like, because obviously I don't think he's looking at this completely logically, but even just say that he is, Yeah, probably it's an impulsive decision to do this rather than consulting with the council first. But also, we've already gone over all the reasons why the Jedi would think these children are in imminent danger from these witches. So maybe we don't waste time trying to get the council to tell us what to do next. Maybe we just go.
Yeah.
Like, I just think that's
Torben,
a justifiable decision anyway.
I agree. Torben and Solomon speed off on the speeders while Indara and Kalnaka try and follow in the ship. Which, by the way, the speeder CGI is an abomination unto God.
Oh yeah,
it was even worse earlier in the episode because it was daytime, so you get to really just see
how it just did not fit at all with the surroundings. Anyway, yeah, Sol and Torben are on their way. Meanwhile, again, I want to stress this: at this point, the witches do not know the Jedi are on their way, other than like through just paranoia. Right?
They know, they know the Jedi are here, and they know that the Jedi want to take their children to become Jedi. And that's
specifically Osha.
Paranoid, yeah.
Specifically, Osha. They've offered Osha the chance to leave, and Osha has said that she wants to go.
Yes.
Right. They're now the witches are now having a discussion about whether or not they're going to let that happen. Anasaya is like, oh, well, as your leader, obviously I want to keep them here, but as their mother, I want what's best for them, and I'm going to let Osha go because that's what she wants.
But Coral's their mother.
Well, yeah. Also, Coral's their mother. She's the one who carries them.
Which is still weird. Like, why would you do that? They're not the Brax.
But this is where it's important to be like, let's talk about the witch's perspective. So Coral says like, no, we want to keep them, and the rest of the coven
are in agreement with like, she's a child, she can't make up her mind, like she doesn't know what she wants.
It's more manipulative than that, because what they literally say is like, her wishes as a child don't matter. She is a tool, right? She is the future of our coven. It's about our good, our benefit.
Yeah,
you're supposed to be doing this for us.
Yeah, I hated all of that.
Yeah,
they hint to it in the third episode when we first meet them about like destiny, and in Anasaya's first conversation with the kids is just like, well, we've predestined like a journey for you. You have to commit to your destiny. And like every time they would talk, I would just think of like Leto Atreides talking to Paul Atreides and Dune, and I'm like, oh, that's such a better thing. It was just mostly for me to distract myself.
Yeah, but
also
even there,
on top of that,
didn't Paul say that like, what if I don't want to, like be your heir? And he's like, well, then you'll still be the only thing I ever needed you to be, my son.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good. But like, but the reason I got so mad is because specifically episode 3 is trying to paint them as like these, just like, oh, how like have sympathy for these people they've been exiled. And it's like, these are terrible people. I don't care if they die.
These are like, dark side practicing like cults, like cult members who are using child abusers who are using children for their own ends.
Do not care other than Coral and Anasaya. None of these witches seem to care about these children
without any actual like prompting either.
Right, and so again, this is all happening before they even know the Jedi are on their way, other than as a vague sense of paranoia. Coral organizes an armed coup against Anasaya,
and she tells May to stop Osha from leaving, and like that prompts me to like lock her in her room.
I want to give the full context because this is mad, right? So, May is like screaming about how she doesn't want Osha to leave, and Coral's like, well, then stop her. Use the dark side. Like, use your anger. Use your the dark side, and then like calls all the witches to take arms. The next thing we see of May, before she even goes to confront Osha in the room, is she smashes the lock of the front door of the mining facility.
Yeah.
Because then Torben and Sol turn up and they're like, oh my god, they've locked the front doors. They've locked the children in.
They've disabled the fucking elevator shaft. And that's like when, because Sol went there to stop Torben from rushing into something, but then he finds that out, and then he reaches out with the Force and hears May say to Osha that they're stuck there. And that's what prompts them to like spring into action.
Yeah, these children are in imminent danger. The witches have not just locked the door; they've disabled the elevator. They are actively anticipating a rescue attempt and are preventing it.
It's worth getting into this because not only are like they like did the Jedi have just plenty of reason to believe from their perspective that the children are in danger, but like people have unironically argued with me about this episode, saying that like the children weren't in any danger, and I'm like, did you watch the fucking episode? Osha wanted to leave and was being held there against her will.
In a room that only locks from the outside.
Yeah,
May started a fire.
Yeah, well, I guess with the fire, you could argue that the witches didn't intend for that, but it's still like everything else to do with like that. Like that's called the children are in danger. If they want to leave, they're not allowed to. That's
the thing
bad.
is, this is still the witch's fault because remember, so the fire is started accidentally because the show, like May still started the fire. She still says, "I want to kill you" to Osha, and then starts a fire. The show just goes, "Oh no, she didn't mean for the fire to get that out of control." And I'm like, okay, it's nuts that it did, by the way. Like this stone facility blows up.
She lights the book on fire and then gets surprised that there's now fire happening on the book, and it scares her.
So she drops an oil lamp on it, yeah.
And
the oil lamp, yeah.
Yeah, what did you think would happen when you lit the book on fire? Did you think it would maybe catch fire? Are you stupid?
Yeah, also, by the way, some of those witches were killed by the fire, not by the Jedi's, battle with them, because we hear an explosion and witches dying before we see the witches all collapsing from, the Kelnaka thing.
Yeah.
So at least some of the witches are just dead at May's hands. May is absolutely responsible for killing a number of their quote-unquote family. But on top of that, when they notice the fire, like when May runs in being like, "There's a fire, help," the witches are still like, "No, we're keeping you locked in." Like the witches don't rush to stop the flames at that point.
Yeah, Coral went to attack Soul. She sprang into attack mode whenever that happened.
Yeah, which I'll get to because that's insane as well. But
yeah,
so that's what happened, right? So like there is active danger. The witches are going nuts. It's an armed coup. They don't care about these children other than Coral's weird fanaticism, potentially. But certainly the other witches don't care.
And let's really break this down too. Like what ascension effectively means for these children. Once you pledge yourself to this coven and you get branded with the tattoo, which branding, you are not allowed to ever change your mind. And so this is something that Osha has just outwardly been like, "I don't want to do this," by the way. And now that the Jedi have shown up, she's like, "I would like to leave with them, please." And they're like, "Nope, you don't know what you want. You're going to do this." So it's like really take in the severity of this. This is insane.
Yeah. Anyway, Sol and Torben, have now entered the facility. They walk into the main courtyard and are greeted by all the witches pointing weapons at them, just to further emphasize to the Jedi that these guys are nuts and dangerous. Anasaya is there with Coral, and Torben, because he's clearly on the defensive because they're all being, he's got loads of weapons put on him. He moves to grab his lightsaber, but Sol stops him. Sol's like, "No, we need to talk first."
Yep.
And Anasaya, oh my god, this is so funny. Anasaya says two things that are really, really stupid. The first is that she's like, "Oh, you've come to see if we'll let Osha go, to be raised by your institution rather than our family." Which, let's be honest, and no sane person would disagree, sounds like she said no. Like, Osha is not going with you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That sounds like she's protesting their right to take Osha. Yeah.
Yeah. Against over and above Osha's clearly stated intentions to the Jedi.
At this point, she is on the position of, "I'm going to let Osha choose for herself." So I don't know why the fuck you'd open the conversation like this.
Well, that's gonna be my point, right? Like that's a very weird thing to say given what she says later, and it's almost like they just did this to sort of deliberately mislead Sol into doing something that is stupid. The other thing she says is the world's worst piece of foreshadowing, which is like someday these noble intentions. Because like Sol says, "We came here with noble intentions. We're here to check the children are okay." Which, yeah, correct.
Yep,
it is a noble intention. Well done, Sol. You are completely right. Anasaya says someday those noble intentions will destroy every Jedi in the galaxy, and I'm like, no, actually, the complete reverse happens. Right, the Jedi's ultimate fate and their fall is the result of what the Council did 2 scenes ago of refusing to intervene.
Do you think the writers thought they were really clever writing that line?
Guys, we talked about the thing that happens later.
But
did you know that Order 66? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just like they get it the complete wrong way around as well. Because they're like, "Oh, this desire to rush in and be the good guys will be your undoing." It's like, no, their undoing was not doing that. Their undoing was remaining distant from the miseries of the galaxy. In fact, there's a quote which is from one of the old books that Dooku says about the Jedi, which is just so pertinent here. So give me a second.
I think I know the one you're talking about and where it's from, but I don't know what page it's on, or I'd pull it up.
Yeah, give me a second. I got it on my phone. Yeah, here we go. So this is from Dooku. The Jedi Order's problem is Yoda. No being can wield that kind of power for centuries without becoming complacent at best or corrupt at worst. He has no idea that it's overtaken him. He no longer sees all the little cumulative evils that the Republic tolerates and fosters, from slavery to endless wars, and he never asks, why are we not acting to stop this? Live alongside corruption for too long and you no longer notice the stench. The Jedi cannot help the slaves of Tatooine, but they can help the slave masters. That's the reason the Jedi fell. It's not that they rushed in to help people. It's that they didn't do that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Qui-Gon is the one Jedi who actually intervenes to take a child out of a dangerous situation, and he's the good guy for doing that. He's right.
He's in the right. Yeah. Guess who else does something similar to that in this very scene?
Yeah, exactly. Saul is completely in the right. This is nuts that we're even having to have this conversation. But yeah, after all that, May runs in being like, oh my god, there's a fire, quick, help. And they're all staring at May. I mean, like, Saul thinks it's Osha for some reason.
Osha!
And yeah, so whilst they're all staring, Coral decides to take this moment of like weird pause to suddenly spring towards Torben with a weapon.
Yeah.
Torben, falls into a defensive posture and pulls out his lightsaber because he's now under attack. And in the midst of all this, Anasaya makes what I think might be the most baffling decision I've seen in a piece of media for years, which is like, tensions are high, it's all spiraling out of control. Quick, turn into a giant dark side smoke demon with sharp teeth and start disintegrating the child in front of the Jedi, a child they've just said that they're here to protect. That can't possibly be misconstrued.
And of course, like, this scene is being slowed down for the audience's sake, but like, this is all happening within a few seconds. Like, Soul just sees this little girl being disintegrated
by a smoke demon,
by someone who just made it evident that she's not has no intention of letting her go.
Yeah, by a mind raping, like a dark side wielding smoke demon who's just said something along the lines of, "I'm not going to let this child go."
I want to address this. Well, go ahead and lay out what happens, and then I want to address this comment.
Yeah. So quite rightly, considering he's trying to save this child who seems to be disintegrating, he stabs at the smoke demon with his lightsaber in the split second of time he has to react. Anasaya reforms around the blade. Well, I guess the other thing is, like, I don't know why this kills her, because isn't the whole point about being a smoke demon that she's intangible?
Yeah,
but oh well.
Yeah.
The lightsaber kills her. She reforms around it, maybe just to spite him. Who knows? And then she looks him in the eye and goes, "Oh, I was actually going to let Osha go. She chose you."
I don't actually believe you. Yeah, shut up. They're trying to frame it as like this tragic, like, misunderstanding, where it's like, well, she had every opportunity to like make it clear what her real intentions were. And also, I don't feel any sympathy for her considering the things she's done. So fuck you.
Also, yeah, you say you were going to let her go, but the other witches clearly weren't. You locked the doors and disabled the elevator.
Yeah. Well, people point to this and they're like, yeah, see, the children weren't in any danger because Anasaya was going to let them go. And it's like the rest of the witches were staunchly in disagreement with this decision and were actively staging a coup.
Preventing it,
so I don't really fucking care what she was going to do. Doesn't matter. But I want to address this another comment from Bullet Andy. But in the interviews, Leslie said that Soul did what was right from his perspective. No, he did what was right. Just period.
Yeah.
Objectively. Yeah. There's no from his perspective. There's like nuance and complexity to this, and like, like Soul fucked up, but he thought he was doing the right thing. Like, no, he was in the right. He's a hero. That's just plain and simple. He's a fucking hero.
Soul was a hero. The Acolyte fans just couldn't see it.
Like, what else am I supposed to make of this? Like, why did they write it this way and put all these references in place for us to like understand that yes, the witches are in fact evil? If they want this to be some kind of like nuanced, morally gray area where like neither side is entirely virtuous.
Well, I guess this comes down to now a discussion of the themes, because we've already kind of laid out all the reasons why, just from a cause and effect writing perspective, just brute logic. This doesn't make any sense. Nothing of that's happening here makes any sense. But thematically, given that the entire point of the show, as Andrew alluded to, when he talked about Leslie's comments in other media, was to try and show the Jedi as like, this is the start of their fall, right? This is the Jedi well into their decline as a force for good and muddled up in politics and falling away from the good and making mistakes that will come back to haunt them, morally being compromised. And meanwhile, not all the Darksiders are totally evil, and there's good to be found there. And we're trying to do this nebulously grays, and that's cool. Scenario, and the problem is like nothing we've seen backs that up thematically. Like, that message means nothing. This is like The Last Jedi, when it's like, oh, it's not about destroying what you hate, it's about saving what you love, whilst in the background what she loves is being destroyed by a giant cannon because of her screw-ups. Thematic botchery on a scale that is hard to quantify.
Yep. I don't think there's a single theme in the show that actually is consistent and there's a through line in the show. I don't think there's a through line in the show in general. But specifically with all the themes, it's like, man, what are we doing here? Because like the only idea that was relatively interesting or had like hints of being a thing was like at least to me, was Yord's little subplot about how like his whole moral compass is just whatever the Jedi Order thinks, and possibly becoming independent of that and becoming more of a like a soul archetype. And then he just dies, and it's like, okay, never mind.
I want to address again because but Andy's again making the kind of arguments that we're generally talking about here with the Anasai didn't know that May destroyed the lock thing. And I'm like, it doesn't matter what Anasai did or didn't know, right? There's two things we need to consider when talking about whether or not the Jedi are in fact in any sense morally culpable for what's happening here. And the first is, are they acting in good faith, or are they doing this for nebulous reasons, morally compromised reasons? And the second thing is like, are they correct on the information they're acting on, right? Are they correct that the children are in danger and that they should be intervening in the first place, or are they just mistaken? And on the first one, like, no, they're not morally compromised. Everything they're doing is the morally correct decision from their perspective, which has lots of evidence backing it, and is correct. And then the second part is like, no, they're not wrong about the situation. These children are in danger, severe danger. Doesn't matter what Anasai thinks or doesn't think. The other witches are hell bent on carrying on this abusive manipulation of the kids against their will in one case.
The Jedi in this case are very slow to any action in terms of like, oh, we need to go in guns blazing. Like if they did that off rip, it's like, oh, okay, we need to like because Soul sees the abuse and he's like, okay, instead of like going in here and killing everyone because I saw this one instance, I'm just gonna go back, regroup, tell everyone else about this, and then we're just gonna go in as a group and see what we think. And then after they have that interaction, and what happens to Torben, they're like, oh, okay, these people are like not good. And then everything else happens, and it's like, okay, you guys actually didn't do anything wrong, and the Jedi are completely in the right. All of the witches are lunatics based off of your information. And just based on like objectively, they're lunatics. But based off of all the information that they've gained, I don't think they've done anything that was wrong up until later when they decide to cover it up.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, had Sol and Co. listened to the High Council and just not gotten involved and left, and we knew all that we now know about the witches, I'd be like, that's morally disgusting. The Jedi should have intervened. They've messed up. So had they not actually gone in to like try and save these kids, I would be calling them out for being morally reprehensible. As it is, they did the right thing, and everyone's like, "Oh, those Jedi, aren't they compromised?" Like, no, they're the heroes. What are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
If anything, they waited too long. They wait for ages for the council to get back to them.
Yeah, it is Endara that's the one that's like the problem.
Well, we'll talk about Endara because of the ending of this episode.
Mm-hmm. Endara's the one in the wrong. Sol and Torben did nothing wrong when they interacted with them.
And poor Kelnaka was just along for the ride to be made into a puppet.
Okay, yeah. I had to step away for a few minutes. What have we gone over?
Oh, we were just rounding out the Jedi are in the right thing. I'm about to move on to Kelnaka's entrance because my goodness, isn't that funny?
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, Coral dissolves into smoke, and Torben's like, "Oh no, they're gonna try and break into my mind again, but I'm prepared this time." He says, "They're gonna try and rape me again," says the rape victim.
But this time, I won't let them rape me.
Yeah. Oh my god, I hate this show.
This poor kid, dude.
Oh god. This is driving me to despair. Anyway, yeah. Coral's like, "Oh, not you, him," and they hear like a Wookiee roar. It's like, "Oh no, Kelnak has been possessed." And so what's happened is all the other witches, who by the way are now aware that the whole building is on fire and that their children are locked up in a potentially burning room, aren't intervening. They're using their powers to all collectively control Kelnaka to attack the other two Jedi.
I have a question about the logistics here, because again, like the powers are just not well defined, but like Torben seems to be of the impression that like if you are prepared for it this time and you like know certain techniques or whatever, you can mentally fortify your mind from like witch attacks. And the Jedi all know that the witches can do that now because obviously it happened to Torben. So like, why would Kelnaka not have had his mind fortified? Or is it just a matter of like enough witches, concentrating their power on you can just breach whatever defenses you put up? Because if that's the case, then why don't they devote their power to all rush like all three Jedi and have them like kill themselves? Just end the conflict right there.
I guess Sol and Kelnaka are too powerful for that. Like you wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay,
like, you need all of them for one master.
So then go one at a time. Possess Kelnaka, make him kill himself. Possess Sol, make him kill himself. Possess Torben, make him kill himself.
as we learn from when Kelnaka does like have the link severed, I guess if he died while they were connected to him, it would be bad for them.
Maybe.
But anyway, yeah. So what happens is like, yeah, just to speed over this, Kelnaka attacks the other two because he's being controlled, and they hold him off. And in the process, Torben gets like clawed down one side of his face to give him the scars we saw from the earlier.
No!
Kal-El, no. And there's a bit where the Wookiee, Kelnaka strikes at Torben, is holding Torben against a wall with one hand. Literally, his face is being pressed with the claws. And then with the other hand, he swings his lightsaber to like bisect him horizontally. And Torben blocks the strike. And I'm like, bullshit. You are not strong enough to hold off a Wookiee.
With one arm. That's not even in like a good position to like, for full strength,
Tommen of the House Baratheon, famously Butch man, held off a Wookiee with his arm out of shape.
I think we all remember that scene in season 6 when he drop kicked the mountain.
I just, that bit back in like season 2 where Tyrion's like, and you're growing to be as big as the Hound, but much better looking. It's like, wow, Tyrion powers of prediction are mental, man. He held off a Wookiee.
Yeah, good on him.
Well, they don't let the Wookiee win. Yes, I had to make that joke. You can kill me now. I know, I'm so funny. Anyway, Indara leaps in, doing Trinity-style Matrix jumps, lands on Kelnaka's head, somehow gets him to the floor. I'm not quite sure how that worked. And then uses the Force to like sever the connection between him and the witches. At which point, they all just keel over and die, like bowling pins going down. And again, people are like, oh, Indara just slaughtered the witches. I'm like, no. She saved her friend from being forced to kill his other friends. And in the process, that backfired on these witches using dark powers, having that link severed backfired on them and killed them. Well, again, so they raped a second person to try and make him kill his friends. Yeah. She severs that connection and they die, which I don't know how she's supposed to have known that would be the result. But apparently all the deaths of all these innocent witches were on her hands.
Yeah, so like let's get a head count here. All the witches that we see die like by a Jedi's hand have like
just normal witches.
That's happened because the Jedi were actively trying to protect innocents from their attacks.
What do you mean normal witches? We're just innocent witches.
What villains they are, these Jedi. And no, I'm not addressing the normal mid comment.
It's peak, and you're just jealous that I brought it up before you. Anyway, so yeah, that happens. Sol, meanwhile, now all these witches are dead. Sol takes the opportunity to run in to save the children that the witches were going to leave to burn to death. May and Osha have made their way to the bridge in the reactor room that we saw at the end of episode 3. That scene where May's like, "Mom's dead," and Osha's like, "What did you do?" And May just doesn't explain for some reason what's actually happened. Just stares at her blankly like a guppy fish.
After having seen the show in its entirety, I'm confident to conclude that May is like characterized to be stupid.
Yeah, she's just really, really thick.
Yeah.
The bridge is collapsing. So Sol runs in. He sees it's collapsing on both sides, and Hero tries to save them both by grabbing both sides of the bridge. But I will point out, I don't know why he grabbed the bridge rather than the kids directly, which are a lot less heavy. But hey ho.
Yeah, well, he had to do some quick thinking. So, like, obviously, like now, because there's several seconds that pass for this scene. Now that he's like had a moment to collect his thoughts, he's going to divert his power to let the bridge fall and catch the little girls instead, right?
No, you're wrong. Counterpoint, no.
What?
But yeah, he can't hold them both, and so and I know you're going to leap into be like, this is the thing that he did wrong, and I agree. But let's just finish this out because it's funny. He has to make a choice. He can only hold one. His powers are drained. He's exhausted, and so he makes a choice to save Osha. And May falls into a giant, endless, bottomless chasm full of fire. And we see in the next episode a perspective of them looking down the shaft. So we now know what's at the bottom of it, and it is literally an endless shaft to hell with no way of stopping your own fall, which at the time was on fire.
Well, you know how she survived that, though, right? Because like it's actually explained in the finale.
Is it?
Yeah, it's literally the exact same thing as like Luke falling in Cloud City and getting sucked into an air vent. That's like that tunnel that she and Osha go into in the finale. She said she got sucked into that when she fell.
So we're going to take one of the worst plot points from Empire, one of its actual mistakes.
Yeah, one of the moments from the best Star Wars movies, like weakest, like one of the weakest like writing moments from that great film, and be like, yeah, that'll, because they can use that as a crutch. They'll be like, well, that's from Empire, and you guys like Empire, and Empire has no flaws.
Yeah, that's things like I like Empire too. Empire's really good. Empire's got problems. It just does.
No.
Blasphemy.
It's
perfect.
super contrived that Luke survived that. Like it's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with Vader. Like bullshit. I don't believe this. Vader just staring blankly as Luke lets go. He's like, "You survived that?"
And I mean, it's not like Luke was expecting that to happen or like knew it would. He was just going to kill himself because like that would prevent him
Kills
becoming.
himself.
That was what he was doing because he was like, I don't want to become
Jumps off
Vader's
the
puppet. I don't
antenna
want to
and
become the
kills
Emperor's
himself.
puppet. I'm just going to fucking go out on my own terms. And then he just
jumps
happened to
off the
fucking
building.
get sucked into an air duct. Sure.
But yeah,
It's dumb.
May survives this fall, which is ridiculous, and I don't believe you show. But I don't believe a lot of what you're doing, so never mind.
But yeah, this is the thing that Soul does that you could argue is like morally corrupt in some way. He made a conscious choice to like let one of the children die to save the other that he clearly favors more.
That's the thing. I wouldn't say it's a corrupt decision in the sense like he's not, doing it for cynical or foul reasons. It's just like he was apparently forced into a situation where he had to choose between them. So he chose the one who actually wanted to leave with him and who he had an attachment to. And you can say there's like an element of selfishness there, but honestly, like, how else would you make that decision in that moment?
It's not like he had time to like really think it through and go over all the pros and cons of which child should I let die.
Yeah, this is almost like a Sophie's Choice moment of like, I don't know that there's a good decision here, but I would argue that of the two very bad decisions, he made the least bad one that he could. But yeah, you could, at the very least, if you were May, have an argument here to be like, you chose to let me die, you bastard.
Well, yeah, what I'm advocating for isn't that like he's just done a bad thing here and this is super villain. Like this is the villainous thing. It's just like the show wants to paint him as villainous for like heroic actions that he took to save lives, but like that could have actually been the thing that is that like the show touches on and goes, yeah, you fucked up here.
Yeah,
and like you've mentally like you've scarred this child for life, and that like all the things that she's doing now, like that's partially on you.
Yeah, but that's not what happens.
But that it's never addressed again at all.
Spoiler alert, that doesn't happen because that would involve a modicum of writing intelligence, and we don't do that here. What we do here is the next and final scene of this episode, which is
do.
Go die. Join Biden and resign.
We out.
So
I'm just saying, guys. It's
I'm trying to get to the next scene. Shut up.
Joe Biden decided to announce his resigning from the presidential run on the same day that I did my final Acolyte stream.
He didn't want to miss
scared
the
of
stream.
the smoke.
Yeah,
yeah, that too.
He's actually in chat right now under an assumed name.
He's Bullet Andy.
He's Bullet Andy. Bullet Andy is Joe Biden. Which thank you for your service, Mr. President. I'm glad you bowed out.
Yeah.
Moving on. The last scene is we have the scene where Osha's been taken by the Jedi. She's on their ship. She's currently unconscious, and we see a little bit of the time before she woke up where Andara is very unhappy with Soul and Torben. Torben is like clearly traumatized again. He's like silent. He's not saying anything. Soul is like, no, we did the right thing. And I'm willing to face the council, but I think we did the right thing. And Indara's like, no, we didn't. You're wrong. And then Soul's like, well, I'll hand myself into the council. And she's like, no, don't do that, because then the council won't take her as a Jedi, and then she'll have nothing. You'll have left her with nothing. And I'm like, okay, so let's stop for two reasons. One, let's talk about the council's decision making that Indara is now proposing, because the council already said no on the basis that she's too old, and now you're like, oh well, not only is she too old, now she's got a massive dose of trauma. The council
does anyone remember the main reasons they didn't want to train Anakin in episode 1?
He's too white.
Wasn't it literally just because he had a mother and that was an attachment?
Well, no, it's because they had a diversity quota they were trying to fill, and they couldn't take another white kid.
That's true.
And also,
it was literally like, yeah, he was too old. He's around the same age that May and Osha are at this point. He had a lot of trauma because he was brought up as a slave, and yeah, he had like certain attachment issues with the fact that his mom was still a slave. Osha has all these things in spades, because
but without the benefit of being the chosen one.
Died. Well, yeah, that's the one thing. Like the only way the council might make an exception. We talked about this in our stream about episode 3. The only way the council would make an exception on her behalf, despite all these factors, is the fact that she was born like from a virgin in the Force or whatever. But apparently they don't tell the Jedi that. That's the one thing that they actually don't tell them.
Well, so this goes down to my point of like Indara is the one who advocates the quote unquote cover up. Where it's like we're not going to tell the Jedi Council everything. We're not going to tell them about the Virgins. We're not going to tell them about Osha and May being artificially created. We're just going to say that there was a fire and that we took Osha in after the fact. That's all we're doing because otherwise we have to admit we made mistakes. And I'm like, but you didn't though.
You didn't.
Why so this
did everything right.
Yeah, so this comes down to my point, which is like, and a lot of the finale will hinge on this. Like, a lot of the arguments that I used against Saul is like, well, if you didn't do anything wrong, how come you covered it up? Huh? And I'm like, no, seriously though, why did they cover it up? What are we covering up here?
Yeah, see, again, I've argued with people about this episode on Twitter because I hate my quality of life. And like people are literally like, oh, you say the Jedi did nothing wrong. Well, then why did they decide to lie to the council at the end? And I'm like, because of bad writing.
Yeah, good question. Why did they do that?
Great question. Right there with you.
Because I just don't get any of this. Like, also, it's deeply funny as well because if you remember all the way back to episode 1, one of the reasons they suspected Osha of having a hand in Indara's death was they're like, oh, Indara argued for your expulsion from the Order. Like, but Indara was the one who advocated to keep her in the first place, like even above like what Saul was going to do.
Yeah, how could you do that to that little girl, that poor innocent child on that table there?
I don't know, Indara. How could you do that?
And we're never going to learn why. That's the thing. We never actually learn why Osha left, why Indara wanted her to leave.
Well, it's bullshit along the general lines of like, oh, I could never get over my rage at my sister, and I could never quite learn to let go of my attachments, and so the Jedi lifestyle wasn't for me, so I left. And I'm like, okay, but could we have like maybe like a specific breaking point in your relationship with them?
Well, because the show kind of implies that she considers it to have been her own decision, but like it really wasn't, at least not fully. Like the Jedi kind of all just wanted her gone. Like that's what the show is implying.
Yeah, I mean, there's a sense in which they're trying to set up the idea that like that, the Jedi pushed her out, but she's internalized it as like a rejection thing because she's like, oh, I failed, I wasn't good enough, that's why they pushed me out, it was my fault. And I'm like, you could have done something with that if that had been in any way set up properly, and if we'd had a specific like thing that caused that break after they've all like argued to keep her in, that might actually lead them to conclude that she's too dangerous to be kept in the Order or whatever. But we didn't get that. It's used. It's introduced post hoc to justify in the moment a writing path that they want to take her down because they think it would be neat. And there's no justification that like there's no concrete justification behind it other than a kind of like vague hand gesturing to an idea that was never previously introduced.
Imagine a story, right? Like about a character who either left of her own accord or was like kicked out by the Jedi Order, and like she just has to grapple with like these feelings of rejection and abandonment, and like like she has to like grapple with the idea of like I'm a failure, I'm in the wrong, I've done these things, I wasn't cut out to be a Jedi because of this, that, or the other, like this character problem, like character flaw that I have, and like these are things that she has to arc out of, and like or even like you could have a story that the show's trying to do where she descends into being even worse and becomes a Sith. You could do that, but like you actually have to fucking flesh her out. You have to actually develop her in the show that we're watching.
So you may have heard this wonderful old tale. It's called The Ballad of Kung Fu Panda.
My favorite.
So you might remember Tai Lung's journey to the darkness is that like he has a master who indulges him too much because the master has an attachment issue as well, and won't recognize the failures that like as this kid grows up and becomes more and more powerful and more accomplished without ever resolving their underlying emotional problems, because the master is too attached to properly address them in a way that they need to. This kid spirals out of control and becomes a monster eventually, even though they started off with a really good person with good intentions.
Yeah.
We could have done something like that here, couldn't we? Given what Soul's problems are supposed to be, is that he has too much love for Osha.
And wasn't like part of Tai Lung's hatred towards Shifu, like you flowered me with all these gestures and you gave me all these promises and then you cast me out.
Yeah, and it's also like the hardships, right? There's like, I mean, that's such a good movie. The scene where Tai Lung is during the fight with Shifu in the temple, right, in the Jade Temple, where he's like, Shifu's like, you were not meant to be the Dragon Warrior. That wasn't my fault. And Tai Lung's like, not your fault. Who filled my head with dreams and lies? Like, who forced me to train until my bones cracked? Who denied me my destiny? God, that's a good scene.
I could literally see you doing that with Osha, where like she like maybe Soul believes she's the chosen one because she's a fucking like artificial virgin's baby, and like maybe there's some parameter of the chosen one prophecy that she just doesn't meet, that kind of makes them realize maybe she's not that, but like she's been raised up and she's having to cope with the loss of her family, right? So like she already has all these issues, and so like it's only made worse with the idea that like maybe everything Soul told her that got her to this point has been a lie, or at least like he was wrong about her.
The family that she thought wanted to end up throwing her out.
Yeah,
like
the second they realize that she's not what they thought what they thought she was, they just cast her out because they fear like what she might become, and it's like, oh, well, fuck you guys.
Tell me how proud you are, Shifu.
But maybe But maybe instead of like what Tai Lung does, where he just immediately becomes like, hate filled towards Shifu, like maybe she does internalize that and she goes like, man, I just wasn't good enough. Like, and now I have nobody and I have nothing because my original family's dead and the Jedi didn't want me because I failed to be what they needed me to be. And like you could have Chimera being like, that's not what happened. And like they fucking destroyed your life and then threw you away when they didn't need you anymore.
They failed you, not the other way around.
Yeah. And like that could be the arc that she goes on where she realizes like, yeah, actually fuck the Jedi.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking about scene again where it's like, all I ever did, I did to make you proud. Tell me how proud you are.
Man, Kung Fu Panda's really good.
Yeah, it's really excellent. It's a shame they never made more than 2
movies. Yep. Yeah. There are 2 Kung Fu Panda films.
Honestly, you could even just in terms of Kung Fu Panda villains, you could even take elements of Shen's arc, because a lot of Shen's arc is like he felt unloved. He felt like he constantly had to measure up to an idea that his parent he could never fulfill because he just wasn't the person his parents wanted him to be. Like he wasn't the perfect son they wanted. He had his own ambitions and things, and so he became spiteful and try and prove them wrong. Like there's that really great scene between him and the soothsayer. Where the soothsayer is like, please stop, like, so that your parents can finally rest in peace. They wouldn't want this. And he's like, my parents hated me. They wronged me, and I will make it right.
Gary Oldman.
Oh yeah, he's great. Like Shen is a really good villain.
Maybe you could have Chimera and Osha genocide all the pandas in season 2. I think
turns out Plageuis is a panda. Man, Shen is so good.
Yeah.
Better media. See, this is the thing. Like, I want to be having discussions like this about Star Wars, where we get to gush about like how fucking excellent the writing is. Like, where we talk about a character, and we're like, man, isn't it great that this character?
Yeah.
They have these emotional beats, and they're all paid off perfectly.
The other day on Andrew's Fallen Order stream, and we were just gushing about Andor. That was fun. I want to do that more.
Because like the thing is, like, because then we sit here and go like, oh, they could take it in this direction, or they could take it in this. There's things to get excited about, like all the wonderful journeys you could take with a well-established character that already has a well-trod path for you to latch onto. And instead, we're just like nothing burger after nothing burger after nothing burger that people are insisting is meaningful. And I'm just like, I feel so hollowed out and empty. And that's before we even get to like the morally reprehensible shit, like the victim blaming of rape victims.
I miss Wade.
I do miss Wade.
Real.
Poor old Wade. Wade would not have done this to us. Wade was a real one.
I think that's everything for episode 7, right?
Except for the song.
Oh yeah.
No.
You want to talk about that real quick? Just no.
Yeah. Actually, there is actually something I want to talk about with the song because it feeds into a moment in the next episode as well. It's a similar thing, right? Because in the next episode, there's a little moment during the fight between Chimera and Sol where they do like a crouching tiger, hidden dragon style, like Chinese cinema-esque, really highly stylized drop down from what do you call it? Not a hallway, bridge.
Skywalk, I guess is what.
Skywalk, yeah. Luke Skywalk.
Whoa! Star Wars.
All the Star Wars injected into my veins. But yeah, they do this kind of like very stylized, like almost like hovering down from, whilst in striking a pose. And lots of people were like, that looks goofy. Why is that here? And other people were like, oh, well, Star Wars has always had Asian cinema influences, and like you're just not a real fan for not liking this, like, this experimental thing they did. And I'm like, no. It's not that Star Wars can't do experimental stuff, right? It's that like you need to be really careful when you're creating an art piece in a certain style. you need to be careful about introducing different styles that might clash with it, unless you're doing it very carefully and with great forethought. Otherwise, it's just a mishmash of things that don't work, that are incongruous together, that are jarringly out of place.
So
and that was one of those instances.
Having an episode end with this grim moment where a child is told that everyone she's ever known and loved is gone, and then immediately cutting to this upbeat pop song. It's like, oh,
yeah.
It's just you can't help but laugh because you're like, what's happening right now?
Incredibly poorly written as well. Like the lyrics are nonsense. there's no melody, just a beat. Oh god, I mean, I could rant about modern pop songs all day long, but this is a particularly bad one. Well, and it gave me like Black Panther credits vibes.
We dealt with when Ahsoka came out, we dealt with people saying, because Sabine was listening to rock music, and we dealt with people saying this doesn't belong in Star Wars, and it's like, no, you can't. Stop saying that. That's like you can have pop music in Star Wars. I'm fine with that, but like no,
that's why
time and a place, know where to put it and why and when.
Yeah, there's the Narkina. Is it the Narkina bop in Andor? Is it called?
Yeah,
Niamos?
No, oh yeah, Niamos. You have that.
God, it goes hard.
Yeah, and then you have like the throat singing like rock song in Fallen Order.
And
like
of course,
you have hints of like these cultural songs, and it's cool. But then you have this.
Arcane uses pop music to great effect. Episode 3 of that show is by far the best, and it ends with a pop song, but it's like it fits the tone of the scene.
It's devastating.
Absolutely. They take.
You're just sitting there like in shambles, like sobbing, and then it's playing like pop music, and you're like, no, fuck you.
And ditto for the finale as well, where you have Sting's "What Could Have Been" during the climactic moment. It fits so perfectly. Whereas this is just a mess. Again, some people try and play the. Yeah, Spider-Verse does it excellently. But like the point is, like when people go like, "Oh, you can't have X, Y, Z in Star Wars," that's just the bricks and screws argument from Andor all over again. Like, I don't think it fits personally. Like, I don't care what you think personally. I care about whether it's well integrated. This is a whole galaxy.
You're just limiting your scope of what can happen in the universe, and that's just sad, considering how massive this universe is.
It's just weird because you're like, obviously, there's going to be all sorts of different types of art in like across the galaxy in Star Wars because there's all these different cultures. It'd be weird if there weren't pop songs and rock songs and every kind of music that you can possibly think of, no matter how bizarre or like obscure, like Mongolian throat singing.
Oh yeah, that's why I have that on my iPod. Oh, my phone, I guess. Who has an iPod these days?
Like it's all gonna be in Star Wars. It's just a matter of like, know your the time and a place, know when to put it, know where to put it.
Again, I'd argue that Igyakar, which is like the Huttese punk music that Sabine listens to, actually not only fits the scene, fits her character because she is a punk. That's what she is.
Yeah,
she's just the Star Wars version of a punk.
She always has been since the very beginning of her character in 2014.
Yeah, like she's an anti-authoritarian, like loud, brash, colorful street artist. Like you don't get much more punk than that. She has
pink hair and pronouns. Like, come on.
Yeah. Pronouns.
She fucking graffitis like wall art onto like establishment outposts all the time.
Do you think the Darth title technically counts as a pronoun?
No, don't do this. Don't say that.
I'm not acknowledging that question.
My pronouns are Darth.
Only a master of evil, Darth.
Vader's like, I'm so glad you respected my pronouns. At least you did that.
He's like, why are we fighting?
They just hug.
Let's get a beer.
Yeah,
and then they're in the bar, and Vader's like, "Oh, I remember I can't have beers. I can't drink them. They don't fit through my nozzle."
And then like instead of Luke seeing Obi-Wan die, he just sees him like chugging a giant one, like one of those boots.
Yeah, Obi-Wan chugs to death on a stein of beer.
Like it just like turns into a rave, and then and then Luke's like, "No, you've fallen.
Come to the dark side. We have beer and cookies."
Budweiser.
Yay.
Anyway.
Yeah, that was episode 7. How are we feeling?
10 out of 10 obviously goes without saying. But before we get into episode 8, of course, there's more super chats to get through that I'd like to
I might also refill my drink and take a small toilet break, if I may.
Oh yeah, go for it. I was literally just going to say, before I get into super chats, I will go refill my drink, but I don't want to leave Andrew alone to entertain chat.
That's
So
right. No, that's okay. I'll entertain chat with Andrew while you do your thing, because then you can read out the super chats while I'm away.
okay, perfect. Yeah.
Oh, thank God, he's gone. Right, let's turn the stream into something else. Andrew, let's talk about Twisters.
Yes, the Twisters agenda. Everyone go see Twisters. It's far better. It's actually a good movie. Go see Twisters. Goodbye.
They have a token British person, which I'm going to say is me.
Just do.
Because every event should have a token British sounding person.
Yeah, his name is Ben.
What a legend. We'll stand Ben.
Mm-hmm. I think he leaves at the end. He's just like, yeah, I'm out. Goodbye.
he's like, so about this being constantly driven into horrifying danger. I'm cool, actually. I'm gonna go teach.
He's so like he's traumatized by the end of the movie just because of what the cowboy does to him in terms of what he puts him through, because they drive directly into a tornado, and then one of the country guys was like, put your harness on, and he's like, what? And then he's just panicking the entire time. It's such a fun movie. And then he leaves at the end. He's just like, yeah, I know you're gonna do this again. I'm out. I'm not doing this. Goodbye. I'm gonna write my article.
then he signs up with Nicolas Cage to be like in book, National Treasure 3.
I remember when I initially heard about the movie Twister, like the one from the 90s, I thought it was about it was a adaptation of The Wizard of Oz in some way.
That would be rad.
I guess
the Twister that takes out Dorothy, and she's just like there riding through a truck, like it's like that scene in Fury Road, where they're driving through the giant sandstorm.
Yeah, witness me.
Glenn Powell and what's the actress's name who was Dorothy back in the day?
Oh my God,
really famous. I can't remember her name, but yeah, just like her and Glenn Powell riding through a buggy, being like, "Witness me, witness me, blood bag."
I'm gonna think they're canon now.
Yes.
But yes, Bullet Andy is grievously offended me by suggesting I might be Australian, so that's fine and dandy. Bullet Andy, go and sit in the corner and think about what you've done.
Jolly, you go do your thing now. I'm gonna read out these chats.
Will do.
We will miss him gravely. I am a superstar warrior for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I love your name, just first and foremost. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to read that out on stream. I didn't hate the Acolyte. Maybe I'm being too nice to it because I wanted it to be good, but not excited for season 2 since all the characters I like died. Yeah, without Yord, what's the point? Really?
Yeah. Chat spam #YordHorde. Get it trending. Do it now.
Killed Yord with hammers.
No.
From Adam Maximum for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Maybe a difficult challenge for y'all. Say something positive / you genuinely like about anything released under Disney Star Wars, not Andor. Too easy. I've been on the record saying Tales of the Jedi Episode 4 is great. It's good, very good character work for Dooku. Plus
Solo is fun.
I enjoy Solo. I have a lot of fun with Solo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just in terms of things that I like, even if I don't consider them good, like Clone Wars Season 7. I fucking love Siege of Mandalore, obviously. I like Rebels, and I think a lot of it's got some good character work. Where's TK?
Yeah, especially with Ahsoka. I think that's the best character work in Season 2. Season
2, she has a very good arc. Arguably the best written Ahsoka's ever been is that little part of Star Wars canon. And yet everyone sings her praises from Clone Wars because they're plebs. Let's see, we got one from Alexander Newman for the 10 Canadian dollars. The thing nobody mentions about Basil, is he not an official Republic citizen? He's a sentient being, was presumably hired to join the mission, but everyone treats him like a dog or something. Yeah, so that's the thing. He's meant to be like a person. Like a sentient, he doesn't speak the common language apparently, but Yord understands him. But he's a fucking walking talk. He wears clothes. He stands on hind legs. I don't think we're meant to think he's an animal. But also
he was wearing
fucking acts like one. So I don't know.
It's so strange. I don't know why they didn't just get a oh my god, who's the Jedi? You know, the The one that you like, Quinlan Voss. Yeah, why didn't they get like a Voss type Jedi?
Yeah, like someone who's like good at tracking and specifically is used for missions that involve tracking.
I don't believe that like no one like him would exist at this time.
It's weird. That's actually a good point that I hadn't even thought about. Is like, Jedi are supposed to be kind of jacks of all trade in terms of like they have skills in a lot of different areas of expertise, right? So like, there should be Jedi who are just capable of tracking people through the forest, like using the force, whatever.
Honestly, just make that Yord.
Extra developed senses of smells.
Yeah,
just make that Yord. Like, so you don't have to go through the extra steps of Basil. Just make Yord the guy.
Yeah, but if you do that, then you can't have Basil sabotaging Soul for no reason, and then the plot doesn't get to play out that way.
If only we had a Trandoshan Jedi or another Wookiee Jedi.
Mm-hmm. I would unironically like it if Basil didn't exist and the ship just did that.
It would just be better. That would
probably be better.
It'd be hugely contrived, but what's one more at this point, right?
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine if Yord just got down on the ground, started sniffing, like Aragorn, just like started sniffing the dirt, and was like, "Their pace has quickened. They must have caught our scent."
Yeah, Jedi should be able to track. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't just have a Jedi tracker. Really weird. $5 from Wisdom Minari. Thank you for the super chat. Jolly, what was that Dooku quote from? It's from Yoda Dark Rendezvous. I know he asked you, Jolly, but I wanted to say it.
Wow, you're mansplaining for him.
I didn't actually know, so.
It's a really good book. I would say the best depiction of Dooku as a character outside of Tales of the Jedi.
Is that book canon?
No.
Worthless. Good. The second Chief said it was good, you should have known it wasn't canon.
Yeah, like Tales of the Jedi's flaw is that, like, yeah, it's good characterization for Dooku, but also it's canon, which means it fits in with all the other bullshit that they've done with him in canon. With Dark Rendezvous, like, technically the Clone Wars is supposed to be part of the old EU as well, but like, come on, no. So you can just read that and be like, yeah, this is the version of Dooku that actually exists in this continuity. Isn't that dandy? There's no generic mustache twirler. He's just a cool, like, well-written character. Isn't that nice?
Gross.
Counterpoint, no.
And we got one from B Jack for £5. Thank you for the super chat. Also, supposedly, Great Mother Coral just abandoned her child, apparently, because Leslie said she survived. I guess she didn't care much about May.
Well, she never really cared for them.
Leslie Headland has just been saying shit for like days now. She just is saying shit.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing I said right at the beginning of the stream, right? Like, I knew, because this is exactly what Filoni did as well, that after the finale would drop, they just come out with all these like random like horseshit quotes. This is like when J.K. Rowling after the fact was like, yeah, Dumbledore's just gay.
Dumbledore's gay.
Like, really?
Always black.
It's like, excuse me?
Like, where was this in the books?
I love how that like there are literally moments where Hermione's features are described, and she's like described as a white girl with like green eyes. I think
like pale skin or something.
She's got brown eyes, but like she's pale with freckles. She's like pale and she blushes like noticeably, and she's definitely not black.
It's also a really funny retcon too, because there was an entire plot line in book 4 where she was trying to like advocate for slave rights, and they were and like it was already weird enough because like all the characters, including Harry and Ron and Hagrid, were telling her she was being silly. But it's even funnier if she's apparently black and they're telling her, a black girl, oh, silly Hermione, with your caring about slavery, shut the fuck up.
I like the idea that J.K. Rowling's putting out all these like retcons, like, Dumbledore's gay and Hermione's black, and someone's like, oh, cool, is Parvati trans? And she's like, no.
Those people aren't allowed.
We
have a potion that
in this world.
We have a potion that lets you literally transform into the body of whoever you want, but trans people don't exist in the Harry Potter universe. Okay.
So I just imagine there's like like she would introduce a trans girl at Hogwarts, and her name would be Not a Manny.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
her name would be like Dick Biggers or something.
Another one from Wisdom for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Kung Fu Panda 3's villain music is amazing. Kai Arrival slaps.
Isn't it just the Imagine Dragons song?
I haven't seen it, or not all of it. I gave up like 20 minutes in.
I'm pretty sure Kai's theme is just "I'm So Sorry" by Imagine Dragons, but in instrumental form.
I like that.
I'm
song.
100% certain.
Yeah, I don't know. Shifu seeing Baby Tai Lung during the temple fight, broken heart emoji. That's how you create a monster that you loved and failed and have to put down. This is what I wanted from like Dooku and Yoda, you know?
Yep.
Man.
Yeah, that would have been so
great.
good.
Y'all see the OG Twister. Thank you for the super chat, Sam, for £2.
I have not.
I have not seen either.
I've only seen the original, the new one, the most superior one. I don't even care about Twister. Twisters, peak. No comment, no notes.
I love this trend of like instead of a sequel being called like the movie 2, they'll just take like the movie name and just add S at the end, like, you know, Alien, Aliens.
Yeah.
Or repeat it. So it's like Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, make a third one.
Scream
and then
5 is literally just called Scream, and it's like, what are you doing? There's already a movie called that, you fucking asshole.
Can you imagine if they took the
Predator?
You know, like the Predator approach, where like the next one's called Prey. Can you imagine like Scream 2 was called Screech or something?
Scream 3 is called Yelp. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Get fucked. I took your joke. Gotta be quicker on the draw though.
He's God. We've
Dave
killed...
Mac 95 for $1.99. Halo show got canceled. Acolyte next.
No, it's fine. I'm leaving now. You're on your own.
Oh. Very unsporting of you, Jolly.
True, the Halo show did get canceled. Thank God.
Hell
and
yeah.
then Joe Biden quit. Coincidence?
He's like, I can't live anymore.
Yeah, obviously. He's like, what's even the point of running this godforsaken country if they don't even keep putting out my favorite Halo show?
I know they're shopping the show around, but I hope that never gets renewed. No one pick it up.
It'll get renewed for 7 seasons.
Just like Rings of Power. Thank God.
Ugh. You know how people tell you, like, like people have been saying this about the Acolyte too. Disney Star Wars haters, they're like, stop watching it because then it's just gonna get like renewed and shit like that, and they don't like seem to understand like why we're doing that. I typically get frustrated with people who say shit like that because it's like that's not like the way to stop bad shows from being made isn't just to like stop watching it outright, because then the only people who watch it are going to be people who like blindly praise it, and that's all anyone's going to see.
Well, on top of that, it's like, okay, so let's imagine a world where only the critics watched it, like where only the people who call themselves critics, like YouTube channels, have, you know, or like legacy media critics or whatever. They're the only ones watching it. That's like 0.01%, like less probably, of the current audience. If we all stopped watching it because we're like, this is bad, that wouldn't put a dent in the viewership.
Yeah.
Whereas like, us sticking around to be like, it is bad, might actually put a dent in the viewership that might change things.
Yeah, like because you know, I have a following of people who, like, a lot of people don't watch the show; they just watch my videos on the show. So like by me watching the show and making a video on it, I'm preventing, like, you know, potentially hundreds, if not thousands, of people from watching it. Like, I feel like
like Trump, you took a bullet for democracy.
It's like, and I'm not trying to like put myself on some kind of pedestal and be like, see, I'm making the sacrifice. This is my cross, and I bear it willingly. I'm just trying to say that, like, if anything, I am putting a dent, like, more than I would if I simply didn't watch it.
You're the evil king played by Chris Pine and Wish.
Yes. This is the thanks I get. Do.
And all the shills are like that. Like the incredibly stupid girl who's clearly in the wrong, who's like, the people of Rosas are good, and their wishes are good, and they should just be like, no, stop. People of Rosas are the kind of people who wish for the Acolyte. So I'm with the king here. Maybe don't let them have their wishes. The
reason I thought about that was because, like, people said the same thing for Rings of Power and Velma, and it's just like,
Rings of Power season 2 is imminently out. That'll
Stop
be fun.
talking.
I will not be watching. I have not even seen most of season 1, so
I could not get through season 1. I think that's the first instance where I was like, yeah, I can't stomach any more of this.
I tried showing Sheev the very first episode, and he watched it and then was immediately like brutally sick for 3 days. Not even a joke. Was just like
much longer than 3 days. It was like a full week and a half at least that I just could not get out of bed. I was like, I blame you.
again, like it's not even that you've got like a bacterial infection or a viral infection. You're just sitting there being like, why does a rock sink but a boat floats? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Well, Galadriel, let me explain the concept of relative densities.
Rings of Peaker.
Rings of buoyancy.
Ah,
But anyway,
they look up. Buoyancy is just looking up.
that's true. Didn't Galadriel swim like all the way from the portal to heaven back to?
She swims. So first of all, at that point in the timeline, there shouldn't be a portal. It should just be like there is an entire continent there called Vada, which is like where, not called Vada. I'm talking shit. Which is where all the gods are. But like, yeah, they're like there's a portal here. She's got to swim back to Middle Earth now. And I'm like, that is about 2,000 or 3,000 miles.
She'll make it.
She fucking thugged it out. You know how it is.
Just absolutely mashed her way through the ocean to get back.
Apparently. I mean, good for her, honestly.
Well, the thing is, she gets picked up by a ship from Numenor, which saves her life. But you're like, what was the plan, Galadriel? Were you just planning to try and swim back? And then she threatens. Oh my god, that's so funny. Then she threatens the kingdom of Numenor, which is like the most powerful nation in the world.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. My measly
You're doing
little army
what?
of elves are gonna go to war against you if you don't help us. It's like, okay, good luck.
yeah. It's like,
How old
give
was
me
she
an
at that
army, or-
point?
like several thousand years old.
Oh my god!
Like,
And she's
like
just
seven
like,
or
I'll put you.
yeah, she's like 7,000 or
Excuse me?
8,000 at that point.
Really? Oh my god!
She's really old. Yeah,
She's very young, actually.
she was born before the trees fell in the Undying Lands.
She was born before the rocks sank.
She was born before stars existed.
Before the rocks looked down.
Anyway, we're getting way off topic here. We got to talk about the finale now of
The other
Acolyte.
bad show.
The other bad show. One of these days we'll talk about something good, won't we?
And
Ugh.
Ocean too.
Twisters.
Yes. Let's do a stream breaking down Twisters next.
So I explained the last one. So Shiva, I'm putting this one on you. Can you walk us through episode 8?
How could you ever do that to me?
Well, I would
All
say
right.
Andrew, but I think Andrew would cry. So I don't want to do that.
I would just like I would just do brain rot and just like I would not give a coherent sentence
So
at all.
it opens with Plageuis killing Osha and Chimere with hammers.
Yep, amen, brother.
We
I would just
Plagueis.
lie. I'm just like, yeah, this happened.
Honestly, you could say anything, and anyone who hasn't watched the show would be like, that could well have happened given the writing quality. Like, we could literally sit here and be like, yeah, Basil actually was Darth Tenebrous, and
Yeah, you guys
Dave
have to just trust that we're being honest about what happened in the show.
Dave Harewood is actually the voice of Basil.
Yes. It's crazy how he was in the show for what, like 2 scenes?
Yeah, to be like some non-entity senator. I mean, I hope they must have pitched that to him with the idea that there's gonna be a season 2, right? There's no way he'd get involved.
Well,
for that,
obviously, yeah. Like what it? I don't know. Yeah, that's totally off topic. Let's get into this, right? So we pick up pretty much immediately after episode 6 ended. It's like we had Osha in the cave and she put on the Smilo Ren helmet, and now we're picking up. She's still wearing the helmet, and I guess because she's like having her sensory like deprivation or whatever, like from the mask, it causes her to have a force vision, which causes her to like basically like seizure out, and then like Chimere tries to like help her, and she does the Anasea thing where his like eyes turn black and she seems to like take control of him, which this never goes anywhere in this episode, so that's going to be set up for season 2, I guess, right? That she's tapping into dark magic powers and she's going to become a Sith, so like she's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Just you wait.
Oh, I'm sure. Especially because canonically she can't live very long because Plageuis has to make Palpatine his real apprentice.
Well, okay, we still have what, like 50? No, we have more than that. Like 80 years, 70 years, but until that would happen, more or less.
Well, yeah, so like about 40 years before he recruits Palpatine, right? Young Palpatine.
No, like 70.
Because it's 100 years before Phantom Menace. The show
that he recruited, yeah. And Palpatine would have been recruited probably what, like 30-ish years before Phantom Menace, because he would have been like early like in his teens or early 20s, probably.
Yeah, well, he's 18 when he gets recruited, and he's 50 ish in Phantom Menace.
Yeah,
So it's about 60 years until Palpatine. Yeah, no fair.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, timeline wise, I don't think 40 years makes sense. Doesn't matter though. There's some decades. There's some time. She has time.
It's just that meme I sent you of like, you know, the parent in the pool with their kid, and it's like Plagueis and Palpatine, and like off to the left, Osha's drowning, and then Chima's the skeleton at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about Plagueis and what he's up to because he appears in this episode. That much can be said.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, literally, only that much can be said.
That's kind of what
He shows up anyway.
He is technically present. Yeah. Okay. Also, I'm fed up. By the way, this is what the fifth time that she's been given like a Force vision that like immediately pushed the plot forward, and like if it didn't happen, like the story just wouldn't continue as it needs to.
You see, she's the Just So Raven of Star Wars.
Apparently, the thing is, like, obviously, right. So, what I think this scene particularly is harkening back to is in The Empire Strikes Back. Luke has a vision of his friends being tortured in a city of the clouds, and he rushes off to Bespin because he's like, well, city in the clouds, that's probably where that is, to go rescue them from Vader. Which I guess you could argue might be a bit convenient, although I think the reason that Han was being tortured at all was specifically because Vader knew that would get Luke's attention, like, through the Force.
Oh yeah, because they even have the line right where Han's like, "They didn't even ask me anything." It's just torturing me.
Literally just torturing him to make Luke sense it through the Force, right? So like, but with this, nothing like what the thing she envisions is what she perceives as May killing Sol, which obviously isn't happening yet. It's like something that's going to happen. So like, it's not
with
like
no weapon.
Yeah. So it's not like anything particularly is happening or anyone's like organizing events so that like Osha will sense what's happening and be like, oh my god. But like, yeah, she's gotten a vision of what she believes to be May choking out Sol, killing him without a weapon. And I guess in the same way that Luke was able to figure out where Cloud City was, she must have seen like the surrounding area and realized that was Bryndock, because like otherwise I don't know how the fuck she knew what planet to go to from there once she saw the vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she has this vision, and basically, Chimera says something like, you know, you can't, like that's going to happen. And she's like, there's still time for me to stop him. And he like makes him stop. And I'm like, why would he want that? Why would he want May to stop him? I don't know. Why would he want Osha to stop May from killing Sol? What is his stake in this here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's just he just wants to kill May, right? He just wants to find May to kill her.
Yeah, apparently that's what he wants. I would have forgotten that considering episode 5 happened, but yeah, I guess that's what he wants, right?
Well, yeah, and because the deal they strike, right, is like, oh, I know where she is, but I don't have a ship. It's like, well, I have a ship, but I want to kill her. And so they're like, okay, we'll go together, and then we'll see who gets to her first, question mark?
I guess she doesn't have any other choice because he's her ride. So she's just like, yeah, fuck it. I'll make that deal. That sounds like a good deal. How about you? Would you make that deal?
Damn good deal.
Damn good deal.
But yeah, so that's the decision they come to. Meanwhile, actually, before we talk about the decisions that get made now between May and Sol and Basil again, God, Basil.
Finally, Southpaw shows up.
Oh, hello.
A wild Southpaw appears.
Hello.
Hey. Oh, I couldn't get that.
Oh God, you're roboting. After he went through all that trouble to put Crowley as his profile picture.
You mean Canton Never at Delaware the Third?
Shut up. I haven't gotten there yet.
Am I still robotic?
No, you sound fine.
Yeah, you're all right.
All right. Oh my God, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Where are we in the coverage? I haven't been watching the stream. I'm sorry.
We just started episode 8. We talked about Osha's vision and like the deal that she and
in episode 8 of the Acolyte.
Yeah. So Osha
Oh,
and Chimera
God.
have struck a deal to go together to Brendok, to because she had the vision of May killing Soul, and he wants to kill May. So they're basically at odds with each other. Like, we'll see who gets to her first. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, Stephen Legresley says that's the perfect image for discussing the show. Stephen, I don't know if you've looked at my Twitter, but fucking every single tweet I have quote tweeted about praising this episode has just been this picture. I was so done with this nonsense.
This show is meant
just
to
this picture.
To talk about. So it's better to just have a picture of Crowley looking exhausted to just show everyone what you're feeling.
A picture says 1,000 words. Yeah, it is not perfect, actually.
But anyway, Jolly, you were making a point.
I was.
Damn.
What was my point?
We were talking about Osha and Chimere's deal and how they were about to go together.
Oh, right. Was it just before we get to Basil and Soul's decision making, is now the time to talk about the decision to go to Brendok in the first place?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the next scene. That's after the scene where they make the deal to go together. We catch back up with Soul and May, who he has tied down to a table. For some reason, he's allowed her to keep the pip droid in her pocket, which is what allows her to get free. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. And yeah, this was apparently Soul's plan. He wanted to take May back to Brendok, and then have the Jedi meet them there so that he could prove to them that there was a virgins on this planet, which the show goes out of its way to expressly tell us is something that you need both May and Osha to do. That's why 16 years ago, when he thought May was dead, he decided not to say anything about it because he had no way of proving it for reasons that are stupid and we'll get to later. But also now, I don't know what he thinks he's going to do, considering he needs Osha for that. As far as he should be aware, because again, there was time fuckery that we went into earlier, but as far as he should be aware, she would still be down on Kofar, right? If not dead, May might have killed her when she took her place, but why? What does he expect to accomplish? I guess is my question, and why would he not tell the Jedi what he intends to do when he knows they're coming in to meet him over Kofar? He didn't communicate that to them. He just decided to fucking leave without telling them. And then, the plan was, I'm going to get to Brendok, set down, and then turn my transponder back on so they can find me.
Yep, that's the plan.
I don't understand any of why he did any of this. It was really stupid, and it only happened so that we could continue to contrive events in a way that the Jedi don't find out about the Sith. Which, by the way, apparently he's prioritized, I need to prove the existence of this virgins over... I need to make sure the Jedi know that there's a Sith that is that has just killed my entire team.
Yeah, that's some very strange priorities there. It's okay, so the Sith have just been revealed to us for the first time in nearly 1,000 years. They're back. These enemies that have created untold carnage throughout the galaxy. The most devastating thing. There are laws against even speaking their language. That's how dangerous they are. But I'm not going to tell the council that. Instead, I want to go on this little, guilt side trip to try and accumulate evidence to prove that I wasn't actually in the wrong for killing Anasaya, and then tell the council, which apparently requires me to go to Brendok and somehow know that Osha will get here.
The question I have is why you can't just show the blood samples that Torben took that shows that they have the exact same symbionts, and that's the proof.
Someone in the comment section just said, "Does Soul even know what a Sith is?"
I hope you're joking. I hope that's a joke.
Please tell me that's not a serious question.
Does he know?
Jolly, in the show's defense, how would teenagers know what a Sith is? But in all seriousness, why was Soul in such a rush to get to Brendok? It's why can't he wait for the other Jedi to come? For Vernestra and everyone else to come?
For the Jedi to what?
I guess he needed to
come.
I remember seeing an argument that the reason Soul did that was because he was afraid that if the Jedi arrived and took May into proper custody, he wouldn't be able to do this thing to prove that they're like that avergence exists on Bryndock. Like they would prohibit him from taking the twins to Bryndock and doing whatever he needs to do to prove it. Which I don't know why the fuck you would think that.
You don't need the twins on Bryndock to prove. Like all you need is to have both of their blood samples to prove that there's I'm having to do some extrapolation.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, why aren't the blood samples that they already currently have not enough? If that's all you need?
I'm doing some extrapolation here. So I guess the thing is like because they are functionally to someone who hasn't met the twins, they are the same blood sample, right? Just two blood samples from one person. That it's really hard to prove. Like if he was like, oh, this is actually from two different people who are artificially created, and that's why I killed their mum. I'm not going to mention she was a smoke demon. Never mind. But like, I guess he needed both of them physically there, so they can physically take the blood and show like definitively that it is.
At that point, you don't need to go to Bryndock. Just go down to Kofar, where you assume Osha still is, and get her, and then take them both back to Coruscant and do the blood sample.
Or if you are going to go to Bryndock, I mean, the thing is, if you're going to go to Coruscant, I guess you'd be like, oh, there's no reason. Yeah, assuming that Osha's missing from Kafar, there's no reason that the Sith would bring her to.
I would,
take us to get May. Although I'd argue that if you set a trap for him on Bryndock, there's no reason for him to bring Osha to that either, and you'd probably just assume Osha's dead, given he tried to kill her in the last episode.
See, I would wonder, right? Like, why would the Jedi not already have records of Osha's blood, like on file somewhere? Like, did they never take a blood sample from her while she was with them? Because at that point, like, you don't need Osha at all for this. Like, you could just take May's and then compare the two, and the Jedi can know definitively this is Osha's, this is May's.
Yeah. And again, like, I don't know what the reasoning is of like, okay, so we'll go to Bryndock and hope Osha comes, and we're assuming she's not dead, by the way, which. I don't know why you would assume that.
She's not still on Kofar and is still alive. There are two Southpaws in the waiting area. What the fuck? Why are there two Southpaws here?
We've multiplied him. It's one consciousness in two bodies.
Oh no!
What?
I don't know what the hell that was. But yeah, so there's all these things that Solo's assuming here.
You see, Sheev, I have the power of one and the power of two. And the power of many.
I'm tired. Anyway, what I was trying to say is there are a lot of assumptions Sola's making here about Osha. He's assuming that she's not dead. He's assuming she's not still on Kofar, which reasonably she should be given the time frame. And she's assuming that he's assuming that even if she is somehow alive and is no longer on Kofar, that she would even know to come to Bryndock, which he apparently needs her to do for this plan to work. And that only happens because she had this convenient Force vision right then. It's like, do you guys understand? Like, I have people in chat right now saying this show is fine, or that it's
insanity.
And I'm like, this is like the huge contrivances all over the place.
Well, I've said it before. This show is just contrivance the show. Like, every episode is just a string of ridiculous contrivances, like, loosely bundled together.
Yeah.
But you see, it's fine. The council wasn't informed of the Sith after all. So the canon is totally fine.
It's intact. Don't you worry.
Yeah, the canon's intact.
We still have the problem now of both Coyadi-Mundi and Yoda know that 100 years ago, a Jedi Master went nuts and killed a bunch of people.
Jolly, you're just nitpicking. Why are you like...
That would factor into the conversations, right? Because like when Darth Maul shows up and attacks Qui-Gon, and Qui-Gon says, "My only conclusion can be that he's a Sith Lord," they could just be like, or a Jedi Master went rogue and trained up an apprentice, and now we need to like internally investigate to see who might have been behind that.
Yeah, or even like we get to the scene in Attack of the Clones where, Padme's like, I think it was Dooku, and Coyadi-Mundi is like, no, he's an idealist, not a murderer, and Wendy's like, well,
he used to be a Jedi. It's he wouldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his character.
And Yoda's like, Yoda and Kai are like, what about that guy 100 years ago who went rogue and killed a bunch of people?
Before Mace's time, that was.
Somehow Soul returned.
Yeah, they're like, maybe Soul's after Padme. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Might as well at this point, right? Maybe Plageuis is after me. Maybe Plageuis isn't dead. That's exciting.
Maybe Padme is Plageuis.
Oh, Southpaw died.
Goodbye.
Soul got him.
That was the Southpaw cameo. He showed up. He was in a cave. He creeped
with a box of scraps.
With a box of scraps.
It was the Southpaw agenda.
It was Southpaw all along.
No.
Stop. I will pick up a hammer and hurt you.
Hammer time?
A day will come when you think you are happy and safe, and Your food will turn to hammers in your mouth.
Yeah. So Soul's plan was stupid, and again, the only reason he did this and made all the decisions that he made was so that like the Jedi could reasonably pin this massacre on him, and as long as the Council, as long as the Jedi at large don't ever hear the word Sith, it's all intact. Don't worry about it. And it's like you fucking assholes.
You've broken everything, and I hate you.
You've destroyed so much, and you think that you got away with it. You're being so cheeky about it.
Well, we still have I guess, again, we're waiting for the aftermath of this episode and the Yoda cameo, but there is a quote, because Leslie Headland can't help herself. Yoda.
Yep. Well, I'm saving that for the end, yes.
Yes, we'll save that little bundle of joy for afterwards. Can't wait.
So basically, Soul has explained this whole thing to May, and like what he's planning to do. And like, where am I at in my notes? Jesus, there are a few things that are said in this conversation that I don't want to skip over. Soul says, "You started that fire. You locked everyone in," and she says, "Because the Jedi invaded our home." Which
shut up.
No, they walked in and asked polite questions.
Again, like
literally all they did.
If the show acknowledged that May is like misremembering or like is biased in any way, then like fine. But like obviously the Jedi didn't invade shit. They came in and were investigating, and they were trying to see what was going on. And then when they thought there was danger present, because there was danger present, they did what they had to do. Yeah.
Well, to be fair to Soul, at least he defends himself in the scene where it's like, I did the right thing. It's like, yeah, you did, Soul.
Well, that's the thing.
Yes,
throughout this episode, he maintains, I did the right thing, but like it falls on deaf ears because the show has already fucking like, condemned him.
Decided he didn't, yeah.
Yeah, and all the characters are mad, and it's just like, it's just scummy. It's just really scummy the way they frame this. But anyway, like I mentioned, because he decided not to confiscate the pip droid from her when he strapped her down, she is able to use that to get free of her binds, and then she like knocks him down and makes for. I don't know why they do this so much on the show, right? Where like a character who's pretty good with like combat ability and force sensitivity or whatever continues to just get like pushed down and then like out of commission for several seconds while another character manages to like take an escape craft and leave, because that's what May does here. She takes the escape ship and she says, "See you in hell, Jedi." Do you remember The Empire Strikes Back when Han Solo said hell?
Dude, he said that thing that was in real life, and now
I was going to say, like, to be fair, to defend the show from terrible criticisms, because it is worth pointing them out when they're made. Lots of people have been going like, "Oh, she said hell," and like that's just not a thing in the Star Wars universe. And I'm like,
yeah,
no, but
I saw someone be like, I think someone commented on one of my tweets that were just like, "Sheev, are you gonna address the fact that she just introduced Judeo-Christianity into Star Wars?" And I'm like, what?
Excuse me?
See you in hell was said in 1980. Like it's been part of Star Wars since year 3. Like, what are you talking about?
Also, like, I hate to break this to Judeo-Christians, but the concept of an afterlife is not unique to them, nor is the concept of a punishing afterlife.
We made it.
Yes, we did. What do you mean we? What?
I was going to say, like, hell doesn't even exist in Judaism. They have Sheol, which is not the same thing. It's just Christianity and Islam who have a hell.
Obi-Wan is Space Jesus. Yeah, I agree. Salt Knight. So, and then basically what happens, right? So this is a very fun scene where May decides to take the escape craft down to Brendok, and she decides to fly in between the ring, like the little comet or asteroid ring around the planet, which he follows her into, but his ship is much bigger, so it's just crashing into shit. And this is our second instance of Basil just sabotaging Soul for no reason. I don't know why.
There's a thing that Soul does here, which I think it is worth bringing up, because I don't understand it. Soul brings up the targeting computer and starts targeting May's ship. And I'm like, is he about to blow her out of the sky?
Yeah, it's like that kind of ruins your plan, Soul. What are you doing?
Yeah, because the thing is, I am 100% sure that the only reason that Soul does that is so they can be like, "Oh, you see, that justifies why Basil sabotaged him, because he was afraid he was going to kill May." Which, like, first of all, I don't understand why Basil gives a shit, given that the entire reason for their mission was to capture or kill May in the first place.
I still don't understand why he mistrusts Soul when he's very clearly not in cahoots with May, and he knows that May is a badman.
Yeah, he was literally recruited. Basil was literally recruited to this mission that was entirely designed to arrest May for being a murderer.
Yeah.
Well.
Oh well, that's fine.
Get a change of heart.
He
sabotages Soul here. So he sees Soul putting on the targeting computer, and he yanks a bunch of wires and causes a catastrophic, failure of the ship that knocks May's ship.
Basil doesn't trust Soul. Not hard to figure out. But why doesn't he
why?
trust him?
Why?
Just literally tell me why.
Why?
We figured that part out. We haven't figured out why. Anyway.
No reason.
But yeah, so May's ship is knocked out of the ring by all this kerfuffle. What a wonderful word, kerfuffle. And crashes, falls out of orbit because this is the ring of a planet. Falls out of the ring of this planet through the atmosphere and crashes into the side of a mountain in Brendok, and crashes hard. So we have a repeat of episode 1 again, where people are just surviving impossible crashes.
I don't think people understand what it means to crash from orbit over a planet in a spacecraft.
It's fine.
Oh goodness.
It's all right. It's okay. It's okay.
But yeah, so she doesn't even get injured, right? She just walks it off. No, she's not even winded. She's just she gets out.
Soul managed to land properly, which is fun because I thought he was also spiraling out of control.
Well, he's just a better pilot, I guess. And I guess Basil didn't sabotage that on the landing. And he didn't lock up Basil or do anything to stop Basil from causing further problems. Basil just carries on running around.
I guess since Basil apparently thinks Soul's evil, he's actually a fucking bona fide hero, technically, because he's like, I'm gonna take us fucking both down to save this girl that is evil.
that murdered a bunch of people.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. We then cut to Coruscant, and I know it's Coruscant because it tells me it's Coruscant. In there.
Yeah! Woo!
Woo!
I'm so glad I did that because I wouldn't have known. 4 title cards in previous episodes is not enough.
Something I thought about a lot whenever especially when looking at the Coruscant establishing shots in this show, is we talk about how production wise, the quality of the show is significantly better than most other Disney Plus shows, obviously barring Andor. And I'd say the same goes for cinematography, directing, just generally. But every single establishing shot of Coruscant is this same gray, lifeless, poorly washed out, it just looks very bad. It's way too well lit, first of all. Compare that.
They it looks like they were oh, how do we make this Coruscant look older, or not older, I guess younger and more ancient than it did in previous. And they're just oh, let's put this weird bronze goldish hue on it in the highlights, and then it's yeah, that looks ancient enough. And so that they ran with that instead of making it gray like it usually is.
It's weird. How much construction change did the Jedi Temple undergo in 100 years?
They went from piss to gray, apparently.
Yeah, I was going to say the city builds up a little bit around the temple because it builds up to the steps, which are not quite there yet. But otherwise, the temple doesn't change at all.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. Is this is a planet and a city that's been building itself, for hundreds of thousands of years, or at least several thousand years, depending on which continuity you're working with. But so 100 years really isn't a long time. So whenever you show me any kind of drastic differences between this and what Coruscant is ultimately going to look like in the prequels, it's I don't really believe it would have changed that much, if at all.
Well, you see on Navarro, they built an entire city in a week.
That's true. That is true. Yep. But those are Amish people. These are Coruscant scum.
That's the mining guild. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, this is a scene where basically we finally actually meet Senator Rayancourt.
Played by the amazing David Howard, president of RADA, an extremely good actor.
He was in Doctor Who.
He was in Doctor Who, yeah. He was also in Supergirl, which we don't talk about.
Yeah. Basically, what's happening here is we're finally getting a glimpse at what exactly Vernestra has been afraid of this whole time. It was hinted at throughout the show. In season 6, we learned like the name Rayancourt and like what he's trying to do. But now we get to meet him, and he's basically asking Vernestra all these questions about like, you know, what's going on. I'm hearing disturbing rumors and reports, and like you're not being transparent with the Senate. And she's like, yeah, well, this is an internal investigation, and I can conduct it how I see fit, as long as there's no larger threat. And he's like, how do you know there's no larger threat? And you know, they're just kind of playing coy, going back and forth. Like, we're very close to apprehending the subject. Oh, is the suspect a Jedi? Very close. Like I said, thank you for your time. I actually like this scene. It's kind of overt with what it's trying to communicate and what it's trying to get across. And I'd like a bit more of it to be subtextual, but I really enjoy that we're acting, because again, it's well acted, but also like I enjoy that we're actually getting to see like a senator basically just be like, I think you Jedi are a fucking cult, and I think that you are way too powerful in terms of your political standing, and that doesn't sit right with me, and I want to fucking take you down a peg. And it's nothing personal. Like, it really isn't. I just think that like we as a democracy would benefit if you didn't have as much power and influence.
Well, I guess we don't know if it's personal, right? Because he's like, oh, he says to Vanessa, like, oh, you clearly think that this is a personal thing, and she's like, yes, I do. But he doesn't actually address that point. He just carries on being like, I think you're this.
Well, I guess the implication I got was whether or not it is actually personal in his end. He's trying to come off as it's not. Like, I want this for the good of the Republic and for the good of democracy.
There is two interesting things. I mean, you're right, it is very overt, but there's like several interesting things. One is that we still don't really get a sense, like, you know, we get the sense that the review is bad and that it was bad for the Jedi, but like we never get told why or how that works or what the hell's going on. It's just like person turns up in person to be like, look, review is bad. But more interestingly, and this is where I think like, you know, good acting is done, and to a certain extent like better dialogue, I wouldn't call it great, but still like better, is the way he phrases like his opposition to the Jedi sounds a lot like Sith teachings, where he's like, because he's like, oh, you think you can control the uncontrollable, and she's like, oh, you mean the Force? And he's like, no, I mean your emotions. It's only a matter of time before you go nuts and cause carnage.
Wouldn't it be weird? Sorry, continue.
I was about to say, like, it's just a reiteration in more flowery language of what Kaime said back in episode 2, which is like the whole peace is a lie, which is Sith ideology.
I was just gonna say, like, with this in mind, like knowing this is Rayancourt's opinion of the Jedi, wouldn't it be weird if the cover story for Nestra ended up going with was that a Jedi went rogue and killed a bunch of other Jedi to cover up a lie 15 years ago? That'd be crazy. She wouldn't do that.
That would be an act of incredible political
chronically stupid on her part to like say that.
And also, like, because this is the last time really, other than that ending scene where she botches it hilariously, but they don't seem to realize that, is that this is the last we get of the kind of political subplot, if you can even call it that. And it's just a wasted opportunity because, like, yeah, we have a senator who's leading a kind of like, you know, an attempt to scale back the powers of the Jedi, or like, you know, reduce the amount of good they can do in the galaxy, at least from the Jedi's perspective, who is spouting Sith teachings under a kind of cloak of senatorial language. We could have had like Hego, like Plageuis being introduced in this, and like, you know, the idea of his public persona being involved in shadowy backroom Sith attempts to undermine the Republic and limit the Jedi, and Rayancourt might be enthralled to him, or even like potentially the real Sith apprentice while Kaime is some kind of acolyte. You know, like any number of things could have been done here. Hell, you could have just replaced Rayancourt with Hego Damask and just had Plageuis be that guy.
See, I'd almost prefer if Rayancourt is actually just a senator who like staunchly believes these things and is like, and like that's being played into by the Sith. They're like, yeah, we can use that. We can use you as kind of a figurehead.
I'm not saying he has to consciously be like enthralled to them. I'm just saying like in their sway, like he thinks he's doing it for the right reasons, but really he's a puppet of the Sith. Like they're just using him to achieve their aims. Like maybe he's almost like, you know, like you could even have the thing in the cleverer show of like, if we'd had an earlier scene between Rayancourt and Damask, where like Damask could have like been boosting up Rayancourt with like, well, you know, you're right, because the Jedi, they believe in they have, like, they can control their emotions, but really no one with that kind of power can for long. And Rayancourt could have just internalized that criticism and repeated it. And you have the sense in which like the Sith teachings of Damask are swaying senators in pursuit of the end goal of the Sith plan. Like all these interesting things we could have done, clever things we could have done to flesh out this kind of political machine, especially a show that is ostensibly supposed to be about the Sith in a time period where like they are so close to executing the grand plan and their corruption is fucking everywhere, that we don't see any of their influence or any of their political machinations or anything of any substance beyond Chimera dicking around trying to get in Osha's pants or kill her. I'm not sure.
Depending on his mood that given moment.
Yeah.
He's
And,
bipolar.
This this wasted potential that we have here is going to be extremely relevant considering what happens in the very next scene. Which I guess might as well just get into it now, right? Darth Plagueis.
Yeah, Plageuis is here. He's hanging out in a cave on what is clearly Beldamnock.
There's so much wrong with Plagueis being here, but like just to round out the point about the world building and the political aspect of this storyline, like instead of just having him fucking around on a cave doing God knows what, and actually not providing anything substantive to the story. Imagine if he was just on Coruscant. Imagine if he was just like swaying senators. Imagine if he was like the sort of private benefactor who was like influencing this movement, this coalition of senators who want to keep the Jedi in check and like make an external review. Just what if there were scenes between him and Raincourt? What if there were scenes between him and Vernestra? How interesting might that be?
I've said this to you guys before, but if I was doing this, like where I would have introduced him is that ending scene when Vernestra's at the long table. She's at one head of the table, and all along the sides are these senators on the review board that she's talking to. If we pan from her perspective, and like the door at the other end of the room opens, and like Damask comes in and sits at the other head of the table, and so you could have done obviously you have a great scene there, but you can also through cinematography do the kind of like parallel of like on one head of the table is the Jedi, on the other head of the table is the Sith, and the senators are all caught between them. And you can watch their influence wane and wax as the conversation between them goes on, like swaying senators to each side. All sorts of interesting things we could have done. Also, what a great reveal that would have been as well to the fans in the know. Like the door door opens and just the silhouette of Plageuis comes through the door.
Because the thing is, people are like, you should just be happy because you got to see Darth Plagueis and he is a fan favorite character. And it's like, well, all he did was stick his head out behind like.
He also looks disgusting.
Well, yeah, but I mean, put that aside for a second. Like he didn't add anything. It was just there for key jangling. Whereas like he shows up and like has this big like there's just a moment of subtle and almost imperceptible, but like if you're a fan and you understand what's happening, you're like, oh my god, is that who I think it is? And like, that could have actually gotten me fucking hyped. I could have been like, oh my god, shit is going down now. Shit's getting real.
You could have even reused the opera music from Revenge of the Sith when he comes in.
Yeah.
This like also he looks disgusting. That's presentation wise not great, but also like. Other than just the rawest of key jangling of look, Plagueis, look, you turned up for 2 seconds. I like how what he's doing is like creepily like Gollum, like clawing his way out of the cave. Why? Just stand normally. No one can see you.
You own this place, dude.
See? Okay, it's worth getting into, I guess. It's not outright confirmed exactly what the nature of his relationship is with Chimera. In the sense that like he might be Chimera's master, he might be like, maybe Chimera's not a Sith and, Plagueis is like a part of the real Bane lineage and he considers Chimera a rival. There's all sorts of things. It's left vague. It's ambiguous. But no matter which way you spin it, he should want Chimera dead.
Yeah. Well, this is the problem, right? Either Chimera definitively is a Sith and he's the apprentice of Plagueis at this point, in which case, I don't know why Plagueis is here creeping around the caves like a weirdo. Be back wherever you're like, A, but B, if he's here specifically because Chimera's here, like he's here because Chimera is a pretender to the Sith who risks revealing them or putting the galaxy on edge.
He's
here to kill
shit, like making trouble with the real Sith.
Yeah, so he's here to kill Chimera. Then that ending scene where like Osha and Chimera are like holding hands in front of the cave. I'm like, well, 2 seconds later, did they die? It's like,
I hope.
Did the credits? Yeah, do the credits roll and then Plagueis, like they walk into the cave for sexy times and Plagueis just beheads them both.
If Chimera is Plagueis' apprentice, not only should he want him dead for just the obvious reasons of you are exposing us and oh my god, but also Chimera's been going around trying to find an acolyte. And like, if you're the Sith master and your apprentice is trying to take on an apprentice, that's not good for you. You don't want that. You want to fucking nip that shit in the bud. Kill Osha, kill May, kill Chimera, kill all of them.
Kill them with hammers.
Yes, kill them with hammers.
All right.
And so, like, the only way you can make it to where either he is Jason's master. I called him Jason. Either he's Chimere's master or he's a rival, whatever. Like, and the only way you can write it to where he and Chimera are buddy, and he has no reason to want to kill him is if you just make Plageuis also stupid. And at that point, what was the point of bringing him into canon if you're just going to take his character and make him a moron?
Jangle. I see him. I say, ooh, I clap.
Isn't the point that Darth Plagueis was wise? Wasn't that like the one defining characteristic we had of him from the movies? Like that's definitively what he's known for. Anything from the EU can be changed, but like that's the thing that we know is true.
You know, he could use the Force to influence the midichlorians to create plot.
Kill me.
He had such a knowledge of the writing side.
He's such a good writer.
And now I don't like to appeal to adaptation fallacy because like I don't like when people are like, this is not perfectly adapted, so it's bad. But at the same time, you're taking a fan favorite from the EU, from like one of the best books in the Star Wars, just best stories in all of Star Wars, as far as I'm concerned. And you know, he's the main character of that, and like his main thing is he's extremely smart and very careful, and he never does anything without knowing exactly how it's going. Well, yes, you'd have to be. Because otherwise,
there's no Sith. There's no Sith in this time period who could be anything other and have survived long enough to be called a Sith Lord.
And so the thing is that, like, if you are characterizing him, even unintentionally, as stupid enough to let Chimera live, despite everything Chimera's doing, then like you've taken away that one aspect that like made so many people like his character. And at that point, what's the fucking point? Why are we doing this?
Yeah. There's just we have damaged. This goes back to the conversation we had when we were talking about like, is Chimera Sith or isn't he? And we're like, it breaks things either way, because either the Sith are letting him run around exposing them without doing anything, or they're too stupid to know he's even doing that, or he is literally a Sith and the Sith themselves are compromised. And it's like, yeah, the Sith themselves are compromised.
It's just bad. It just doesn't work. And so people are like, what's your problem with him? You know, because I posted our reactions to that on Twitter, and people were like, come on. You're just looking for things to hate. Like, there's literally nothing wrong with the scene, and you guys are getting all upset. And I'm like, first of all, he looks like shit, like Andrew pointed out in the clip.
Ew.
But also, yeah, there's all these story implications and like character implications that are just intrinsically there as soon as you drop him into that location, you know? And it's like, that's what we took issue with. The fact that he's there, the fact that he hasn't done anything about Chimera, just all of it. Without him saying a single word, without him like appearing for more than 5 seconds, you've damaged this character that a lot of fans like. It's not good.
Well, actually, and in the spirit of fairness, just because, you know, I don't want to have people lump us in with the wrong kind of critical crowd, there are bad criticisms that have been made of the scene as well that we do not agree with, like the fact that he shouldn't be here because he's too young.
It's the same thing as the Ki-Adi-Mundi thing that we've already addressed, but like, yeah. In Legend, it's funny too, because like in Legends, like it's not even kept consistent when he was born. So people are like, he should only be 15 at this point. And I'm like, should he? You know, in the Plageuis novel, when he met Palpatine, which would have been in 65 BBY, he said he was well over 100 years old. So like if we were going by that line, he would have been born around maybe 170 BBY, and at this point, then he'd be what 40?
Something like that. I mean,
40,
the thing is,
he does kind of look old.
If they change, yeah, he does look a bit ancient. Like, we don't care if they change canon. That's not our issue. Our issue is just like, whatever you have changed it to has to be good, has to be consistent with itself.
If you had a version of him that worked already and you've changed it to do your own thing, you better fucking justify that. Because like, you know, if it's bad, then I'm going to be like, ooh, you could have just kept it the way it was, and that would have been neat. But instead, you decided that you had better creative ideas for this character, and you botched it.
Stephen McGrath is like, he looks like Ebony Moore with a heroin addiction. just imagining that, like Plageuis is in the cave, like shooting off, and like Chima's like, yeah, that's why I'm getting an apprentice. My master's like, man, he's in a downward spiral.
Ebony fell on hard times after Infinity War. He actually survived being shot out in space.
Shot into space. Well, as we know from other Star Wars fans, some parts of space have oxygen and are not a vacuum.
Yeah, that particular area of space that they shot him out into was not a vacuum. So he actually started a fire. That's how he kept warm.
I'm supposed to, like, this is the thing. Like, I try so hard to remain kind and empathetic to all kinds of fans and to take their criticisms seriously, even when I think they're bad. But I'm sorry, I'm being seriously asked to pretend that it is in any way serious for people to claim that just random bits of space are not a vacuum. It's
Kill me
like,
now.
Well,
what the fuck?
Jolly, have you considered it happens in the show?
Oh
So
my
it has to
god.
make sense.
True.
I love how that's a thing. It's like, well, they said that covering it up was a bad thing. He's like, he must have done a bad thing.
Imagine if the scene for Plageuis was just that he just walks into a room and then just outwits Venestra and then he leaves.
That could be so cool.
Oh.
Imagine a
just
scene between him
outsmarts
and Yoda. Oh my god.
Like imagine
What,
he does his own he says he does his own investigation into what's going on. And he's like, actually, it seems like because he would also if he's smart, he's also wanting to try to cover up that Chimera exists. So before or after or sometime when he can't kill Chimera, he wants to get involved in this meeting. So he just shows up. He's like, I did my own independent study about the situation. Actually, it's just Soul. And he's the person who originally blamed Soul. And then like he's just the guy who orchestrates it to come out as Soul was the fallen Jedi.
Something Jolly and I were talking about was that like if you know in a well-written version of this show where like Vernestra is a tragic character, you could have it be that she kind of starts to figure out something's not quite right. Like there's just something intrinsically not like just wrong about everything to do with this coalition of senators and like the timing of this investigation and these attacks on the Jedi. And like maybe Raincourt says something that he shouldn't know, and she's like, and she just kind of wonders like, how did he know that? And so then like you could have a version of the story where like she's kind of slowly unraveling more and more of the mystery, but not telling the Jedi about it because she's just that corrupt, and she just doesn't trust the council not to give information over to the Senate that would then compromise her investigation. So like by the time she kind of like gets to a point where she's like maybe she's figured it out or maybe she's about to figure it out, it's just too late. And she dies,
Especially
and the Jedi never
because,
find out anything about what happened.
Especially because, like, at a certain point into her investigation, she'll have like Plageuis becomes aware and starts like giving her like false clues. But like we as an audience don't know this until she's led into a trap. Like, so we're like we're there with her while she's like, oh, I'm unraveling this mystery, and we're like, oh, she's gonna find out who the Sith are, and like she's purposely kept it all back from the Jedi because she's like, no, I need more information before because like we have to protect our political aspirations as the Jedi. We have to protect this, and just morally compromising to not reveal the investigation before she can use it politically, or even if she thinks she's doing it for the right reasons. And then like slowly gets led down this path as Plageuis feeds her false information, and she like goes into like, I don't know, like a particular room somewhere, being like, I expect to find some kind of answer here, and then the door just shuts behind her, and like Plageuis slowly comes out of the shadows, and you're like, oh, she's fucked.
Like force chokes her or something.
Yeah, then you have that tragic element of she basically discovered the Sith, but because she was politically compromised, she didn't tell the Jedi when she could have. And that's why they fall.
I'd almost want a version of that scene where he never even takes out a lightsaber. Like maybe he's already caught her in some kind of trap and she's detained, and like it's only a matter of time before like whatever he's set up like sets in and she dies. And so all he's doing is just like monologuing about like, you know, you got so close and obviously that couldn't be tolerated. And like he's just talking about like his own philosophy about the Jedi and how like ultimately their downfall is going to come from the fact that they were too obsessed with their image, you know, in the way that like that led to
political power.
Yeah, and that's what led to her downfall, and it's what will lead to the Jedi's ultimate destruction and that stuff. I mean, and like the scene just ends with her dying and him leaving the room without having actually done a single thing himself.
Yeah, and like so like this plot thread that just comes out of nowhere in the last episode where Chimera is her fallen apprentice. You could like tie that into what Plageuis wants to like toy with her and be like, yeah, I had to kill your apprentice, sadly. He turned out just like you, too obsessive or something like that.
Well, yeah, or maybe Chimera was never even the real apprentice and he was only quote unquote recruited by Plageuis to be that false breadcrumb to lure Venestra to her doom.
It broke my heart to put that tumor in his head.
What?
Yeah, there's
well, it's almost like that thing of one of the things I really like with the characterization of Maul in the Clone Wars, right? When they were discussing how do you do his voice intonations, how do you do his personality, was that Sam Witwer was like, well, he'd obviously be mimicking Palpatine in a lot of ways, right? Because that's the guy who raised him. Like he's the way he speaks, the way he plans, the way he reveals his plans will be modeled on Palpatine. And I'm like, we should have seen that with almost like with Plageuis, right? The one step back of there should be ways Plageuis behaves that remind us of Palpatine because Palpatine is where he learnt it. Sorry, Plageuis is where Palpatine learnt it, rather. So like like that scene at the end of Return of the Jedi was like, I'm afraid the shield generators will be quite operational and your friends are like I almost want that with like Vanestra, right, where she's like she gets locked in this room where he's about to like evacuate all the air and kill her or like electrocute her to death or something with force lightning, and he has a moment like that where she's like monologuing dryly, like not in a kind of like you caught me monologuing way, but just like a slow like you are fucked and I'm going to sadistically enjoy this little moment where I get to like rub it in your face how fucked you are.
See, it's almost like Plageuis,
but anyway, that didn't happen.
An intrinsically cool character that you could do a lot with if you do him right, but they decided, no, we'll put him in a cave. There he is.
Which is so stupid. Like he's a banker.
Well, okay, and again, I want to be super uber.
Well, is that canon? I don't know.
That's not canon necessarily. Okay. You don't have to adapt the fact that he's part of the banking clan, but you lose a lot if you remove that from the story.
You say it's not canon, and like technically, you're right, it's never confirmed, but there is a whole plot line in the Clone Wars about how Clovis is being used as like the reason that the Sith parachute Clovis in to be the patsy of the banking clan is because like there are huge missing, huge swaths of missing funds from the bank that they want to pin on his corruption so that no one asks questions, which are strongly implied to be the funds that were used to pay for the clones. And given that Damask was in charge of the banking clan and Damask Holdings, and that's where the money came from for the Sith army in the original canon, I thought they were kind of hinting at that.
Like it's funded the clone army,
which would have been is a neat tie-in.
That's what I'm saying is that like if you remove that, you intrinsically lose that aspect, but then also like there is the fact that, and we kind of go over this in the last stream too in terms of like Chimaera's identity, but the Sith at this point would be like in positions of great political power in some form or fashion. So even if he's not a banker, he'd be a senator or he'd be some kind of businessman,
shipyard
owner, like a CEO of a very prominent company that sells like necessary vital supply, like Bacta or something. It'd be something like that. He wouldn't just be some homeless dude in a cave.
Yeah.
Okay. And if that's what we're saying is the case, then like that's bullshit.
Well, again, that's why I'm like, if we're gonna have Chimaera be that, then like you have to be like, Chimaera isn't the real apprentice. Chimaera is a pawn and doesn't realize it.
Yeah, Plageuis is using him for certain ends, and as soon as he's done with that, he's just gonna fucking throw him away.
And
I would then have questions a bit like with Mayo and Chimaera, which is like, if that is the case, why on earth would he tell Chimaera that he's a Sith? You would keep Chimaera insulated from all that knowledge.
Well, I'd also want to know, like, you'd have to completely restructure everything to do with how Chimaera behaves in the show, because like, if he's ultimately a pawn of Plageuis, like Plageuis wouldn't allow him to do, like he wouldn't want him doing the things that he's doing, so you'd have to change that up completely. Well, makes sense.
Potentially he would, if he's going down the route of like, oh, a fallen Jedi went on a killing spree, and like, whether that's May or Chimaera, like Chimaera is ultimately the one who does it, right? I know they pin it on Soul in the real continuity, but like you could have just had it be like Chimaera has never heard. Chimaera never knew Plageuis was a Sith. He didn't even really know who Plageuis was. He was recruited as like an out of control loose cannon to be turned on the Jedi with thoughts of revenge, and then like thrown away, like purposefully thrown away, so that they have the smoking gun of like, look, a Jedi went out of control.
Yeah, and I mean, you do have the fact that Chimaera apparently used to be a Jedi and was Vernestra's pupil, so like that could work.
You could even then use that to like politically smack. If that was the reveal, like it's a double whammy, right? Because like Chimaera functions as a smoking gun functions as a smoking gun to take to push the review through on the Jedi and diminish them, but also it politically attacks Vernestra specifically because it's her fallen apprentice that she covered up.
So that's what I was going to say is like in the scene, right, that we've already pitched where like he kills Vernestra and like he's doing his monologue, he could say something like, did you really think it was a coincidence that of all the Jedi who fell and like could have like who could have been involved in this, like it was your apprentice, like it was always you. How
interesting would it even be if like Vernestra's position in the Jedi Order, like whichever high up position she occupies, she only has that because he has machinations that like he killed the right Jedi at the right time to free up the spots to make sure she was the one who got it, because he knew she was compromised, because he knew about her apprentice that he could then use against her. Like all these long laid plans to show how brilliant he actually is and long thinking. Like, and again, how absolutely, again, like to reinforce the tragedy of Vanessa. Like, not only does she find out she failed to inform the Jedi, not only does she find out that like she's the reason they're being, her own humiliations being used to attack them. She finds out she was always set up to fail. This isn't even a coincidence. Like, she was always a pawn of the Sith and just never realized it. Everything has been taken from her in that moment.
Mm-hmm. Also, yeah, Brian. Also, isn't a respected Jedi Master going crazy and killing like 10 Jedi a huge deal for the Jedi, and the Senate would demand more investigation? Yeah, we touched on that a bit ago, but like that's a really dumb cover story on Vernestra's part, isn't it? If that's what she decides to do, given
it would be
what we learn.
It would be crazy. I think because I'm just mad that she came up with that cover story, considering who Soul is. It's like, who's gonna believe this? I think it would be way more satisfying and more tragic if Plageuis or just another senator came in, did their own research, and concluded, yeah, it was Soul. There's no one else it could be, and then Venestra just has to play along with that just to keep herself safe, and like not like steer and lose political backing or stuff. So like that's the tragedy of it, that she
can use that secret to hurt her later
and like capitalizes on her obsessions. That would have been way more satisfying, because like the stuff with Soul was like, I liked Soul in the beginning, and then he became stupid, and then they just like completely trashed him, and I was like, man.
And then had the audacity to frame him as a villain.
Yeah, I was like, no. I hate this show so much.
It's so bad. So that was our little tirade about Plageuis.
Well, also to the point of like, oh, maybe Plageuis was just like keeping tabs on Chimera. It's like, why would he go there? Like, droids exist. You can like send one there.
Yeah, if someone
I don't even believe that Plageuis has time for that.
Someone said maybe Plageuis is there specifically to kill Chimera. Like just coincidentally, that's when he found out where he lived and got there just too late, because as soon as he arrived, Chimera and Osha were leaving. And it's like, okay. So first of all, that's bullshit and very coincidental, but fine. But as soon as they get back, he's going to kill them, right? Yeah.
The end credits are just they get decapitated.
Well, this is also like an unknown planet that we know of. Why doesn't he just come out of the shadows, force choke both of them, and they're both dead? Like, it's just that easy.
Yeah, we know Force users can like stop ships from flying. That's a thing. So maybe just like
hang on. Someone in the chat is saying like Venestra is like blaming it all on Soul. The other Jedi don't know about this. It's just Venestra's cover up. I'm like, oh, sorry, you can't tell the Senate that Soul is responsible for the deaths of 10 Jedi, and then expect none of the other Jedi are going to hear about this.
Yeah, that makes it way worse for both the Senate and the Jedi, because the Jedi are just going to be like, excuse me?
Well, again, we see at the very end of this, and we're going to get into more about this later, but like we do see that she reports to Yoda something.
Or maybe she lied to Yoda as well.
Whether she told him the truth or whether she gave him the same bullshit cover story, like an accounting has to be made. She has to fucking give him something. He's not just going to be like, it's fine. I don't care about this. I don't care that dozen Jedi are dead.
We should have the funny scene, the like post-credit scene, where like it cuts back to Yoda's expression, and he's just like, "Why the fuck was I not told about this?
I'm just finding out about this now."
Yeah.
Like, how long has this been going on? They're like, oh, at least a week. And he's like,
a week.
Are you kidding me?
Honestly, this show would have been better if like comparing it to Arcane. I don't know that much about Plageuis in terms of his EU stuff, but just have like Venestra be like Caitlyn in like episode 4 and 5, like being a detective, and then you have like why'd I forget his name? Fucking Sith man. No, not Singed. Why'd I just Plageuis? I don't know why I just forgot that name. I'm dead.
Diseases.
But Plageuis is like Silco, where he's just like underground running this shit, and like Caitlyn's just or Venestra in this case is just desperately trying to figure it out. That would have been way better.
And it's clueless that he's even involved, right? Because like remember, Vi has to tell Caitlyn, and that Silco is behind shit.
Yeah,
Caitlyn doesn't even know who Silco is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, don't they call it? They call him something like a I'm so dead. Philanthropist from the underground or something.
Well, they're just like he's a prominent businessman from the under
Yeah.
Yeah, like Caitlyn
he's just a guy,
some kind of like benefactor behind a lot of the criminal enterprise and like in Zahn. She just doesn't know who. Like she doesn't have a face to put to it.
Well, I don't even think she knows that he's a criminal. Right? I think she just thinks like he's guy who does lots of charity in Zorn.
Yeah.
God, can you imagine that Plageuis ran a charity? Like Plageuis is running the galactic version of UNICEF.
I mean, unironically, like Plageuis would be putting on fronts of like
Charity,
altruism, probably. Like, I don't see why not.
Kind of like how real billionaires do.
It's in the same way that Palpatine, like, you know, comes off as like a you know, very wholesome sort of humble senator from Naboo. You know, he was born wealthy, so it's not exactly a rags to riches story, but like from a very obscure house on a small little world and not very politically relevant, and like, you know, so it's kind of a rags to riches story in terms of how he rises in the Senate and becomes just this well-liked guy who's very charming and, you know, seems to care about everyone and want to just do the right thing because, by golly, you know, like that's the kind of front that the Sith would be putting on.
He's the greatest guy around.
What about the people he murdered? What murder?
Like Plagueis is just like spends his weekends like performatively giving out teddy bears to orphans.
There's almost like an overcorrection where at a certain point he's like too nice, and so have either of you seen Dexter?
No.
There's like a dynamic between Dexter and one of the detectives that he works with named Dokes, who fucking hates him because like he's one of the only ones there who can like who just suspects him of being really fucking weird and creepy, and it's because like with everyone else he puts on like this facade of like, oh, I brought in donuts, I'm the guy who like everyone loves to just, you know, I'm very charming and personable, even though he feels like nothing inside. And the only one in this precinct full of cops who even remotely suspects Dexter is Dokes, and he's just like, I don't fucking like you. You're a fucking creep. Stay away from me. So like, there's almost like a point where like Palpatine's too nice, and then maybe Windu's like, go fuck yourself. I don't believe you.
God, I'm just having flashbacks to just expand on the idea of what Plagueis could do. Do you remember when I said like maybe part of the outcome of this review would be the Senate, you know, partially defund the Jedi? And then Damask Holdings step in to like loan money to them. Then he has that hook on the Jedi and can like influence where they are in the galaxy and like maybe move them away from key spots.
Yeah, and so again, it's like the Jedi on a large scale are having to sacrifice principles because it's like, well, like
we need the money to keep on operating.
The banking clan needs us to do this mission where we can help this diplomat do this thing, and it's like, well, but like we could be devoting those same resources to this fucking border dispute over in the Outer Rim, where like like hundreds of people are dying every single day, and like it's only going to get worse, and like we the Jedi could be like sending relief missions and like helping out. It's like, yeah, but like low key, we kind of fucking need the funding, so we're going to go do this mission for this fucking like, you know, plump politician.
Yeah, and then maybe even get sent on, you know, missions that Plagueis knows are going to backfire and make them look shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much you can do with Plagueis that like would have made for a fascinating show.
He's a wealth of just like character and potential and world building and just everything. He's a rich tapestry.
I'm just imagining him as like Gus Fring, right? Like he runs like the Polo chicken, but like secretly being evil.
Yeah, but he also like, again, he has a front. He's a public figure who like donates to all sorts of charities and like police causes and stuff like that. The DEA. Yeah.
That's the thing. Like it should be like that. Plagueis should essentially be like a very large scale galactic scale Gus Fring almost.
Mm-hmm. God, I'd kill to see a show about him.
God, can you imagine if they actually? I was also saying we've already used him for Star Wars, but we could literally have just pulled what's his face, the actor for Gus,
Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah, Giancarlo Esposito to be Plagueis. How fucking cool would that have been?
I wouldn't like that only because like again for one thing, I'm tired of Giancarlo Esposito being typecast as like stern, really intelligent villain who, you know, it's like the same kind of thing as Gus Fring. They do that in The Boys, and they do that in Star Wars, at least for the first season. I don't know. And also just like what I envision for Plagueis, like I don't really think he fits. As much as I love him as an actor, I just don't think he fits the role.
I think he'd be fine.
But anyway, I think we should probably carry on because we got a lot more to go over.
Yes, we do. So the next thing is the confirmation that Osha can pilot ships, which is kind of funny. They arrive at Brendok. Sol sees their ship arriving, so he knows. Presumably, that's the stranger, right? I don't know if he knows Osha is definitively that, but he definitely knows the stranger is.
Well, again, he's omniscient and apparently knows that Osha knows to come here. So,
Osha and Chimera stand outside the door that was vandalized all those years ago that they can't open. And Osha's like, "How do we get in?" And then she turns around, and Chimera has once again teleported.
He's flying. You don't understand.
He's spooky.
He's Superman out of there.
I do love how every other character, except for Osha, can just like get up into the fortress by other means. Like Chimera can fly and/or teleport. Sol and May both climb up, like in different ways. But Osha's just like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna get this door open," and then somehow that works, despite the fact that the power generator, has been destroyed for 16 years, and also it's been 16 years, so that door is gonna be rusted shut. Yeah. I don't think they know how metal. They don't know how metal works, and they don't know how stone works because they think fire can spread through it.
Then we have Sol engaging in a fight with Chimera. Like Chimera's like, "Thanks for leading me here," and they get into a little fight. I guess before we talk about how that fight looks and what goes on, meanwhile, May is standing around in the room where she tried to kill her sister, which they never acknowledge again.
I wonder if she
comes in
to reflect and go, "Man, I did some fucked up things.
I messed this up." Osha comes in, and May and Osha have this conversation where May's like, "Oh, Sol has poisoned you against me, and he blamed me for everything." And Osha's like, "No, he never blamed you. He tried to teach me to forgive you. I blamed you because you literally set fire to the
started a fire and tried to kill me and locked me in my room."
Also, I like how May just constantly dodges that question. Like whenever she does that, like Osha will be like, because it's always in pair. Like you tried to kill me with a fire, and you killed our mother. And May always dodges the fire bit to be like, "I didn't kill Mum. It was Sol." Like, yeah, but you still set the fire and said you want to kill me. I'm sorry. Did we all forget this?
Yeah, well,
your fire killed loads of witches that were no way tied to the Jedi. You are responsible for those deaths.
She apologized at the end. It's water under the bridge or over the dam or wherever you'd like it.
Or inside the beaver.
It's inside Basil.
Yeah. Water in a basil.
Yeah, that's a fun scene because they start fighting and it's very
well. Okay, so let's talk about this, right? So May and Osha have their fight, and they're both using well-trained martial arts, and they're perfectly mirroring each other. Like they're using the same moves and
the same person.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, but May has had way more training than Osha, and Osha hasn't been fighting for like 6 years and is rusty. No. I don't understand how this is an even fight.
See, they're both tapping into the dark side, you see, which means you don't need to keep up with your training.
Hammers, face, you,
hammers,
me, yes.
Let's get hammered. Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. That's what I'm gonna do.
Amen.
Hell yeah, brother.
Unironically, if we have to do another one of these Disney streams, I'm going to be wasted the whole way through just to get through it.
Yeah.
But yeah, while that fight's going on, that May is somehow not winning easily. Another fight is going on that Chimera is somehow not winning easily, which is him versus Sol.
Well, the writers decided for this particular fight, he actually can't beat one single Jedi Master.
Well, to be fair, they did this in the episode 5 thing as well, but it's like, I don't know why Sol is powerful enough to take on Chimera, given what we've seen Chimera can do.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Is like it's completely arbitrary. Sometimes he can take on 8 at once, like all at once, as they're like actively charging at him. And sometimes one Jedi Master is enough to not only stump him, but actually beat him somehow.
Yeah. The lightsabers look like shit, by the way.
Yep.
Real shit. The handles are super chunky. The blades
I'm so
are
tired of them using the toys. And if you're going to use the toys, you could at least like CG over them to like make them like touch them up. Don't just use the footage as is.
With what money? We only have $180 million.
True. That's pennies. I just realized that's quite literally twice as many as what Kenobi got.
Yeah, House the Dragon had 160, and it makes dragons that look good.
She-Hulk.
And dragons are way more complicated.
Yeah, than lightsabers, abso-fucking-lutely.
But oh well. So that fight's going on, and we hinted at this earlier, the crouching tiger, hidden dragon moment, which we've already gone over.
It's very funny looking. It's very fun.
It is. It's very awkward looking.
Is that the floating bit?
Yeah, they gracefully glide down from the skywalk into the courtyard.
And people
It
are
looks
like,
like,
this
you know,
is so
when
cool. And it's like, they are on strings. I don't believe you.
it looks like an overlaid PNG that you're dragging across a static screen.
Yeah.
That's an insult to overlay PNGs.
Yeah, on static screens. that happens. Soul beats Chimera. He chops half of his lightsaber off. Which, by the way, he chops off the top half, which means Chimera still has the bottom Shoto blade that he just forgets about and doesn't use.
And he takes his helmet off because I guess he's just like, well, the fight's over. I lost.
Yeah,
GG.
I will accept it with grace.
There's also a moment where he tries to force Soul's blade into his helmet. And it's like, that's so stupid. Because Soul could easily just redirect his movement towards your arm.
Just turn the lightsaber
off.
Just turn the lightsaber off, and then Chimeras is going to go right into his own helmet, which will deactivate it, and then he's out of a lightsaber.
Yeah,
he
we'll
tries
also
that,
cut
but
his arm
apparently
off
that
because
doesn't work
that's
for
his
some reason.
dominant arm, right?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, just if your blade is on the inside of the blade that's that's being used to hold it, just slide it down the blade and cut off Chimera's hand.
Yeah. But also, another fun moment was like, so as Soul and Chimera are fighting, the Jedi show up and you see their ship flying overhead, and Soul's like, now you will face justice for what you've done. And he goes, they're not here for me. And
Omniscience is catching.
How the fuck do you know that? And well, also, so yeah, he just seems to understand somehow that the Jedi are here for Soul. But even if that's true, the second they see you fighting him, you've got the red lightsaber, he's got the blue lightsaber. They're gonna go after you, I think. So get the fuck out of there. Actually,
Chimera just knows that Soul didn't blab that there was a Sith to the Jedi.
Yeah, he just knows somehow that Soul was chronically stupid enough not to ever say the word Sith to the Jedi.
I fucking fuck this show. Like, I'm trying to think of something clever to say. I can't just fuck this show.
Just
fuck
fuck
everyone
it.
involved with that.
Yeah, it feels like they're like, we know it's bad, and we know that you know it's bad, but we're gonna keep insulting your intelligence anyway.
That's what it really feels like. Like, even more so than Ahsoka at this point. I feel like, and Ahsoka was just patronizingly stupid. This is like egregiously, aggressively, like in your face, calling you thick. Oh boy,
I hate to be a cynic, I really do, but it does come across like it's directly targeting the people who will eat it up no matter what, and just going, yeah, that's right. Doesn't fucking matter what I do. It doesn't matter if this doesn't make any fucking sense. You're just gonna lap it up anyway. You good dog.
I feel like I'm even more cynical than you, which is I think that's how Disney Star Wars started. As in, like, some writers like Filoni generally thought they were cooking, but most of them were like, no, we are cynically appealing to the key jangling. We are cynically appealing to this crowd. But the longer it's gone on, the more they've swallowed their own horseshit. Like, they've been. It's almost like, that again, the end of The Boys where Homelander kills a guy in a crowd and they all start clapping and he just like starts grinning maniacally.
All right.
Music plays. It feels like that, where like they lashed out and killed the guy in the crowd with the guy being writing. And everyone just started, and they were like, "Oh shit, everyone's going to be upset." And then everyone started clapping, and they're like, "Ha ha 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 ha," and like just embrace it. Now they just think, now they think that's good writing. They think that's what good writing is now, so they do that.
And then you end up with The Boys season 4.
Oh my god! Woo! There's two shows in like a week where the finale, all the episodes just before the finale, brushed over sexual assault or an equivalent. I hate people right now. I never thought I'd say that on a stream, but I fucking hate everyone involved in the writing of these shows.
How did we get here? Like, in terms of like media output,
Capitalism.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, again, capitalism is the answer to that, but people got angry at me when I said that.
That's too woke, you socialist weirdo.
Well, you see, the thing about being a socialist is I have both a hammer and a sickle.
He's too strong. We have to kill him.
But I mean, I'm not a communist. Let's just before anyone gets that idea.
I am.
Clip it and ship it, boys. He's a communist.
I'm a communisms.
Let's kill them. Let's kill this commie bastard
with hammers.
Oh,
his own hammers.
They use my own. You dare use my own spells against me, Potter?
Yeah, so the fight does result in Jason losing. Kill him.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Saul even says, "I'm gonna have to destroy you, or I might have to destroy you." I'm like, okay, do it then.
At the very fucking least, arrest him. Why won't he ever just arrest? Does he know? Does he know that he's empowered to do that?
Does he know? Apparently not. He doesn't do it in episode 2. He's just like,
Well,
I'll let you off with a warning.
He says,
If
"I'll
Kylo
let you
was a-
tell
if
us what
Kylo
you
was a child-
want to know. We'll let you off with a warning." It's like you what?
If Kaimo was a child, he would know to intervene, but if otherwise, no.
He doesn't know what to do in situations where only adults are present.
Yeah, it's upsetting. But then something even funnier happens, which is like, so remember the last time we saw May and Osha, they were engaged like in mortal combat, and that was literally the last we saw of them was like crossing legs in a mutual kick.
Mhm.
Suddenly May teleports in. She teleports in to take Sol's lightsaber, which, by the way, she sees Sol holding a lightsaber to Chimera, a man who is explicitly there to kill her and who explicitly told her he was there to kill her in the last time they met.
Mhm.
And she decides to just save Chimera's life. To
Apparently,
steal Sol's weapon.
for what purpose? Because she
I
doesn't.
don't know.
Because when Chimera's like, "Good, May, give in to your anger, kill him." She throws the lightsaber down. She thinks she Luke Skywalker, and she goes, "No, I want him to answer for his crimes in front of the Jedi and the Republic." And it's like,
commit any crimes.
you mean? Oh yeah, you mean obviously that, but also you mean the institutions that you don't believe in and that you think
And
would
despise.
wouldn't you think that they'd let him off with a slap of the wrist even if he did confess his supposed crimes?
Or they just laugh it off. Like, I thought you hated these people, but apparently you think that
What do you
they're
mean you
arbiters of
want him to
justice
face
now.
justice? No, you should just kill him. Do it.
And she's like, I want you to confess. And he's like, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm like, yeah, true, he didn't.
Based.
and then she's like, you killed my mother. And he's like, yeah, I did, but it was to protect you. But
She
yes,
was
I did
turning
do
you
that.
to dust.
He does that wonderful thing that Kenobi does in episode 5, where Reva's like, "Hey, so by the way, where the fuck were you when Order 66 went down?" And instead of being like, "Oh, I don't know, winning the war, I was a little
Killing
busy,"
Grievous.
Trying to explain himself, he's just like, "Yeah, no, she's right. I done fucked up by not being at the temple when that was all happening."
I hate this.
Yeah, I messed up by killing Anastasia, even though, literally, what else could I have done
And
at that point?
he doesn't actually explain the context. He's just like, "Yeah, I was trying to protect you." He doesn't say, "I thought she was killing you, and I was not going to let that happen because I cared about you."
So she turned into a giant pointy-toothed smoke demon and started disintegrating
What
you.
was I supposed to make of that?
Yeah, so I tried to save your life, and it turned out that apparently that was the wrong decision, quote unquote.
I'm still
No,
not even
you're supposed to
fucking
become
convinced
dumb.
about that, actually.
Yeah, honestly, maybe she did deserve to die. Maybe. Oh, but yeah, then Osha, who apparently has remembered that she was supposed to be fighting May and has presumably wondered where May went, turns up in the scene to be like, "Is that true?" And once again, Sol decides to give the worst possible explanation of events, not defending himself at all, and just being like, "I did it because I love you, and I thought I was the right thing." I was like, "It was." Explain.
This scene is so fucking weird because it's just non sequitur after non sequitur. She goes, "Why didn't you tell me?" And he's like, "Without May, I couldn't have proven there was a virgins on this planet." And it's like, where the fuck did that come from?
What's that got to do with the price of fish?
What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with what. That's not the question she asked. Why did you say that?
Can you imagine if we just fully commit? We fully commit to these non sequiturs, and she's like, "Is that true?" And he's like, "You don't understand, Osha. When they delivered my wallpaper, it wasn't the right color that I wanted, so I had to reorder from Amazon." And she's like, "What are we talking about?"
And
It was a
Chimera's
grueling
like,
process. You don't understand.
Chimera's like, "Yeah, I remember the last time I dated a fish woman."
he's like, "So about Twisters, I went to see it on the weekend, and it was phenomenal."
Amen, brother.
It's just like, "Oh, was it good?" Or, "Yeah, I've been looking forward to that." He's just, well, anyway, you killed my mother.
No.
It's like Magneto's like, "Unfortunately, you killed my mother."
Jason's like, "I stopped paying attention a long time ago. I don't know what the fuck's going on."
Jason's just stops and was like, "Wait, hang on, homies. I just had a wild thought. But is this the bad place?
Maybe we're in the bad place." And Michael
Sol's
just comes in. He's like, "Ah."
Plageuis walks in. He's like, "Chimera figured it out."
Chimera figured it out. This is a new low for me.
And then leaves the shot again. Oh goodness, yeah. And so Osha then breaks from all of her established character to suddenly fall into blood curdling, vengeance-filled nutcasery. and force choke Soul to death. And I'm like, okay, first of all, I just do not believe this is in character whatsoever,
No.
at all. And
No.
the second thing is like, and again, like, this is some people have said that this is the show saying that she invented force chokes. I don't know where they're
That's
pulling that
strange.
Yeah, because that
I've
was
seen
never
I've seen
explicitly
people
stated anywhere.
say that as like both a good thing and a bad thing. I'm like, can we establish that this is a like first is a thing first?
Yeah.
And I don't like. I guess chronologically, it's the first one we've seen. Is it even that? I don't even believe that.
I guess it would be, right? Because like I don't know if it's happened anywhere in like the High Republic books or like in.
I mean, I don't know if
It doesn't
KOTOR's still
matter.
canon. Haven't had KOTOR.
KOTOR's not canon.
Well, that's unacceptable. Make it canon now.
I agree. See, you say that, but I feel like you wouldn't actually want that because they would fucking ruin it. So
No. I don't mean readapt it. I just mean like say the games are canon.
nah, they won't.
Nope. They'll make their new thing because everything
I've seen people.
It literally can't fit within this canon because it actually like understands the Force.
Yeah, that's true. I have seen some people be like, oh no, actually the thing that tipped Osha over the edge was the fact that Soul lied to her about it. Not even the fact that Soul killed the mom, but just like that she lied about it for all those years. And I'm like, sure, I can totally get that Osha would be really upset at that, but that the idea that just Osha being upset is enough to justify Osha then fucking murdering Soul, a man who's essentially been her father for decades and who she loves dearly.
Sheev May wasn't referring to the Jedi bringing justice to Soul, but that of Osha. No. Rewatch.
She literally says, I want him to confess to the Council and to the Republic.
Osha wasn't even there at that point either, so it's not like she thought, it's not like she saw her coming up from behind and going like, I want you to confess your crimes to her. Like, no. She says the Jedi and the Republic.
Yeah. I just do not believe that the Osha we've met in the first 5-6 episodes, or even the first 7 episodes, would kill Soul upon this revelation. Like she might burst into tears and like collapse and like be unable to have her go into a panic attack almost. But she certainly wouldn't like fucking murder him.
I could see her being upset with Soul, not because of what he did, because obviously he would explain the context, and she'd be like, I understand that. I just wish you had told me, and I don't know if I can ever trust you again, and blah 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 blah. But like, she wouldn't kill him.
Well, this should be the start of her journey into darkness, not the fucking conclusion of it. This should be like, this is the moment where like all my faith and what I thought I believed in has now been lost, and I don't know who I am anymore, and now I'm vulnerable and ripe for manipulation. The
start of her journey into darkness was the Sith Lord who just killed a bunch of people that she cared about and is currently holding her captive said, what if like you did things that you wanted to do?
No, the start of darkness for her was she saw his dong.
True.
Like, I really wish that was a joke. There. But the thing is, I wish that was a joke, but that is literally it. She was like, that manager Jacinto has a fine penis.
I don't necessarily blame her is the thing.
True, it is Manager Jacinto.
Yes, it is. Another thing happens during the moment where she's killing Soul, which is that so lightsaber crystal bleeding is a thing that was established canonically in the 2017 Darth Vader comics. Previously in the EU, the idea behind it was just that like red crystals that the Sith used were synthetic, because basically you couldn't, like, the Sith couldn't naturally get a hold of kyber crystals the same way Jedi did, because all the places that like were like bountiful with those as a natural resource were basically locked down by the Jedi as like sacred ground, and like if a Sith went there to collect a crystal, that was a very great way of getting yourself caught. So yeah, synthetic crystals existed, and that's why they have red lightsabers. But in canon, they recontextualize that. Now, I've talked about this with Andrew at a certain point. I actually don't hate the concept necessarily. I have issues with its overall implementation of the canon, just because of the way Disney has recontextualized the understanding of the Force. But as an idea, the Sith being that they're meant to be a perversion of the Force, and like the dark side is a perversion of that, and like the Sith force their own will onto the natural order of things. It goes really well, actually, that like in order to have a functioning red lightsaber, like they basically have to pour their hatred and their darkness into this being of pure goodness or whatever, and force it to suffer just in agony in the same way that a Sith suffers by giving into its darker emotions. And like, you know, by its very nature, a red lightsaber then represents like a natural perversion of life and light and goodness. That's pretty neat as a concept. Doesn't really fit with the reinterpretation of the Force as we see with Mortis and with, you know, with like the sequels and with Ahsoka and everything like that. But like in concept, that's a great idea, I think, at least. What I did appreciate as well with the way it was established in the Vader comics is that it's something that you have to like work toward. It isn't just a thing that happens the second you give into darkness. Because obviously, like, you know, why didn't Vader turn red when he slaughtered the temple? Like, you know,
well, you see, he wasn't touching the crystal directly, and apparently that's all the difference.
That's the fucking explanation that people are unironically going with.
That's
that
so
you have
stupid.
to be that you have to be touching, like physically touching the crystal, which Osha was doing because like it had like Soul's lightsaber had broken to the point where the crystal was exposed. Which, by the way, considering a crystal, like a kyber crystal, is meant to like work in tandem with the power generator of a lightsaber to like create a plasma blade. You think maybe physically touching that, you know, with your skin
would mess you up,
not a great
Also,
idea.
I would assume that if it gets any like off-centered even a little bit, the lightsaber is just going to explode.
Well,
yeah, you
do you not remember the canon explanation for why Kylo's saber needs vents?
Because the crystal is cracked,
unstable.
and it's
Yeah,
so the blade is unstable.
Yeah, and like it's the same thing. Like this crystal is you know, smacked against a rock and is out of place. Surely that applies here. This blade should be unstable. This whole thing should be unstable. You're out of order.
Yeah.
This whole trial's out
But
of
also,
order.
if it's necessary that you need to physically touch a kyber crystal to bleed it, then I guess Vader failed. Because,
Yeah, he just sits there sadly, like slowly bumping the crystal off his helmet. Like, no.
you understand he doesn't actually have hands, right? Like he had robot arms that he was touching. So like in the same way that like apparently metal prevents you from doing that, like his hands are made of metal. What?
He must have trouble going through airport security.
It just doesn't make sense, you know? And it's a thing where like I'm seeing defenses for it that are just absolutely bizarre. Like I've seen 3 different people on Twitter be like, the reason why it didn't happen in Revenge of the Sith is because lightsaber bleeding hadn't been thought of yet in 2005.
Oh my god.
And it's like, that's not a fucking explanation.
They really just let anyone on Twitter, don't they?
They really do, yeah. You don't have to like pass a test.
There should be
like
IQ tests. I fully believe that.
It should be like a theme park where it's like, you know, you must be this tall to ride the roller coaster. It's like, you must be this coherent in argumentation to be allowed on Twitter.
There should at least be tiers, right? Like we segregate Twitter.
I mean, to be fair, if we did that, Elon Musk wouldn't even make it into band 1, and he owns the platform.
He would just
someone pointed out, by the way,
have triple digits.
Domino's just pointed out, by the way, something correct, which is, yeah, Clone Wars established that Hoyang tells the younglings they have to correctly assemble the lightsaber, otherwise it explodes.
Yep. Yeah, it's almost like it's a very sophisticated and precise thing, lightsaber construction, and you have to get it exactly right.
It's almost like if the end goal of the weapon you're holding is to create a blade of plasma that is 25,000 degrees Celsius plus, contained by a magnetic field, that getting that wrong can lead to disaster.
Nah.
We're running it.
We fucking go.
We'll do it live.
Fuck it, we ball. Yeah, but so she bled the crystal. There's even like a shot of like her vein popping out in her hand, so you get the indication that like literally she's transferring blood into, which I don't think is how that was supposed to work, but whatever, fine. I don't care anymore. Nothing matters.
I mean, the other thing is that the goofiness of like because obviously she has the blade extended already, like it's a blue blade, and then like it goes up and down like a power bar, like, you know, almost like a health bar. Like it creeps up.
Looks like an
towards
ice
red.
pop.
It's showing like how committed to darkness she is at any given moment.
Well, and I'm like, so like let's think about this, right? So the crystal is what's changing color. So I'm like, surely there should either be like a mottled blade effect where like the bits that are shining through that are still blue are blue, and like it's like this weird, like, you know, almost hodgepodge, or it should just be like it's you know, it's turning purple because it's going from blue to red and then turns red because the light is just shining through it as it changes color, because that's how color works. Wavelengths of light are a literary device in which
pain.
Oh boy. Basic critical thinking. Please.
She just killed her father figure, and Chimera came over to like console her, I guess, and that made her like spring into action and activate the lightsaber. and it turned red, which is very spooky.
And then Chimera's like, cool, you're coming. Like Chimera and May and May and Osha are like, we need to get out of here. And May leads Osha down the bottomless pit.
Well, hang on, you're skipping, because this is when the Jedi finally decide to like actually get out of their ship. And when that happens, when Vernestra touches grass, as it were, that's when she suddenly senses Chimera's presence, and he senses her in turn and decides to fucking get out of there. I guess he flies away. I don't know.
And what she says is like, you're alive. So it's like, oh.
Yeah, so
okay.
it's like, oh, you know each other. Very cool.
Very cool.
I wonder where he got that wavy lightsaber wound on his back from.
Maybe a whip?
Oh my god.
Maybe from the snapping of my patience as it was finally exhausted.
He was actually her slave.
Vanessa kept Chimera in the basement, was like, you're hot. You stay here.
That's what she's trying to keep covered up from the Senate's external review. She kept a fucking slave.
Oh my god.
I'd rather go with the Jedi gone rogue.
Oh god. Yeah, but anyway, so he yeets out of there. May leads Osha down the bottomless pit, where she survived
she got
that.
Cloud City'd.
Yeah, go figure. They're led out to the what's it called, the Bunta tree?
Yeah, so why did they go to the Bunta tree? Is my question. Why would you not immediately head for one of the ships, like Sol's ship, which is currently not being used by Sol because he's dead? Or fuck it, go to Chimera's ship if it's closer. I don't know. Go to one of the ships. Go to somewhere that you can escape the planet, maybe.
By the way, again, because I don't want to skip over this, when the other Jedi land, Mog, played by my good old friend Harry Javeldwen, suddenly sees Basil just hanging around, and
he's like,
oh,
Basil, you're okay. And it's treated like a cute little moment where it's like, yay, all the good characters are back together. And it's like, Basil is a fucking evil little shit. You need to fucking euthanize him.
He's that
don't let him
right,
on your ship. You're never getting home.
He's that meme, right, where like someone's talking to their cat and they're like, what did you get up to today? He's like, committed atrocities beyond your mortal comprehension.
Basil is Satan incarnate, and I don't let him anywhere near.
Separate states.
He's a wanted man. He has the death sentence on 12 systems.
Crimes committed, like wanted for arson, like betrayal, murder, extortion, racketeering. Oh, good lord. Yeah, so Osha and May have now met up at the Bunta tree. Chimera's there. He's there too.
He's just chilling.
Yeah, he teleported back in.
What does he want?
Him. Well, also, yeah, so surely he wants May dead, right? Because like Osha's turned evil, but May is a loose end now at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he came here for, so that's what you'd expect he wants, yeah.
But instead, May's like, oh, Osha, you should go with Chimera. That's your destiny. Which, like, why, given what May thinks of Chimera, and that he's a monster who's going to murder her for pursuing this path that is ultimately just as weird as the Jedi one in her eyes, why is she now encouraging Osha to go join?
She had an arc, you see. She wants her to choose. She goes, what do you want, Osha?
I want you to be a consistent character, May. Can you do that for me, please, for 5 seconds?
Oh, another thing as well, before we even get to the Chimera stuff, when they're at the Bunta tree, they do the little poem thing again. And Osha's like, who even taught us that? And she's like, and May's like, I thought you came up with it. And I guess the implication is like, they're so much the same person that it was just like innate. Like, it's just a thing that they both collectively decided was a thing.
No, Plageuis taught them.
Yes.
We're setting that up for season. Basil taught them for season 2.
Basil.
Oh, good lord. Yeah. And then Chimera is like, well, I can't obviously leave May with all the knowledge because that would be a ridiculous loose end. But
yeah, because Chimera doesn't want to let someone go having like known who he is and what he is, because he would never do anything like that.
Despite the fact, as far as he's concerned, the game should already be up because like Sol definitely told the Jedi, right?
Mm-hmm. He just sensed his former Jedi master, who definitely sensed him back. So it's kind of over now.
Yeah, I mean, at least I guess the only thing is like she doesn't know he's a Sith, but like neither does May for that matter. But like, because May wasn't there for that conversation where he's like, "You could call me a Sith."
Yeah, she was. She was literally the one that he was holding hostage.
Oh right, no, sorry, yeah, I thought it was an earlier, but I was misremembering. No, you're right, she was there for that. But okay, so like, yeah, you can't let May go. So obviously he's going to kill her. But no, he pulls out of his pocket this brand spanking new Force ability that apparently he has, called Force Neuralizer.
I can attempt to wipe her mind. Attempt is what he says, but then he does it just with ease.
With one hand gesture, yeah.
wiping people's minds with the Force and erasing the memory of like the last 16 years of their lives. You can just do that now.
Not just anyone, a really powerful someone.
Well, I guess she consented, so maybe she didn't put up any sort of like mental barriers.
Well, that'll be the first time in the show someone's mentally consented to anything. So I guess that's a step forward.
Yay, we're being progressive.
But yeah, so he can just wipe her memory, and also in a way that other people can't undo. How hilariously convenient and amazing that no one else ever uses this. Can you imagine how useful this power would have been for Sidious later on, and Dooku?
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine if they just used this on Sifo Dyas?
Yeah. Then you don't have to kill him. You don't have to cover up his death.
Barely an inconvenience.
Removes a loose end without even causing suspicion of a death. It's really great. But no, we're not going to do
that. Doesn't the Jedi and KOTOR do the same thing to Revan?
They do, but the thing is, like, it's not they wave their hand and suddenly he forgets. It takes the entire combined might of the council, and he has to be in a coma, and it takes them weeks. And even then, he very quickly snaps out of it. Like the second he's been woken up and put back into action, as events go on, like he remembers it more and more. It's not a permanent thing. So they can temporarily suppress, like the whole council combined could temporarily suppress some of his memories.
Well, I mean, depending on the scene we're watching, Chimera has the strength of like 8 Jedi Masters, so maybe. Yeah,
but Revan is also one of the most powerful beings to ever exist.
Not anymore.
Well, he wasn't a virgin.
May wasn't
also Darth Vitius exists.
Revan. Yeah, May also wasn't in a coma when it happened. Whatever, doesn't matter. Things don't matter. So he wipes her mind. She's a fucking 8-year-old again. And Osha and Chimera fuck off. She gets arrested by the Jedi.
Yeah. She also, by the way, the way in which she forgets things is like leads to increased suspicion because, like, oh, she's forgotten she has a sister. Like, why would you wipe that from her memory?
How would you even wipe that, but like keep everything else?
I don't know. That's very weird and specific, and a huge red flag as well.
The entire world. He cast the fucking spell, the runes of Koth Call.
He just points his lightsaber and he's like, Obliviate! But yeah, Venestra finds May, I guess, at the Bunta tree because we cut back to
No, Mog finds May.
Oh right, yeah, the whole group of
He's
Jedi
mogging.
led by Harry.
Bro's mogging.
I can't call him Mog. He's just Harry. Harry finds them.
Harrison.
Harry finds them, and they all go back. May goes back with them, and she's like, "I don't know where I am. Who are you? What's going on?" We then get the scene on Coruscant where Venestra has her meeting for the review board.
Yeah, where she decides to throw Soul under the bus and say he did a villainous thing. So yeah, this review board, again, we've stressed this already, but it is just funny and worth repeating. The review board is meeting to decide whether the Jedi are, not trustable with their power and should maybe have like some of it taken away or at least be overseen in some fashion because they are dangerous when going rogue if they're not properly like under supervision. And to prevent that, she's like, well, you see, it's not that we failed to notice a murder. It's that one of our highest ranking members went on a fucking killing spree unchecked across the galaxy, taking out 10 other Jedi. In order to cover up an atrocity that he committed previously.
On a planet outside Republic space where he exceeded his legal limits.
That sounds crazy.
What's even funnier is three other Jedi were also involved in that cover-up.
Yep. And he killed them too.
He killed them as well, yeah.
Yeah, like that's something you decided to tell them. Interesting.
And at that point, the senator's like, cool, no notes, no review then.
That's insane.
That's a thing that happens.
Senator Rayancourt's not just like, okay, so that's incredibly fucking suspicious, actually.
Is he even in that meeting?
I don't think he is. I didn't see him.
No, he is. Hang on, let me pull up
the
scene.
I didn't see him.
Didn't he say anything?
Pretty sure.
Why didn't he say anything?
Because you had Chancellor Drellick at the end of the table, but then I think Rayancourt was standing like right next to him. Let me pull up the scene. Hang on. Okay.
We wait.
Yeah, he's right there. He's right there.
Really?
Man. He's right there to the Chancellor's right, and he says,
"Well, he was right there, man."
Well, let's hear. I'm pretty sure he said something. I'm gonna hear what he said.
He says, "Beautiful perfection, no notes."
No notes. Peak. He watched Twisters.
He goes, "Let's do it. Let's kill them with hammers."
All right.
Okay, he does say, given light of this information, I don't think an external. I think we can't wait for a Senate vote. We should do this external review now.
Oh wait, so the review is happening?
Hang on.
Also, what will the Senate do?
I think it's being left ambiguous. Well, the Senate's, I guess, going to vote on whether or not an external review is necessary.
Okay, in which case, why would you go with the worst possible? I mean, it's because again, Vanessa, why are you giving them the worst possible story?
I guess it's left ambiguous whether or not she like they decided to go ahead with the review. But I guess I at least appreciate that Rain Court's like, okay, yeah. So in light of this fucking earth-shattering information, maybe let's not wait for a Senate vote. Maybe let's just do the review.
Again, imagine the version of the scene where she tries to bullshit a better explanation, and then like Plageuis or Rain Court, who's been fed by Plageuis information, is like, "No, I know you're lying because my spies or my informants say that this is what happened."
Or I just like the idea, like maybe he doesn't even pull the whole like my spies tell me this. Maybe he just pokes holes in her obvious bullshit. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, like you said this, but like that doesn't make sense with this, and you know, like how do you explain this discrepancy here?
Plageuis is there being like, "Vanestra is tired. See her to her chambers."
Yeah, and he's the one that blames Nolan. It makes more sense and is more tragic.
You just sent the most powerful Jedi in the Republic to bed without her supper.
You're a fool if you think that's the most powerful person in the Republic.
A treasonous statement. Vanestra is apparently queen and can just order other Jedi to do random shit like not tell the council.
Well, queens are and just now queens are dropping like flies.
Like slay queens. But yes,
this is all going over Andrew's head. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We'll get back on track. So yeah, Vanestra, after throwing herself under the bus by throwing Sol under the bus like a moron, has a conversation with May where May's like, "I don't know what happened, and I don't even remember having a sister." And Vanestra's like, "Okay, that's suspicious as fuck. I'm gonna need your help in investigating stuff." Which, like, where are you even gonna start with that one, Vanestra? You have nothing to go on.
Maybe she plans to try to get her memory back.
Well, I mean, that's what they hinted at.
Shows her a picture. Well, I know she shows her a picture of like Osha's face, and it's like, "This is your sister," and May's like, "But that's just my face." Stop joking anything.
Well, she asks, she's like, "Does the name Osha remind you of anything?" And then, like, there's like this vague face of, I ponder on May.
She's Yoda now?
She basically like, I need your help finding someone that I know. He was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil.
Oh, they're definitely going to pull that line in season 2 if they do.
No, she literally said that in the scene.
Oh my god, did she? Oh, fuck.
He was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil. That's what she says. And I'm like, oh, fuck you.
Season 2 and so will be like, May has premonitions like Osha did. And Yoda will be like, premonitions. Premonitions.
These visions you have.
Plot convenient, are they?
They're of pain.
They're of plot.
Suffering.
Contrivance.
You're careful you speak of.
Like, careful you must be when sensing Filoni's intentions.
Yeah, so that's basically what's going on. Like, they're setting up a thing where, like, if this show gets a season 2, which God forbid, there's going to be like a plot line where Vanestra is using May to try to get to Chimera. So that'll be what they do with that, I guess.
I don't know how that'll work, but sure.
And then I think the only thing left to talk about is Yoda.
Yeah, Vanestra goes to talk to Yoda, and she's like, "Master, I have something to tell you."
And we see the back of his head.
And then Yoda's like, "Yeah, no shit, you got stuff to tell me. You think I wasn't paying attention to all this?"
I just got off the phone with Chancellor Drellick, who had some very interesting things to say. You want to explain?
There is.
Which, by the way, when she reported to the senators, she said, "I'm speaking on behalf of the High Council." So, like, did she just say that when she hadn't actually talked to Yoda yet?
Yeah, she just bullshitted.
She's lied so much that she forgot to even lie convincingly at this point. It's just something. It's just second nature now.
Vanestra kind of forgot about the High Council. There's an interesting little tidbit that we didn't mention earlier because it is plot inconsequential, but it's probably a setup for something in season 2, right? Where there was an earlier bit where she, back when she made her first trip back to Coruscant from Kofar, where she's on the phone to someone who we can't see, like some masked male voice on the end of the phone, who's like, "Oh, this is very irregular, but I'll see what I can do."
He sounded like Palpatine, which I don't think they're saying he is Palpatine, but I was just like, he sounds like Palpatine.
Can you even imagine?
Oh my god.
Fucking kill me now. Swear to God. Don't do this to me.
I love the Republic. I love having been alive for 200 years. And they're like, wait, sorry?
He aged remarkably well if he was like that old
phenomenally
by
well.
The Phantom Menace.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, all I'm saying is he sounded like Palpatine. I don't know if that was on purpose or not.
He's Yves Schmelpatine.
True. Also, did Ki-Adi-Mundi and all the other Jedi that she called in for that one meeting just never follow up and go, "Hey, what the fuck was any of that? What happened?" I guess she told them it was the Soul story, I guess.
Well, not only that, but she rounded up random Jedi Knights to go to Brendok. So not people in her inner circle, just whoever was available.
That's just crazy.
So the secret's out then, that all the Jedi in the Order know that you lied and that you sent a secret mission to...
You sent a bunch of Jedi to their deaths without telling us first what you were doing and why.
Yeah, because Morg is like, "How do you know where Sol was?" And she's like, "Because I sent him." It's like, oh, so Morg is not one of your acolytes then? No pun intended.
He's the real acolyte.
Oh, good lord!
See, he's going to turn to the dark side, and he will be rechristened Darth Mew.
Darth. Yog.
So I guess now that we've gotten to it, I would assume the implication is that the story she ended up going with for Yoda is she told him the cover-up story, not the truth.
Well, no, I presume she told him the truth. Otherwise, what are we going to do in season 2?
So you're saying she told him, "An apprentice of mine who I thought was gone or dead or whatever came back and slaughtered a bunch of Jedi, and I've told the Senate that it was Sol because I'm trying to keep this under wraps." Like that's what we're assuming.
I think that must be what it is. Yeah, which I mean, the damage we've just done to Yoda as a result is kind of.
That brings me perfectly to the image that I mentioned all the way at the beginning of the stream.
Is there any way to bring it up on screen for the audience to see?
Actually, yes. Hang on. Let me share that window. God, I'm a fucking boomer. Share screen.
50 years old.
Share. There we go. It says, what article is this from again? I don't actually remember.
Oh, is that the Entertainment Weekly one?
I believe so, yeah. Anyway, the interviewer asked, that was a fun bit of foreshadowing for me, knowing what we know about Yoda and Dooku. It's so funny that Vernestra could be going to him for advice, and he's like, never experienced this, have I? But you will. Oh, sorry, that was Headland talking?
No, the first bit is the interviewer. This paragraph underneath is Headland.
So this is Leslie Headland. I was also just interested in Phantom Menace when he immediately is like, "There's always a master and apprentice." It's not like he was alive during the new Sith Wars, so I guess there's a chance that it was a piece of information that was passed down through the generations. But because I had the opportunity to work in Star Wars, I just think a more interesting version of this is that he had some sort of understanding about what's going on. And it's not like it's the first time Yoda has hidden something from the Senate and the Republic. In the Clone Wars Season 6, it's revealed that he covered up the creation of the clone army and asked everyone to not say who was behind it. So it just felt to me that there was something fun to explore if we were allowed to talk. If we were allowed to talk about and to do more seasons. There was a large conversation about including him, but I just thought, it's my show. There's so much to break down about.
Oh my god!
I love the implication of those last two sentences. Where like, we had large conversations, but it's my show. It's just like she pitched this, and some voice of sanity still remaining was like, no,
please don't. And she was like, "Oh, it's my show. Fuck you."
Yeah, she's like, "Well, I have seniority here," and Filoni will just say yes. So screw it.
Yeah. Okay. So where to begin?
Depressing.
This definitely does like heavily imply that she told Yoda the truth, which means he knows about Chimere, and that the whole thing with Sol was just a cover up.
It also implies that like later on, Yoda's gonna know about the Sith directly and just choose not to tell anyone that they're around.
Well, okay, so let's go with that, right? So let's say that Vernestra told him exactly what she knows. That doesn't necessarily mean that he knows about the Sith, I think. Because like Soul's the only one who heard him call himself a Sith, and he died before he told anyone about that because he's fucking stupid.
It's more the master and apprentice line, because like there's always a master and apprentice. It's not, that's got nothing to do with Vernestra being like, I had an apprentice called Kylo.
Yeah.
That's the rule of two. It's like the only way you can know about the rule of two is if he knows about the Sith.
This is a thing that I brought up in my Phantom Menace video, and I specifically did because I had a fucking feeling that there was going to be something from the Acolyte that made it necessary to like preemptively get out ahead of that.
Congratulations, you're a prophet.
If you go with Darth Bane's story from the Legends continuity, it is just directly a plot hole that Yoda knows about the rule of two. Like, it just is. Because if you go with the interpretation that Bane was the last Sith, he like rose from the ashes of the supposed extinction of the Sith, and from that he like the Sith were reborn with this new philosophy of there can only be a master and an apprentice, then it just doesn't make sense that Yoda knows about the rule of two. I wouldn't put that on the Phantom Menace only because there's nothing in that film itself or any of the films that tells us the rule of two was directly started by some Sith named Darth Bane, and that happened like after their supposed extinction. So I don't put that on the Phantom Menace, but it is a plot hole if that's the story of Darth Bane canonically. There are ways to work around that if you're trying to like patch up the plot hole. For instance, you could say the rule of two is a thing that just already existed before their supposed extinction in some form or fashion, and that's how Yoda knows about them. There's any number of ways to take this, but simply going, well, Yoda knows about the rule of two, like as of the Phantom Menace, so that means he must have known something about the Sith post their supposed extinction. That's bullshit. That doesn't make any sense. And also, if he did, are we saying that Windu did too? Because like he said that, and Windu didn't go, "What the hell are you talking about, Yoda? What is this about always two there are? Where are you getting that from?" Yeah. So I guess Windu just knows about it. Do all the fucking Jedi on the council know about it? Is that just a thing when you're sworn in where they're like, so by the way, the Sith are a thing that exists still, and we're totally lying to the rest of the Jedi about this? Because Qui-Gon didn't know.
We're doing nothing to find them or stop them. They're just around somewhere.
I just like the idea that everyone on the council knows the Sith are a thing that still exists, and like Qui-Gon's like, my only conclusion can be that it was a Sith Lord, and like they all just kind of look at each other, and Mundy's like, it can't be. That's not possible. And then Windu's like, I do not believe that could have happened without us knowing about it. And just secretly, they're all like, well, yeah, no shit. We've known this for like 100 years.
I've just realized that something they could absolutely do, and it would be so in keeping with what they normally do. That line where Windu's like, I do not believe the Sith could have returned without us knowing. They could literally do this, like, oh, the whole council knew the whole time, and Windu's actually doing double speak there. Like, oh, they couldn't have returned without us knowing. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We did know.
Oh my god. Oh, fucking kill me now.
Yeah. Windu literally said that it wasn't possible that the Sith could be back without them knowing. So they obviously knew that the Sith were back.
It's technical. It's literally technicalities. Like Vader never said the last time he fought Obi-Wan was on Mustafar. So technically, it makes sense that they might have met up between episodes 3 and 4.
Yoda never said that his previous career was as a traveling clown, but so we could do that if we wanted.
I'm laughing, but it's all pain. The other thing that I just think is funny is like, and it's not like this is the first time Yoda has hidden something from the Senate and the Republic. In the Clone Wars season 6, it's revealed that he covered up the creation of the clone army and asked everyone not to say who was behind it.
Context.
That's bad writing.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Well, here's the thing. I guess this will be the point where I maybe disagree with you, Chief. I could totally understand why that far into the war, when they are utterly reliant on the clones and the morale of the clones, and they've seen enough of the clones to believe that the clones themselves are good people, why Yoda would be like, I am not comfortable until we know exactly what is going on, publicly outing the clones as a machination of the Sith. That will absolutely collapse the war effort.
I still argue they should have recused themselves from the war and said, look, we support you, we want you to win, but we cannot work with an army that we can't trust.
Sure, but then the Senate will be like, well, why don't you trust them? And the Jedi at that point have to be like, reasons.
Yep, pretty much.
I
mean, I'm just saying, like Like if the Republic question it, they can literally just be like, "We can't tell you," and if you ask us again, we will continue to say we can't tell you.
Oh, sure, but the thing is, like, at that point, in order to do that, they'd also have to like give up all their political power, and we've already seen that the Jedi of this era genuinely think that it's a bad idea to do that because they think it's a greater good if they are kept close to power. So this is Yoda and Co making a political calculation that is ultimately going to lead to their downfall. So actually, I'm sort of in favor of that. But like I said, the context is extremely different from the idea that
Context
Yoda just
doesn't
knew about
matter,
the
yeah.
Sith.
You're telling me that Yoda found out about the Sith like 100 years before the
Mhm.
Phantom Menace, and just like I've unironically had people arguing that it makes sense that he wouldn't say anything because they have no way of proving it to the Senate.
I had no way of proving our virgins, you see.
Well, I had no way of proving, that the Sith are a thing that still exists, and like we can't devote like resources to like hunting them down and trying to make sure that they don't rise again because like the Senate's going to be like, ugh, you're sending them on a wild bantha chase, and this isn't actually going anywhere, and the Sith aren't really back, and you're just money grubbing for power.
Because there's no way that they could ever do missions that are secretly kept from the Senate. That's just not a thing that they could ever do. And there's no incentive to stop the Sith, who have caused untold death and carnage to the point that even their language has been rendered illegal thousands of years after the fact.
Yeah, the thing is, like, with what we've established about what the Republic thinks of the Sith canonically, if there, it's like that Bruce Wayne line from Batman vs Superman, where if there's even a 1% chance that the Sith are back, we know, we need to do everything in our power. We need to take it as an absolute certainty.
Yeah, we have to treat this as though it's concrete reality if it's even mildly possible.
Because we cannot allow them to come back. We don't need another galactic scale war where the Republic is split in twain.
Yeah, and lo and behold,
here we are. Because Yoda fucking apparently sat on his ass and said nothing.
See, if Leslie wanted to use a better example, you should have used the one in Attack of the Clones, where Wendy's like, maybe we should tell the Senate that our ability to use the Force is diminished, whatever the hell that means. And Yoda's like, no, if we do that, then like the number of enemies we have will multiply. Which, by the way, proves that Yoda, who is the Grand Master, absolutely would keep things from the Senate if he thought it would undermine the Jedi's ability to do good. So I don't know what Vanestra's talking about, which is like the Council would feel motivated to tell the Senate.
Well, see, this is where he learned to be more politically savvy, you see.
Yeah, because he hasn't been a Grand Master for centuries at this point. Like, isn't he Grand Master when Vanestra's a kid?
Yes.
So, like, at least a century. He's been Grand Master for at least a century at this point.
Well, he said for 800 years he's been training Jedi. That doesn't necessarily mean he was on the Council or that he was the Grand Master, but at the very least he was a respected Jedi Master.
No, but he was Grand Master when Vanestra was a kid, and Vanestra is over 100.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that, like, I'd say he's probably been Grand Master for much longer than that, just based on his line from Empire Strikes Back.
God, this is well, with the end of that quote and others, I guess the time has come, my friends, to give our evaluations overall of this show.
We go into the West and die.
It's peak.
No notes.
I guess. Yeah, I want to briefly just like go over. Oh, hello. That was stupid of me. Just the kind of overarching things. Like, so how do we think out of 10 the show handled presentation? Just to start us off with.
There's a lot of wonky CGI, not the best, cinematography and that sort of thing in a lot of areas. But like, it's much better than like Ahsoka, Kenobi, Mando season 3, which isn't really saying much. But like, I give it a 5.
Yeah,
it's a noticeable improvement on some of the other Disney shows. There is still a lot of wonk there, particularly with the much vaunted choreography, which when you actually bother to look at it with a critical eye, just a lot of it just does not hold up.
Yeah, I mean, even in the first stream, we were like, look, the fight between May and Indara has a lot of like pretty good choreography, but then there's also shit like Indara just standing there and letting her attack innocents for no reason, and just like that.
Even like Risley's reference something that you haven't yet got to in Doctor Who, but I know when you do, it's going to be clipped to hell because it's so funny. But yeah, like that's character. I'm sorry, that's presentation. I guess like how do we think it handles characterization?
Shit.
Out of 10.
Shit
0.
out of 10.
Like a 1, maybe.
That's generous.
They killed Yord.
They did. They
Can
killed
I think?
Yord.
Can you think of? Screw well characterized. Can you think of any character in the show that's even like mildly fine in terms of characterization?
Maybe Jackie. Maybe.
I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
Like,
Fine, Jackie.
I miss Jackie. Can we bring Jackie back, please?
The frustrating impermanence of character deaths.
True. Jackie will be fine. Like she'll be in the next season. They won't even explain it. She'll just be walking around.
Jackie Chan.
Oh my god! Again, the hammer is here and it's right. It's waiting for you.
I'm testing my fate.
Okay, how about lore and consistency with the established lore? How do we think to handle that?
0.
Yeah, maybe like again, I don't give anything a 0, but like this is like a 0.5. Like this is not even a 1.
Well,
what
but
have
you
we
see,
done?
the Jedi never learn about the Sith, therefore, like it's the lore is intact. You see.
Unironically, the only way I would have given a 0 here is if they had just ended it with the Jedi being like, "Yup, the Sith are back," and then the show had ended.
Kill
But like
me.
that technicality is like, okay, technically they don't know, but also yeah, they do. I mean, fuck off, they absolutely do because Sol told them because of course he would.
They know by episode 4, or like they should know by episode 4 because
By episode 4, they at least know that like there's someone running around killing Jedi who was trained by someone. Like who knew the Jedi arts, but I guess we're saying that that person was Sol as far as the Jedi are concerned.
Also, they were saying that this person was fighting based highly on emotions, and it's like, I wonder what the Sith do.
Yeah, who does that? This guy's using an erratic fighting style I can't pin down. It's almost like an 8th form that I wasn't previously aware of.
Kill me.
One that puts emphasis on all-out attack and acrobatics.
Well, did you know that he gets into your head, which is something that Osha's mother is also known to do?
But then Osha gets into his head. It's a clever inversion, you see.
You see, it works on so many levels. It's very subtextual.
Yeah, the subtext being dribble, crayon eating.
No.
The subtext being,
I don't know. It's cool.
I just have a bit in my video. I should just have a bit in my video where I'm like, the subtext here is
just not even that, just like blank screen, like like that whining noise when the screen isn't tuned properly.
Dial-up noises.
Yeah. The thing, like, you see this, like this characterization is very clever because thematically what it means is just like just like a flatlining heart rate monitor.
Overall, I think this is a comfortable 1 out of 10.
Oh, absolutely. Actually, that's my last thing. Is like, how do we think we did on theme?
Oh my god.
Fuck the theme of the show. Fuck
I don't even think I can pin a theme in this show. It's just like Jedi bad, I guess.
Maybe, yeah.
What it's obviously going for is like, the Jedi as an institution are heavily flawed, and that even when they try to do good, they still falter and they still fuck up, and like nobody's perfect. Yeah, I know. That's why that theme doesn't exactly work, does it?
I'm just picturing us as like the Hound in the Battle of Blackwater. It's like, fuck the characterization,
fuck the theme,
fuck the presentation, fuck the theme, and just walks off.
Yeah. Overall, probably the closest thing to a masterpiece that you could get. Puts Andor to shame. I'll tell you that much.
True.
I struggle to understand, like, conceptually how it's possible that every time I think like this is the nadir, this is like the lowest it can get, I can't possibly rank a show lower, Disney somehow find a way. Like, it's almost inspiring. It's almost like a feel-good story that they're so diligent that they manage to plumb these new depths every time. Because with Ahsoka, I was like, this is a 1. This is just straight up a 1. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Like, only the Jodie Whittaker era of Doctor Who is worse than this. And then this show came out, and I'm like, oh, this is a 0.8. Like, it's not the 0.2 that is the Whittaker era, but damn, is this bad?
It's a show that like technically is.
It exists.
Yeah, you can definitely say that this was a show that aired,
if you can call it that.
Well, that's what's like. You can technically call it that. It's like it was a thing that was on a screen, and it involved moving images, and it had a beginning and an end, and it aired at weekly intervals.
Technically, yeah, it was broadcast by a media company, so there's that.
Well, a media company.
Yes. Anyway, so that was the Acolyte. It was great. We got some super chats to go through, but before that, I'm going to go take a quick whiz and then refill my drink.
Right. Well,
Not
while you do that, I'm
necessarily
gonna.
in that order.
Do you want me to pitch the upcoming stream for next week?
Oh yeah, shit! I forgot. I didn't know we were doing that next week necessarily. I don't think we'd cemented plans.
Oh, hey, Southpaw.
Well, we're doing it at
Let me just tell you,
time.
I am fucking tired of not having Wi-Fi. It is fucking annoying because like my phone is the only thing that can connect to the internet, and then like my phone's battery just drains constantly from being in these types of calls.
Have you thought about maybe stealing computers? Can you steal Wi-Fi? And steal Wi-Fi, just like you scoop it out of the air with your hands.
Mm.
Well, I mean,
Those
if I had a
5G
laptop, I could go to Starbucks.
Sorry.
I said if I had a laptop, I could go to Starbucks and at least connect to their Wi-Fi. But
True.
I don't have a laptop, sadly.
Just wheel your PC there in a wheelbarrow.
So because my phone's been off and charging, and I can't connect to the internet anywhere else, on any other device, I still haven't been watching the stream. I am so sorry.
No, don't worry about it.
I
missed
wish I was
enormous amounts of
keeping up.
pain. You missed the agony.
I wish I was there. No, you see, the reason why I watch these fucking episodes was so I could be on these streams and talk about how shit the show is.
Actually, that's true. We've now forced you to watch it, and you didn't even get to vent.
You didn't even get to reap the reward of venting.
You know what? Maybe on the next video that she makes, I do an impromptu little bit, just fucking ranting. And I'll exclusively use clips of Crowley as my visuals, just looking like he is in absolute pain. Fuck.
Yeah. We feel that, Crowley. We feel you. Canton Everett, Delaware the Third. Oh boy. So, I mean, I guess I'll wait for Sheep to come back to pitch the next stream. But yeah, that was the Acolyte. That was a thing that existed. Andrew, were you excited? Were you happy to watch it?
No.
Yeah, no, fair.
I hope that
I
you guys...
remember.
Go ahead, Andrew.
All right, I was gonna say I think it was what day was it? What day did we watch the finale? I forget. But anyway, the day that we watched the finale.
It was the Tuesday. It was the day it came out.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It was
I was about to take a nap. I was all cozy, and then bam, Discord notification, and it's
Yeah,
Sheev. So you want to watch the Acolyte? And I was just like, the amount, like I weighed 1,000 pounds that day just because I was like, please don't do this. To me.
Well, you didn't have it as bad as I did because I intentionally kept off on watching episode 7 because of how shit I heard it was. I was going to wait until like basically the day before this stream, maybe. But then she says, "Hey, you want to watch the finale all together?" And I still hadn't seen episode 7, and I had like 45 minutes to watch episode 7. So I had to watch episode 7 and 8 back to back. And my brain was melting. It was already
my brain dies.
It was already pretty bad right before the force neuralizer, and then that happened. And I think that's the moment where I have the most the loudest meltdown at that point out of everywhere in the stream. Fuck, man. When they had introduced that's just a thing that they can do is just a wave of the hand, just wipe a person's memories.
I wish they'd wipe my memories.
so that you could experience the joy of watching the show all over again? Or...
Oh, absolutely. So I could I want them to not just like my memories of the show. I want them to wipe all of my memories, including language skills, so I never have to experience this again. Statement said, "Hey Southpaw, did you know that the showrunner of The Acolyte was a writer on Terriers?" Yeah, I know. It's why I think that Terriers is a shit show now. You know what? This show is so bad, I've changed my mind. Terriers is actually one of the worst shows I've ever seen, just by proxy. That's absolutely how that works. Southpaw has no principles, confirmed. Yeah, no principles whatsoever.
I've talked about this before. Like, Leslie Headland did not fucking cook with this show. However,
No.
she made Russian Doll, and
Which
I've
is
only
good.
seen the first season of that, but I really like that show. It is pretty good.
What's funny is that Ryan Johnson also directed episode 5 of Terriers.
Hmm
Well,
That,
I mean, to be
that
Rose
Ryan
just
Johnson.
touching everything.
It's so funny.
The thing I'll say about Ryan Johnson, right, is like he's a very talented director. He's just a
Mhm.
very bad writer.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, Ryan. So Ryan didn't write. Like, he doesn't have a writing credit. He just directed one episode, and this was like really early on in his career. Like, he'd only directed, I think, Brick and Brothers Bloom by this point, so he was very much an up and comer. And with Leslie Headland, I think she's got like writing credits on like 2 episodes, and I'm not sure which episodes they were.
Probably the bad ones.
Yeah,
True.
the really bad ones. But
I wonder
also,
if you wrote
I mean,
the episode
give-
with Katie and the professor.
Yeah, I was about to say, given this
no,
season's
that's
track record
Deborah
about-
Chow. That's no. That
Oh,
was
was
Deborah Chow.
That was Deborah
Really?
Chow. Oh, my
wow,
Lord.
that's unfortunate.
No. I'm sorry, not Deborah Chow. No, not Deborah Chow. Sorry, Angela King. Angela King was. I'm sorry, I'm mixing up Asian women.
Wow,
Ooh,
racist.
racist.
No, it was Angela. No, it's she was the showrunner of the last seasons of The Walking Dead. I know that much.
Okay.
Oh, so
So-
she's bad.
Leslie Headland wrote episode 5, Manifest Destiny, the one that Ryan Johnson directed, and then she co-wrote episode 12, Quid Pro Quo of Terriers.
So those are 2 really good episodes. I don't know, like I wouldn't say that either of them's like among the best of them, but they are good episodes.
I swear to God, there's something about Disney, right? You step into the door as a showrunner and it just rots your brain.
Yeah,
Well,
like
okay,
Deborah
so-
Chow's a good director, but then she did Kenobi, and
Also, it's worth highlighting that like Terriers was literally the first thing that Leslie Headland actually worked on. Like that was at the very beginning of her career. I can only assume that she knew someone. She had to have like known someone in like in the writers' room or
Southpaw.
something.
I have news for you
I
about who
think
Leslie
she-
Headland knew.
I think she knew at least one prominent figure in Hollywood.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that Harvey Weinstein had anything to do with that show.
He,
No, but
probably,
he still has
he probably loved Donald Logue, and he was like, "Go right for that."
Well, to be fair, he also just has lots of influence, right? Like if she'd been trying to get her foot in the door, he could probably have leaned on whoever was there to be like, give her a shot.
Dude, I would have loved. I really wish that the episode that she worked on was episode 8. That would have been actually fantastic. That would have been a fantastic plot twist. But
That would be
alas,
terrifying.
oh, it would have been fucking hilarious.
I think it would have been funny if she had written episode 3, the one where he kills himself.
He kills himself. No,
I still love how like with when Howard Shore did Lord of the Rings, like Harvey Weinstein wanted to be involved, and they basically just told him to go fucking do one, and then made a really ugly orc like after him.
Gothmog. Yeah, the orc leader. Well, episode 11 is also a really good choice as well because that's the best episode of the show. So it would have been really funny if she had written that. But that one was done by Tim Minear, who also did one of the best episodes of Firefly. So out of gas.
Oh.
Firefly is excellent, by the way. I recently rewatched that, and
It's
it
good stuff.
really holds up.
I'm
Too bad
gonna-
that it never had a creator though. Really sucks.
I'm going to stop you though, because I got to get through these super chats, and then we can talk to our heart's
Sure.
contents about whatever.
All right.
Well, we're gonna pitch that other stream as well. So yeah, super chats first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where are we? What was the last thing we saw?
Twisters.
Yes.
Ooh!
Canceled
Twisted
Acolyte.
agenda.
Twister's Agenda. That's right. Here's all right, from Dave Mac 95 for 199. The Jedi are flawed, but not as bad as this fanfic. Yes, the thing is, like, we're fine with you depicting the Jedi as flawed as an institution, and that like sometimes they stick their nose where it doesn't belong and shit hits the fan. That's fine. But actually fucking depict that. Don't just tell me that's what happened and then show me the opposite. That's called botching your themes.
Because that's the thing. People are like, oh, you just want the Jedi to be perfect. It's like, no, I want a flawed Jedi. I want a flawed evaluation of the Jedi. I want to see the kind of Jedi Order that would lead Barriss Offee to blow up fucking buildings.
I'm mad about the fact that the Jedi were perfect.
Yeah.
Because you told me they weren't, and you told me that was the crux of the entire story.
I want to see morally complex characters and morally complex institutions and savvy takes on things. I don't want to see.
See, I don't- I don't
That's
like
gross.
Andor because the rebellion is supposed to be the good guys, and Luthen does mean things.
Mon Mothma's given too much dirt on her ego, and now she's a bad person.
She
The
threw
average
her husband under the bus.
conversation-
She's a horrible woman.
The average conversation with Leslie Headland about Star Wars goes something like this. No, the Jedi are perfect. They are not perfect. Yes, they are. How are they perfect? Goodbye.
Yes.
Mhm.
Wisdom Minari for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. Excuse me. In a better show, we'd hear the Sith code in bits. In a scene of strike workers, pieces of lie, pop singer lyrics would gain strength from our passions. Talking to former slaves, they hear victory will break our chains, etc. I mean, I guess.
Maybe not something on the nose as that, but just you want some kind of hints that like Sith, the political movement that's being assembled in opposition to the Jedi, or that's like fucking with what they do is you want to see hints like I think they did it well with Rancor. It just doesn't go anywhere. Where he's like, I don't believe you can control your emotions.
Yeah, like the idea that the Sith kind of have their tendrils like everywhere. They're sort of manipulating everything all at once. That's neat. Can you imagine, right? Like the Sith of this era having like a campaign to like force the Jedi to actually do something about slavery. So it's like, oh wow, they're actually like, and they're obviously doing it for like evil reasons, like the purpose of like making them look bad because look at these high and mighty Jedi in their ivory towers who aren't doing anything about the injustices across the galaxy. But like, from an outward perspective, it's like, wow, so the Sith are the ones who are actually like addressing this injustice that exists where the Jedi just don't. They just ignore it. That's insane.
Well, it can be like Bane very cynically exploiting class struggles in Gotham and The Dark Knight Rises, right? Like he doesn't actually believe in this, but he's
but good maybe.
Yeah, he's very performative about it, like just because it does get him support pretty easily.
Of course.
Well, cool.
Ah.
There's no money to steal. There's no money to steal. Really? What are you people doing here?
Anyway,
has been taken over by penguins.
Role playing geeks.
Darth Bane. Conrad M for $5 said the first episode of season 2 should have Plageuis watching Soul from behind a tree as Soul watches the twin.
That'd actually be peak. No notes. It's perfect.
Hell yeah. It's perfect.
No,
and then in season 3, we see Palpatine watching Plageuis from behind an even further back tree.
No, the beginning of season 2 should be like, Soul is watching them from behind a tree, and then behind Soul in the tree, there's a raven, and then we go straight to Bran Stark being like, I can never be Lord of anything. I'm the three-eyed raven.
But who has a better story than Soul the Broken?
Darth Brandon.
Did you ever hear the tragedy?
Do you think Brandon Stark has the same thing that like Biden has? Where it's like, let's go, Brandon.
And then we have from also here for £5. Thank you for the super chat. I'm glad you're also here. Learning that Leslie added characters from D&D games she played explains everything about Basil to me. I hope he turns out to be a god or something.
Oh my god, he really is
Yeah,
a D&D
well,
character, isn't he?
I would need to extend that to like all of the characters. They feel very much like
I feel anger.
characters that you move on a board.
And look, here's the thing. I have a lot of respect for
Especially
D&D. I think
Osha.
that can be a really great storytelling thing, but like, yeah, this has the feel of like a lazy DM being like, oh, I've made a joke character, let's just stick them in because it's funny. Like, no.
Yeah, let's make fun of Yord. Especially with like Osha
Andrew will
and
never forgive them for Yord.
I will
He
never.
never will, yeah. And nor should he, They fucked him up.
Mm-hmm. I want him back. Bring him back. Make him a floating head or something. I don't care.
So no head.
So no.
Yeah. Do believe that's all the super chats. So yeah.
Stream pitching.
We're gonna do a stream. A YouTuber by the name...
show them the cover.
Oh, I should. Yeah, hang on.
Yes.
Let me pull that up. Where is it? A mongoose. Oh, it's beautiful.
Among geese.
No, stop. Stupid. Go.
Stupid
There we
fat
go.
hobbits.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's glorious.
It's not
And I
showing.
share screen. No, I was pulling it up on my end. Hang on.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were reacting or not. I was like, oh yes, yes it is.
Yes, it looks quite beautiful, does it not? We decided to do more Among Us streams because like we did it with Madvocate and it was actually really fun, and we want to do more because it's fun.
So, yeah, the way we're going to do this is like someone responded to one of Sheev's videos about it's the one about size matters not, right?
Yeah.
So
By
yeah,
the way,
we're
I
gonna
haven't actually watched the video, so I don't know.
we'll be covering that video to see how good it is. Spoiler alert, it's not. And then after that fact,
You
we'll
don't
be doing
know.
some-
We haven't watched the video yet. Stop being bad faith.
well, you haven't watched the video yet.
I'm sorry, but there's like a historic
you've watched
precedent of like everyone
yeah.
trying to. Well, Sheev, I'm sorry, but there's like a historic precedent of every single person trying to respond to our arguments being just fucking wrong. So I think it's fair to assume that
Listen,
this is going to be
The
no different.
Madvocate video was clearly peak.
True.
They got
The
styled
Madvocate
on
video
and they
styled
made.
on you
You
guys,
got styled on it. Yeah, we responded to a video covering one of Madvocate's videos on his stream, and then we played Among Us after, and we were like, that was really fun. We should do that more often. So we're gonna. I don't think we've decided on a day yet, though.
You cannot stop
No.
us.
We haven't decided on a day, but sometime next week, I think, if we can
last-
find a day next week that works for everyone.
The last time that I saw this thumbnail, I was blue. Why am I red now?
Jolly changed it
Vanguard.
around because I like purple.
Okay.
What
Did
are
you want to be a blue hippo?
dissatisfied?
No. I'm just confused about why I'm red now.
It's
That's
the voice
fine.
of a man who grew
I
attached to blue hippo.
I am not protesting. I am happy with being red.
He's pissed.
Well, now you're a red hippo. You're joining me in socialism.
True.
Chief, have you seen League of Entertainment's video to your Force Unleashed? TK has, and I
I've
really
seen it.
want. You have seen it?
Yeah, it's bad.
I really want to do a stream response to it. It'd be really funny.
It's so funny.
Maybe it's just I really don't care about Force Unleashed. That's the thing. I made a fucking 5-minute video about it for as a favor to a friend who wanted me to do a review of a game on his channel, and I put it on mine. Like I don't care.
In other words, you don't remember a single thing about this stupid fucking game.
I actually am curious to replay the game. I'll probably get it on Steam or something. And I'll go through it. And then maybe after I've done that and I have some kind of passion for Force Unleashed, I could be like, let's do it. Let's respond to League Entertainment's video, perhaps.
Oh, yes. Do streams playing the game and then respond to the game.
Probably, yeah.
Depends.
That's the plan. I'm going to just start streaming games more often because it's nice. It's a nice little supplementary thing I can do.
Mm-hmm.
It's always fun.
Yeah.
And we can bully you for ropes.
There are no ropes in Force Unleashed as far as I remember.
Well, right. Listen, like so far we've got there was the video on Spider-Man 1 and the video on Across the Spider-Verse. It's like both responses to your arguments are bullshit. So
Spider-Man 1, I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember the Spider-Man 1? You know what? I must be mixing that up with something else. Anyway, but like Across the Spider-Verse, like that Colin's video response to you was such horseshit, and so, and like again, it's not the first time that someone's made a response video to you. That's there's also Star Wars Hours Skyfall video, of course.
That was fun, yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, we haven't live streamed Skyfall yet, have we?
What I was gonna say is I might actually put that in the queue first and like not respond to it, but just like show it, just so you have like an idea of like what
of this guy.
Makes
chat,
have chat get like an angle on this guy.
Yeah, chat. Whenever we do a stream on Star Wars Hour, you're gonna know you're gonna find out what the Skyfall video. I mean, it's because she didn't talk about Skyfall. Trust me, it had nothing to do with Skyfall, but like you'll understand why I said that. It's peak. It's a great response video, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got clowned.
It's styled on you.
He styled on me, and we all just have to live with it collectively.
He named what can I say?
Seethe.
So I'd say overall, the Acolyte was a rousing success. There were lots of laughs, lots of cries. We made friends. We made enemies. I slept with at least 2 people's moms. And by the end, I think we all came out better people. You know?
I love my God. I love my
I'm morally
country. What can I say?
and I love my God. I love my country. I mean, what more can you say?
What more can you say, man?
Yeah. Does anyone else have anything to say, or should we close this on out?
I think we're ready to close. But yes, thank you very much, chat, once again for joining us in these streams. It's always a great pleasure to have you all here, and be bear witness to our intense suffering as we wade through this.
Thanks to you guys for coming on. Of course, all of their channels can be found in the description. They make excellent stuff. Southpaw and fucking Andrew do. Jolly hasn't uploaded a video
it's
yet.
On the way.
It's on the way. Where is it? You've been
Seriously,
saying that since Ahsoka came out.
Chat, watch my 6-hour video, please. I need
the Ahsoka video I'm doing is like 8 hours long at this point and broken up into 4 parts. And I have a full-time job that's like 16 hours a day. So
just complete your job.
True.
What are you accomplishing in academia that you couldn't do on YouTube?
Yeah. I was about to say educating people, but I've seen the world. I know that's not true.
Jolly, the hammers are coming.
We'll get
You're on the
GTA 6
clock.
before a Jolly video.
Can I quickly?
For all you know, I am going to be GTA 6.
May I quickly announce to the chat the title of my critical drinker critique that's coming up?
Go for it.
So I'm covering the critical drinker. It starts with talking about his Midsummer video, but the thing is that like in doing research, I fell into a bit of a rabbit hole, and she and Andrew would know what I'm talking about. The research for this video required us to do a double feature of The Shining and the perfect movie to accompany that movie, Paul Blart Mall Cop.
And The Shining was whatever, but I mean, Paul Blart Mall Cop was fucking peak.
That was peak, yeah, peak Blart Mall Cop. Believe it or not, like The Shining, Paul Blart Mall Cop, and Midsummer are all relevant movies to this video that I'm making, and it's going to like,
guys.
It's going to do, basically, it's just a Midsummer video just leads me down this crazy rabbit hole about the critical drinker and his entire like philosophy and everything, and it results in me basically spotting a pattern of issues, and my title for this video is A Midsummer Spites Theme. So there you go.
Very clever. We're all very proud of you.
I am so proud of that pun.
Midsummer's good. You guys should watch it if you haven't. Talking to the chat, I know all 3 of you have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not as good as Hereditary, though. I will say that, like, for this video, I watched Hereditary for the first time. I watched Hereditary for the first time because of this video, and I was actually a lot more impressed with Hereditary. You
hadn't seen Hereditary?
Correct. I saw Midsummer first.
Wow, it's really good, dude.
I'm actually kind of glad that I did, because I think I would have been really disappointed in Midsummer if I watched Hereditary first.
Probably, yeah.
But like, absolutely, there's a lot to talk about. Well, it's so funny too, because remember when Critical Drinker like tries to talk about like the different themes in The Shining to like act like they're comparable to the themes in Midsummer. I'm like, why are you comparing Midsummer to The Shining? Compare Midsummer to Hereditary. There's like identical themes in both movies. It's just they're done very differently.
Do you think Hereditary's good? Because I don't.
I don't think that he's watched Hereditary. That's the thing. He watches like Marvel and Star Wars.
So
remember when we were closing out the video?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. It was great. It was great doing this. I love my God and I love my country.
We love the country.
Go watch Twitter. That's the takeaway.
President.
Amen.
Judge's shoes or something. Bye.
I'm ending the stream now. Bye.
Bye.